down the field more. If he has time, fires one that drive, start the tail off, and he's through! Inside the 15 of the Panthers.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back.
What's up, Fins family? It's your boy DTA. I am back with another special edition of Dolphins Debrief. As you guys can see from the title, we're going to be discussing the state of the Miami Dolphins organization tonight. Amongst other things, we'll get to some of the other stuff later. Real quick, I want to bring up my boy and my co-host and partner and teammate, Shake Money.
What's going on, my brother? It is another beautiful day in Zamunda.
Absolutely, man. Look, we had a good discussion going earlier today, and I think I want to keep talking about the offensive line since it seems to be a big topic right now. And, you know, we already kind of talked about it. The whole thing, apparently the team is going to go forward with Tua. Now, that's what they said. They're going to run it back. And so the theory is, well, give Tua his, what'll be his fourth year, but they need to build up the line. They need to go get all these marquee linesmen to protect him and invest all of our capital into that. And I don't necessarily disagree, maybe to that extent. I do think, as I said earlier, and again, I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but I think that the team, I'm not going to say that they whiffed completely on the backup because Teddy Bridgewater was a winning quarterback. I mean, the guy was just in, 6 years ago, he was in a Pro Bowl. But they certainly, his injury history, I think, played a role. And, I don't want to say that they were completely complicit in getting a non-competent backup quarterback. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't even have to discuss that, right? Like, you should be able to rely on the quarterback that you call QB1, that you say is your franchise quarterback. You should be able to rely on him. And then you have a backup that's supposed to be there as a contingency plan. So it's almost like you're in this predicament where you almost would have to go out and get a premium quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Pay 2 premiums on a quarterback, one for your backup, one for your starter, obviously with Tua, and then address the O-line, and we've talked about like different ideas, maybe bumping Connor Williams over to his natural position at left guard, getting rid of Eichenberg. And then you keep guys like Robert Jones and Brandon Shell for depth, and then go either get a center and a right tackle, and then you move Connor Williams to left guard. Or if you're going to keep him at center, you go get yourself I would say a good, viable starter that you can depend on, someone that's proven, for a left guard and a right tackle, and add that to it. I mean, it's something we haven't done in a long time, and I would love to see a good offensive line. Again, I am not up here condoning that was the only issue and that Tua doesn't have problems. You guys all know how I feel about that. You know where I stand on that side of the fence. I just think there's other pressing issues. Let me hear your thoughts, Shake.
Well, yeah, the Dolphins, the state of the Dolphins is they leave me in a state of confusion. But
100%, bro. Yeah,
but
that's what it
no,
is.
no. The thing about or at least with the Teddy Bridgewater, yeah, he did have a good track record, just like last year. We all thought that Jacoby Brissett also had a good track record, but a lot of unfortunately, a lot of things didn't fall into place when he came into the game. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely.
But I think, in my humble opinion, I think that um, I think regardless, 2 years in a row when Tua didn't play, the team didn't the team didn't really respond to the backup quarterback. So I would say, Skylar Thompson should be, in my opinion, should be the backup quarterback because he had meaningful game reps. You know what I mean? I know he's not gonna be a world beater or nothing like that, but at the end of the day, I think that we need to invest that money on, like you said, on an offensive line and try, instead of trying to get that backup quarterback where we got to spend like $10 to $15 million. That could be the offensive line. That could be spent on a running back. That could be spent on something that will help keep Tua upright, and he doesn't need a backup per se. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%.
And you know what they say, the best way to avoid an accident is not to get in one at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And what's up? I got the other homie, the good time, the stand-up guy. My boy Lewis is in here, guys. The Rabid Dolphin. Show some love. Again, as you guys saw by the title tonight, and I want to shout out everybody in the chat real quick. But as you guys saw, the title tonight is Real Lies, Real Lies, Real Lies. And if I don't know, y'all should understand it if you read it, and it should make sense to you. We'll kind of get to that. But also, again, Lewis just popped in, and we're going to be talking about the state of the Miami Dolphins. I thought it was appropriate with the State of the Union address just happened. Found some humor in it, but we want to talk about the state of the Miami Dolphins as well. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And for you guys asking, yeah, there's going to be a panel. I'm going to be bringing you guys up so we can all have this wonderful discussion. But yeah, it's hard to say. Again, I don't want to sit here and say, that Miami whiffed on a backup, because my personal opinion, I think that Teddy is a capable backup. I think that it was kind of a wonky season. Obviously, he's not the quarterback that he once was. Obviously, I'm not going to sit up here and say he's in his prime or anything, but I think he's capable. I just think that there's other factors that played a part. But again, we shouldn't be using that as a crutch to say that it's not our fault for sticking with Tua. It's our fault for not having a competent backup. I think that that's a cop-out, a 100% a cop-out. But yeah, what's up, Shelby Jordan? I see you. What's up, Iceman? Crypto, MCJB, Banana, Von Joe, California, Mountie Fins, John Featherland, Scott Jackson, Adam Sadowski. See who else we got in here. Michael K. Salute. Concrete. What's up, brother? We got Joe in here. Clemente. Batman. What's up, EM? We got Pete's Takes. What is going on, Pete? Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker, brother. We appreciate that. JM Santos. What's up, Mr. Polk? I see you, bro. Yeah, man. Again.
Hey, what's good? What's good, DTA and Shake? My bad for just hopping in there like this. I had some things to do. I went to my son's high school basketball game was going on, so that's why
hell yeah.
I wasn't responding to none of the texts. So I'm sorry for the late jumping in and disrupting the show.
Bro, don't eat. Yeah, you're good, bro. How did your son do?
By the way, I'm disappointed Michael K switched his name back to Michael K. I like the creativity he brings.
Yeah, he switches his. I think it was Amicus the other day was like, I had no idea that was Michael K. I was like, yeah, he changes his name like once a week, so nobody ever knows who he is. But yeah, man, go ahead, Lewis, bro. Ain't no apology necessary, brother. Family comes first. We know that, bro. How did your son do? How was his game?
It was good. They ended up winning. He played pretty good and stuff. So, all in all, a good night. So, but again, DTA, you know how this StreamYard works. If I could just go like backstage, it would be better. But unfortunately, it throws me on the panel. So again, I just, I'm sorry for interrupting, but just wanted to
No,
come up
not at
here
all, bro.
and be up here with you guys for a little bit. I'm gonna be up here for a little bit. So,
Hey, salute to you, Irving. Thank you for joining, brother. Yeah, man. You guys want to open it up?
I love the title though, DTA. I
You
wonder
like
what
that?
means. I wonder what that means.
You got it right.
I mean, I got it. I don't know if everybody else got it, but I definitely got it.
And you know what? I kind of wanted to address it. I don't know if that's something you want to do.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've said it before. I kind of want, I would like to address. I think, there are a lot of people that probably know that individual, and I think they should know that individual for what he really is. But again, I mean, that's just me. This is your show. I don't want to disrespect the Fins Tailgate label. But if you're just asking me my opinion, yeah, I mean, I have no problem. But, again, this is your show. It's the Fins Tailgate level, so I don't know how they want to handle it. But, for me, I ain't got no problem.
Hey, I would like to let's put a name on it, bro. Hey, this is our show too, bro. Just remember that this is a me and you thing. So it's family business, man. I felt like some people were in the midst of this situation. Okay. Somebody was exposed. This individual basically exposed himself, but in doing that, he's been mistreating a lot of people, and again, I feel bad for some of these folks who've been putting up with this bullshit from him. But the perpetuating all the lies and the nonsense that they're spewing and going around and basically trying to manipulate different situations and different people behind their back and trying to affect other people to get some type of gain from it. What it is. And, CT is the person that we are addressing. Not Amicus, not him.
We dropping names. Yeah, no, it's not who everybody probably thinks it is. It is CT. It's one of our own. And again, this is not
it's not Pete. It's not Pete.
And it's not Pete. It's CT. And again, this is where people are gonna say DTA when they start hearing and the stories and the back channels and everything that happened, right? They're gonna be like, well, Lewis is just causing problems and DTA is just causing problems. And again, bro, we had nothing to do with this, right? He showed his own ass. He's the one that showed his true colors. So again, I don't know if you want me to kind of, I mean, if you want, you can, because again, I think where the basis of the root of the problem, I would say, right, came from a situation that you were involved with, DTA. So I don't know if you want to go and start back and let everybody know where it originated from, and then we can go to how it all boiled over last night. I don't know if that's how you want to handle it, or you just want to jump in from last night. It's really up to you.
No, yeah, let's just so those that know, I don't remember. I'm just gonna make it short and sweet. It was several months ago, and again, I'm gonna drop the link so everybody can come up and discuss this. But a lot of people have been wronged by this individual that we just mentioned, and a lot of bullshit has been spewed, and we ain't about that. Now, what happened is several months ago, everyone was made privy to this information. I myself was a contractor, still in the contracting. I've been doing construction for about 20 years of my life, and had my own business. And I had a deal that went sour with a client because it didn't fit their time frame. And so she decided to, because of that happening, what she decided to do is turn to social apps like Nextdoor and Facebook, etc., and basically slander my name and drag me through the mud. So this, thought I was amongst friends, and I shared this information with everybody. CT happened to be there that night. This was a long time ago, actually. Now, what would you say, Lewis? I'd say like 4 or 5 months, 6 months. I don't even know.
Yeah, somewhere around there. That's a good time frame. Somewhere around there. 4 or
Yeah.
5 months.
So it happened about then, but basically what CT did is he took this information, and again, I don't know that he's the one that went out and actually took the post and copied and pasted him and then brought it to him. But whatever, what he did is he manipulated it to start basically playing friends against their own friends. And he started playing others, against me and against the Fins tailgate. And, basically that's what happened. So a lot of us stopped talking for a while. There was some time in between where none of us communicated. I maybe run into him once in a while on the panel. It had been addressed one time before. And then last night, backstage on Batman show, we all got to talking. And the other individuals that were affected and myself, they apologized and, they wanted to make things right. And, they handled it like men and came and talked to me and everything was going good. But then, of course, it turned into the CT show. And I'd say every 30 seconds, CT had to be interrupting and was using profanities. And I don't really want to sit here and repeat the racial bullshit and the homophobic remarks and just the shit that he was doing, taking jabs at Lewis in particular. But everybody at the Fins tailgate trying to perpetuate some lie that we block people, and he's been up backstage over 20 different times and none of us have let him up, which again, none of that is true. As many of you guys know that we don't block people here in the channel. It takes a lot for that to happen. And secondly, the only person that can hand down that would be El Capitan himself. We don't have that power to do that. And again, we let everybody up on the show, whether y'all are beefing or what have you. Everybody's been welcome up on the show. Now, he name dropped. And again, I'm just summarizing. There's a lot more to this and a lot more to what happened, but I'm just summarizing to get you guys to where we are currently. He went at it and kept taking jabs and kept taking shots and clapping at Lewis for whatever reason when Lewis was muted the whole time, letting me and the other individuals speak. Lewis wasn't even involved. And the only thing that Lewis was privy to is because he said maybe one thing way back when it originally happened amongst us in the Fins tailgate group chat. Okay. So for whatever reason, CT got a hard on and decided to go tough, talking out of his neck at Lewis. And we all know the type of man that Lewis is and the type of individual he is. He let it slide. And finally he tried to address it. And then it became all the profanities, the homophobic shit, the racial slurs, the typical drunk CT bullshit. And that's not even an excuse. And then it came all the lies about how TFTG is doing this and doing that. And we're blocking him and we're shadow banning him. And how he's had all these open opportunities to have his own show on everyone's channel, being Stephen D's and Miami Sports Music and Batman show. And which apparently that one was true. That one was talked about with Batman. And again, I'm probably leaving several things out, but what am I leaving out here, Lewis? Because I'm trying to think here.
Well, I think you've hit on a lot of good points. For me, he came at me sideways, and I think, there were certain people involved, and we don't have to mention their names, but I think what was happening yesterday was kind of like a peace offering, trying to, people just making their wrongs, trying to turn them from wrongs to right, trying to apologize, and everything was going good until CT with his drunkenness started coming at me sideways because he wanted an apology because, to your point, I think CT might have not had the original what happened. Maybe it's true. Maybe he didn't have anything to do with it. So I think he got vindicated in that aspect, and he wanted an apology, it seemed like, from me. And from my end, I'm just going to flat out say it. I don't owe that motherfucker an apology for a goddamn thing. Again, I didn't give him an apology yesterday. I'm going to stand on that. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. If I'm affiliated with DTA or the Fins tailgate and someone comes after them, I'm going to stand on the side of the fence where DTA and the people I'm affiliated with. That's where I stood, right? So when he came at me yesterday asking for an apology and he used the word of Lewis acknowledge me, let me be the first one to say it. Fuck you, CT. There's your acknowledgement right there. You want me to acknowledge you? I just did. You can go fuck yourself. There's your acknowledgement. Because for me, this is the racist comment right there. I took it as that's when a guy tells you to acknowledge him, the way I took it as, like, motherfucker, Lewis, bend a knee to me. Bro, I'm not bending the knee to no motherfucker in this community. And if there was going to be somebody, the last person it would fucking be is CT. And again, there was not only racial shit for me. Let's just be honest. I won't come out here and say the word on this platform, right? Now, I do say the word, but I am a minority. I am a darker skinned type of person. CT was saying the N-word yesterday. Verbatim.
Yeah.
Calling people out of their name with the N-word. And again, I don't give a fuck what CT wants to play some narrative or what the motherfucker looks like. He looks like a white boy. And where I come from, a lot of white boys ain't saying that fucking word. And when he was addressed about that word yesterday,
Jay-Zan, all you do when you come around to this channel is whine and cry like a little bitch. Why don't you go hang out at CB's channel and shut the fuck up? Let the adults talk.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like a Jay-Zan, you can fucking haul ass. We're addressing something that happened in the community because, again, the guy we're talking about, a lot of people in this community either know him or has interactions with him. And again, this is the shit right here when people say Lewis is toxic or DTA is toxic or color, for that matter, is toxic. No, it's motherfuckers like CT that are fucking toxic. And again, I'm not putting no...
Hey, by the way, I just want to say something. I'm not going to say nothing towards the individual that you're addressing because it has nothing to do with me, but I just want to give to your character, give a character reference towards you. I've been on spaces where you have went ham on somebody because, a heated debate. And afterwards, you like, hey, man, I'm sorry. It was just a debate. When you feel like you need to apologize, you'll apologize. If you don't feel like you need to apologize, you won't apologize. But at the same time, when you know you're wrong and when you get out of pocket, you say, hey, man, my bad. We were getting passionate and I don't mean nothing personal by it. So at the end of the day, I don't think that he needed to tell you to apologize because you yourself are a man and you know when to apologize if you have to.
Absolutely, Shake, 100%. And again, I didn't say nothing. DTA was saying it. I addressed that person when the situation originally happened. I addressed that person through a text message right directly to him. There was no backstabbing. I said what I had to say to him at that moment. He responded to me in that very moment, and me and him left it at that. There was nothing. So it just feels, and I'll be honest, it feels like for me, right? And I'm not even trying to make this about me because it really wasn't. He's the one that kind of put me in it. Bro, let's just be honest. CT is kind of jealous of me. And I'm not saying there's a reason for him to be, but let's just call it, if we're going to be 100 out here, like the young kids say, the motherfucker is envious of me. He's jealous of me. And for whatever reason, maybe it's the lifestyle I live. Maybe it's the way, because like he was saying, right? These are his words, not mine. I use the Fins tailgate to get my word out, right? That's where he was trying to have the assumption, like making it seem like, oh, I need the Fins tailgate. No. See, I don't need the Fins tailgate. I appreciate what the Fins tailgate has done for me to give me a voice and a platform to be on. But let's not be mistaken. Motherfucker, I can go to Twitter where his ass can't. I can go to Miami Sports Music where his ass can't. I can go to anywhere the fuck I want and people will give me the respect. Like he was saying, we're shadow boxing him. We're cutting him out, which is DTA told you. That's a lie. No one's ever cut him out here. He's just mad that he can't move in the circles that a motherfucker like me, I can't. If we're going to be real. So again, what I'm saying now, whether people want to hear it or not, this is me acknowledging CT. CT wanted me to acknowledge him. Well, I'm letting CT know because then he won't show up on none of these panels now because the bitch is running scared. But I'm up here. I'm up here. So, CT, you wanted your acknowledgement, homie. Here it is, you racist fuck. Here it is, you drunk fuck. Here's you. You can have your acknowledgement, right? I'm acknowledging you now, CT. You got my attention for being the hoe that you are. Don't come for me when looking for something, because the problems that you're looking for, you're not going to fucking like, you fucking punk. And I'm going to do everything in my fucking power to make sure that he's not, now the words that he used, the shadow boxing, I'm not wanted or allowed to come up. You're right. Anywhere I'm going to be at, motherfucker, you're not allowed. Because I'm going to run your motherfucking ass out anywhere I'm at or affiliated with. You are not going to be welcome. Because I'm going to run your ass up out this goddamn community. And this is the last thing I goddamn do. If I got to end me being on these platforms just to get your ass out, I'll do that. So there's your acknowledgement, CT. And I'm sorry, DTA and Shake, for going on the rant, and everybody in the chat. People don't want to hear about this. But again, it's just the snake moves of people like this. Bro, this dude was telling us yesterday that he's out to get the Fins tailgate. He don't want us here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention other platforms that he's trying to get out, but he is a rat. He's a rat. So if you have to affiliate with CT or you come across CT, I'm not telling anybody in this community who to talk to or not to do or whatever. Y'all make y'all's own assumptions. I'm here to say out of my own mouth, CT is a bitch. He's a hoe. He's a snake. And I just know I won't be fucking with him. So sorry, DTA, but you can keep.
Nah, you good, bro. That's what I wanted to address. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving out anything. Basically, again, he was dropping racial bullshit. You know, he was dropping homophobic remarks, racial slurs. He was just doing the typical shit, talking shit about everyone here at the Fins tailgate, especially Kohler and Lewis. And he was going particularly hard at Lewis, which was foul, just saying foul shit, when he honestly really didn't have shit to do with it. I made the remark to him. I am the individual that made the remark about CT behaving like a pedophile, the way he tries to associate himself with young boys. I'm the fucking one that said that. I'll put a name on it, me. And I told him this shit. But for whatever reason, he wants to redirect and try to attack Lewis and attack the channel and all this bullshit. The motherfucker, bro, listen, snakes are always going to be in the grass. That's why you got to keep that shit cut and short. That way you can see them and get rid of them. And this dude slithering around to Batman's channel. He'll talk shit about Batman, but in the same breath, be the first one up on his panel every night.
That's a fact.
You know, that's his prerogative. I'm only going to discuss the Fins tailgate. I'm not going to be talking about other channels because, again, just like Lewis said, that's their prerogative. And it's all your guys' choice to make your own individual conclusion, you know, if you want to fuck with them or not. But just know that this dude is a snake, and the people that he's been, you know, associating with, again, I don't want to name drop, but they are in the chat, have all been wronged by this dude. And even last night in front of our own eyes, treating them like dog shit. Like some fucking doormat. And you're not going to go sit here and spread lies and bullshit trying to basically manipulate and create problems between the Fins tailgate and other channels just because it's fun to you or whatever your motives are, because of jealousy or whatever it is. You're not going to go around and try to slander our names or this channel's name or any of that nonsense and bullshit, you know, and attack people. And the same thing, again, saying that we ban people, that we shadow ban him. He claims that he's been backstage. You guys don't know how this operates. Again, you know how the blocking and the banning works within this channel. We don't do it. We don't even have the power to do that. That has to come down from El Capitan himself. And El Cap just doesn't block people. Everyone's always been welcome and invited in this channel. Hell, even fans of other teams. We had that Bears fan that was coming up here crazy and sideways. Let him up every time. We've never, Master at Work's been up here many times, has he not? We let everybody up. And again, since I'm going to put names on it, I just want to say, now, CT made claims that there was over, I don't know, what he say, like over 25 people or 30 people, whatever he said, that were running back and talking shit. They were basically saying, those people were running back and saying that Lewis in particular and us were running our mouths, talking about CT and talking shit about him on our platforms and stuff, which you guys are all regulars. You guys know we have never even mentioned him. CT's name has never came up on this channel. And two of those names, because we didn't get far enough to find out who all those people were, but two of them we've already spoken with. The other two would be Green Rat and who was the other one, Lewis? Green Rat and he said something about Big Philly, Green Rat, EM, but we've already talked to Big Philly and EM.
Well, I talked to Big Philly. Everything is good on that end with Big Philly. I talked to the other two individuals that was already originally in the story. That it's all good. Again, for me, I'm gonna be honest. My problem is with CT. That's the only one that he came at me.
Oh, Bleezy. It was Bleezy. That's what he said.
Oh, it was Bleezy 38, and I haven't talked to Bleezy. Shout out to the homie. And I think Kane's 89 might have been the other one that so I guess supposedly had a run into where CT was again treating them like shit. And when I say this, I don't want it to come off the wrong way, right? But again, when I look at Shake Money, I'm not gonna put his age out there because I don't really know it. But I know Shake Money is a older gentleman. DTA same with
45, bro.
you. 35 or 45?
44. Sorry, 44. We're gonna be 45 this year.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck.
Shake Money is 44. I'm 41. I think DTA is in his late 30s. Right? We're grown goddamn men out here. The people that CT is treating like shit, right, is all these younger gentlemen in their early 20s to late 20s. And again, that's why you can manipulate them, right? That's why you can talk to them a certain way and they're gonna, I don't want to say take it because I don't want to make them seem like they're weak or nothing. I just think that, you're younger, you got to learn how life is. And if we're going to be honest, CT is a fucking cult leader. That's what he is. He's a manipulator. He is one of these people that preys on, he's a bully, but he can't bully a real man. All he can do is bully weak, not even weaker minded people, just guys that, they're just younger. I mean, it is what it is. So yesterday when he tried to play that shit with me, he got a response he was looking for, or maybe he wasn't looking for. He found a real one in me. You're not going to run over me. And it just is what it is. But again, we can start talking about Dolphins unless DTA, you want to keep going. Because again, I got more shit to say. I'm just saying.
Let's get it out, bro. Let's get it out. And then that way we can talk Dolphins again. Y'all don't, you guys absolutely have the choice to listen or not. And I see a lot of people asking who CT is. CT is the one that is apparently he's some type of he's mixed in. He's the guy that has all the medical opinions, right? He's the one that's always up saying I don't know, he's some type of sports medicine doctor or something. I don't know what he does, but that it's something involving that kind of stuff. But yeah, just want to let you guys know and let you know who the fuck he is and what he's out doing and the type of bullshit that he's out doing. Because you guys need to know, so if you have interactions with this guy, you've got the full story. Again, I don't want to bring up the individuals that we're talking about, the ones that he's been manipulating and treating like shit. I'm going to leave that to them individually. We've all spoke to them. They are in the chat. I'm going to leave that to them. The one I will drop, again, though, is EM because, EM's the homie and Lewis is the homie. And there's a mutual respect between all three of us. And I know EM's not going to care. But the motherfucker was talking sideways about Lewis and EM. And Lewis is up here. EM will probably, I'm sure he'll join us as soon as I drop the link. But that shit isn't going to fly, bro. You're going after two of the most, I would say two of the most respected people in this community.
I think you got your answer right there, DTA.
Yep. In fact, you know what? I'm going to drop the link. Whoever wants to come up, discuss this, and then we can get into some Fins talk. But yeah, this needed to be said.
Well,
JM. It's Dr. CT, that dude. My bad, bro.
And by the way, I've been watching the Fins tailgate since almost the beginning. And one thing El Capitan has always stressed, especially, I heard him say this to Color, do not block anybody. Under no circumstances.
Absolutely. 100%, Jake.
Well, and that's, again,
100%.
I want to address that too. I'm sure Kohler will join us later, but for all this shit, again, one of the other big perpetuated lies is that on this channel, in
Ronnie,
particular,
what's good, homie? What's good?
yeah, what's up, Ronnie? I'm sorry, brother. I've been up here talking. My bad, bro. I'm gonna give all you guys shout outs to that just joined, but
And
again,
by the way,
one of the big
just say one thing real quick. If you feel like somebody on this channel other than El Capitan is blocking you, you know he makes himself all you gotta do is DM on Twitter, hey, somebody's blocking, and he'll address the situation. That's all you gotta do, bro.
Absolutely.
DM El Capitan. Hey, I'm just using you an example, Lewis. Lewis is blocking me. He'll address it. And trust me, if you feel like you've been blocked by somebody, El Capitan will fix it, because that's not what he's about, bro. I'm just putting
that's a great point, Shake. Again, when I came onto this channel, that's one of the first things I knew about. We don't block nobody over here. And again, even the guy we're talking about now, the StreamYard link is in the chat. If he wants to come up and he wants to debate anything that's being said, or he wants to speak his piece, the link is right there. Mm-hmm. He's not blocked. He can come up here right now if he wants to talk whatever he wants to talk. But real quick, before we introduce what we got here on the panel, just to address the situation with the homie EM. Let me make it very clear. EM is a good friend of mine. That's my dog. I talk to him maybe once or twice a week. Good friend of mine. And for this dude, a fucking drunk, a fucking racist, to come at me and EM, right? And I don't have to say what was said, but to label us as me and EM are the snakes, and me and EM are the people that are trying to tear down this community. That's not what me and EM do. I come up here to talk ball, and I'll just be honest. Since I started fucking with EM and talking with EM, he's one of the smartest football minds that I get to talk to. So just for CT's knowledge, or for CT to understand, I value my relationship with EM. I really do. I think he's a stand-up dude. And again, it pissed me off when I heard that shit. Because again, DTA mentioned it last night when all this shit was happening. We talked about it today. I don't have to say nothing for me, but I will defend EM. He's a stand-up dude, and I rock with that dude 100%. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
And that's exactly what I said. I interrupted him last night, and I told him, I don't give a fuck what anybody tells me, okay? Based on your opinions. Lewis is a close friend of mine. That's my brother. And when it comes to EM and Lewis, those are two. And I even said this last night. Lewis was there. He saw it. Iceman was there. Witnessed it. They're two of the most stand-up guys in this community that I've ever met. Both of them have no problem. They will go directly to whoever individual they have an issue with if they have an issue. None of them have to constitute or turn to talking shit behind somebody's back. And neither of them are going to waste their time over the bullshit that CT's talking about. But to make the strong accusations that he was, and again, we're just trying to summarize it for y'all. Y'all need to know, and it needed to be said. Dude's going around. He only had, after he's already burnt bridges everywhere else, Batman's channel was the last thing he had. That's it. That's the last crutch that he had.
Is it cool if I can say something?
Yeah, and actually, with that being said, Iceman, you could definitely have the floor, but I do want to welcome Matt. I do want to recognize Mountie and KP that also came in the building. What's up, fella?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
But go ahead, Iceman.
Man, y'all always got the drama going on. Damn.
KP, I blame you, bro. I blame you, KP.
KP, it follows us around, KP.
Yeah, I'm going to just be real with you, KP, and everyone, bro. I know my brother here, DTA, didn't want to say the names and all, but I'm going to say them because I'm built like that. First off, y'all know me personally. Y'all know I'm not with the drama and the bullshit and the backstabbing. But the problem is I had, as y'all know, a fallout a couple months back, and then I reconciled with them last night. But last night, the problem is I found the true colors of DT. My bad, dog. CT. last night you go at Lewis, and the way you go at him is so disrespectful. Is the way that you treat me, and my dog is in the chat. So if you want me to say your name, text me right now, and I'll say the name. But on behalf of my side, you treat us like shit. We've went through thick and thin with you, and the fact of the matter is that the abuse and the verbal abuse that you give us is ridiculous. Friends don't do that. So last night, when I tell you straight up, like you calling Lewis a two-timing face, and I'm just gonna say it now, the truth hurts, and that's a fact. You calling out Lewis because I'm reconciling with my DTA and Crypto and Ali and all these guys, and the fact of the matter is that CT, you only give a damn about yourself. You don't care about anyone else except for yourself. You only care about your stupid image. The fact of the matter is that when you went to Lewis and did that, I told you specifically not to address it like that, as I thought at that time we were friends. And I told you that's not how you do it. But then you tell me this, and I quote, and I'm going to say it, and I don't care. I'm a bit. No, Iceman. Shut the fuck up. You're the bitch ass. And I'm not going to say the extra word because we're live. Just know it was a very word that reflects to my ancestors, okay? If you can know what Jamaicans did for a lot of people, okay? So you know what the picture is. And when you stated that, I said to you, don't treat me like shit because I'm not one of these hoes in the community that I went through thick and thin with you. And this is how you treat us friends. So what are you trying to do here? And I told him you have one last chance to apologize. He didn't want to. What he does best is he talks over people, starts screaming and ranting, and did that with Lewis. He didn't want to apologize to me. So I told him straight up, and I started screaming at him, telling him the truth on how you are an asshole, how you don't give a damn about friendship, how you just going to go out here and call people names. And really, the goal for UCT is, like you said it to all of us here. You said it. You said that you were the one that Reason started his show and got 200 subscribers, and then TFTG started from the ground up, and the only reason why TFG is what it is today is because of you, CT, and you said that last night. Your words, not mine, on the way you addressed it. Towards that, you also used me, and you know what? I'm going to say the name because I know I can, Irvin. You used us. You fucked us over and you lied to us. You manipulated Irving and you manipulated me to the point thinking that these people had it out for us. When in actual fact, it was just you burning bridges, and you make sure to cover up your own ass so other grown-ass men don't have to come and actually hold your head up. The problem is, I'm going to say this with one last sentence and then let you guys talk about it. At this point, I don't like the drama and I'm not with it. But the problem is, this is how it is with CT. You've only have yourself to blame for it because the ones that only gave a fuck about you are now long gone. Now who are you going to call at nighttime when shit hits the fan with your family, personal issues? That shit is over with. So congratulations, CT. I no longer want to hear from you, talk to you, or see you. That's all on my behalf. I won't speak on the other or my friend's behalf. But on my behalf, don't ever associate yourself around us ever again for the way you are. And the fact of the matter is that you spoke to DTA and Lewis, how disrespectful you are to them is ridiculous. So that's all I'm going to say, guys. I'm going to smoke my shit now, and I appreciate y'all letting me do it, bro. That's it.
Good shit, Iceman. Good shit. And again, Iceman, just from me to you, homie, like, and I've told you this personally and privately, and I'll tell you openly now. That's the way you need to be, homie, because at the end of the day, in the real world, bro, this is what it is. And again, when you heard me talking to Iceman earlier, I'm not trying to call you weak-minded because I know you're not. What I'm trying to get out of you, Iceman, is what you just did now, right? Don't be so gullible. Don't let people take your kindness for weakness.
You can,
you can be kind and keep being you, because that's what I appreciate. Me personally, that's what I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
I wish I could be more of that kindness, but again, bro,
you know,
just
Louis,
as a vice,
Iceman. Go ahead.
But just as an advice, right? This world is mean. You're gonna meet people like CT, right? And you just got to keep your guards up. So bro, the way you just executed what your thoughts and how you just went through it, I'm proud of you, Iceman, for real.
Thank you, Louis,
I just wanted to shout
yeah,
that
and
out.
I just wanted to say the same thing, Iceman. That's what I was trying to tell you last night, brother. You got to have that self-confidence, and bro, keep that self-confidence, keep that same energy, bro, and just if you have that self-respect and you respect yourself enough to not let anybody sit there and treat you like that shit, bro. And neither of you guys deserve that bullshit that you were getting last night. And I wasn't about that. I'm not going to sit there and allow that to happen.
And
I just want to shout out again. What's up, Mountie KP? Crypto, Irv. We got Irving up in the building too. Everybody's
So,
joining.
Iceman, I just
hey,
want to say, something real quick, Iceman. I just want to leave you with a scripture. There's a saying that served me well. Be wise as serpents, but humble as doves. Remember that, bro.
1,000%. And see,
Exactly.
I should have said this better. It wasn't only me that got disrespected yesterday. It was DTA, Irving, and Iceman have been getting disrespected. But I would be how do I want to say it? I would be naive to the fact that Crypto was also back there last night. Crypto was disrespected. And shout out to the homie Ali that I see in here. Ali
Yep.
was disrespected yesterday. So again, it wasn't only me or DTA or these gentlemen. It was also Crypto that had to be involved in that got disrespected last night by CT. And it was also my brother Ali from this same fucking channel that he welcomed me in. So shout out to Ali. And again, Ali, I'm sorry that you had to go through that shit last night, Ali and Crypto.
So
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's
from my
the.
understanding, go ahead, DTA.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's just the thing, bro. Again, with Ali, you guys know how Ali is, bro. Like Ali, you know, Ali's no doormat. Ali doesn't let people walk all over him, but Ali is like the nicest person ever. Similar to Iceman in that way. That Ali gives you that same energy and the respect, and he treats everybody with kindness. You know, he's not a doormat by any means. If he needs to react, he'll react. But Ali's not that dude, and he even got disrespected by this motherfucker. And this dude was sitting there back talking behind Kohler's back too, talking shit about Kohler all fucking night.
So from my understanding,
I'm sorry, Mounty. I just want to say something real quick. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, DT. I appreciate it. I'm more worried about Iceman here. You know, me and Iceman were trying to talk, and it took like 3 hours just to get a sentence out.
Just to get a Ali, at least we can talk now, bro, because honestly, and you see Lewis, bro, I tried my best, bro, to literally tell CT to stop disrespecting Lewis and address the apology in a manner of respect, not cursing and not screaming and calling names and shit. Lewis ain't about that. And the fact of the matter is that I was the dumb one to actually tell CT, yo, stop.
Lewis was on mute the whole time, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say part of the conversation at all until he was getting addressed.
But you know what the problem is, though? And I think Irving, you could bat for me on this. The problem is, I get it, we're naive, but the problem is we like to look to good for even if you're a bad person, I'm always going to forgive your trespasses and actually allow you to say your piece to the point that I'm going to forgive you. But this is where I'm at. CT, if you're listening, I ain't never gonna fucking forgive you, dog, for the shit you fucking did to us psychologically. That's all I'm gonna end. I'm gonna smoke now. That's it.
So from my understanding,
it's Tua's fault.
Is this the CT that comes up on Batman show every day or
Yes.
Yeah,
you got it, Mounty.
I'm outraged and appalled that at least from what I'm hearing, that this guy is making disparaging remarks about people and then on top of that, you're saying things about people's race and culture and this and that and the third, where we as a society, this is what we're combating right now, a racial divide, and that he would perpetuate that kind of behavior in a space where everybody's just trying to hang out and talk shit, have fun, and talk about our sins. He would bring that kind of hate and venom and vitriol to a space like that. But you know, hey Lou, man, you my man, $100,000. Yeah, we talk shit, we have fun, and this, that, and the third, and we keep it moving. We don't agree on everything, but that's all good. I love it. I love you anyway. DTA, I love y'all. Crypto, we don't agree on everything, but I love y'all anyway. Y'all big cappers.
Yep.
But anyway, but look, I can't rock with that, man. Even when I'm hosting my spaces, that's one of the main things that'll get you booted. That shit, and I'll talk to El Capitan about that. And I think that should be a reconsideration on his part, because that creates divide. That's hate. That's vitriol. That's venom. It should not be allowed in our spaces at all. And when I'm got a space or a show or whatever, that's the first thing to get your ass booted. You make a snide comment about someone's race or culture. No, you're done. Period.
Well, bro, and just the fact that again that he does this shit thinking that we all have to bend a fucking knee, like, and he was literally saying this shit as if Lewis needed to, like, he literally verbatim said, "You need to acknowledge me." What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of fucking self-righteous bullshit is that? And then the fact again,
that's because the
the
guy
way
has a huge ego. He's a narcissist too.
yeah, bro, and he always needs his ego stroked. And bro, the way that he's been treating Irving and Iceman like this shit for a long time, bro. And I think it's just got to the point where it boiled over. And
MC told me to
I think DTA is somebody that he knows is someone who knows because he's been backstage with us and he's been, part of those conversations. It's not like he's talking out of nothing, out of nowhere. He knows what he's talking about. So
I'm gonna back for MC.
I listened to it, long time.
My bad, DT, but I'm gonna say this for MC since he's not here and he just texted me personally. This is for you, CT, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. Listen damn well and listen good because I know you are. MC has gone through hell with us as a group, and you guys know MC personally as well, all of you. You know him.
Well, and real quick, Iceman, I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to say this since you're bringing MCJB up. Yep. Ever since the beginning, one of the first things that I said out of my mouth before I'd even had a conversation with MCJB, and you can ask anybody on my team because they all were privy to this. But one of the things I think EM even knows this too. But even back when I was first, beefing with CT over what he did, the first thing that I made sure was that MCJB was never going to be caught in the crossfire because I knew that he was manipulated and used. His channel was used by CT, right? I knew it wasn't MCJB, so I just want we don't harbor any type of feelings towards MCJB. We love him here at this channel, and again, it's just the fact, bro. On top of all the shit that we're discussing, it's the fact that you try to say all that shit about our channel, bro. Everybody in this chat will tell you we have never said a goddamn word. We've never even brought the guy up, ever. But much love, guys. Continue. Please hit the like button as well while you guys are here. If you haven't hit it already, hit the like button. We'll do the rundown here shortly. And go ahead, Iceman. You got the floor, bro.
All good, bro. DTA. I mean, I know you're listening, CT. So listen again. Good. What you did to MC months ago, and I told you friend to friend that we thought. First off, you don't talk to MC like that. You don't call him in. I'm not going to say the names here because I don't tolerate that crap. You guys know that. But friends don't call each other out like that and curse. Just because MC wants to associate himself, and I'm going to say the names, Batman, that's his life to live. Just because you don't like that and they have their incident, it doesn't mean that you have the justification to actually curse at him every fucking night when Irving is there with you. The problem is those.
No, and I think another thing is Iceman. I just think that MCJB, he's a young man, and I just think I didn't like particularly the way that CT would treat him just because he was young. He's gonna make mistakes. He's inexperienced in life, and bro, and I just think that you gotta let him be a kid. You gotta let him, you gotta let him make his choices, man. And you can't harshly criticize him for everything the kid does, bro, because he's not 45 years old. He's only 22, 23. He's a young kid. He's got his whole life ahead of him. He's gonna have some fun. He's gonna hang out. You gotta let him hang out with who he's gonna hang out with, bro. Not everything that he does has a consequence, or he's always acting like this guy is always prone to make a large mistake in his life, and it's not like that, bro. The guy, MCJB, is a hardworking young man. He's dedicated. He's smart. He's he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's got a family that loves him and stuff. And it's just, this guy just treats him like if he doesn't have a fucking brain in between his ears and stuff, or that he can't think for himself.
And it's not just that, Irving, is this. And I think Jay said it early in the chat. I don't know if you could find it, DT, but he mentioned that not only me and Irving took your shit, you're an asshole that gets drunk as fuck every fucking night. Pardon my French and my language, but at the end of the day, damn it, you don't treat us like that, what you did to MC.
No, it's not just that, bro, but he gets drunk, he starts becoming obnoxious. He becomes very disrespectful. He becomes very arrogant. Yeah, man, and it's like
bro, he's very arrogant, and again, he uses that to try to take advantage of you guys, and he has to belittle people. You guys notice that what CT does is he attaches himself to low-hanging fruit, And I mean that by saying that, like, he's going to go after and attach himself to easy targets, people he can manipulate and
Young,
people he
naive
can
men.
control
Just say
and
it.
treat
Young,
like
naive
shit.
people. Yep.
He has to talk you guys down. But here's the thing, like, Mountie is absolutely right. And that's why I love what Mountie said. I'm fucking sick and tired of the divide, especially when it's unnecessary like that shit and the shit that he's doing and the stuff that he's creating, right? Like, he's the one going behind people's backs and going from show to show, creating this bullshit. And it's just causing more of a rift and a divide that we don't need. It's unnecessary. Like Mountie said, like, I'm just glad he's being exposed for it because, look, now we all get to come together and you guys get to enjoy the show. We guys, we all get to talk Dolphins and all that. Like, Mountie's right.
As the old man of the show, I gotta say this. It's all about showing respect, regardless of age, culture, whatever. Because I started on YouTube when it was.
Hey, I'm sorry, Mr. Polk. Jay-Zan, get your pussy ass up here and talk, bro. You got something to say. Don't ever compare me to CT saying some bullshit like that, motherfucker.
I got you, DTA. What about this, Jay-Zan? How about this? Let me know the day that he steps out of line, because he's never done. Jay-Zan, the problem is with you.
I've always said this. Hey, Iceman, real quick, dog. I want to say this. Even if DTA did make that comment, he didn't make it with a racist intention. He just said it. He just said it without even, maybe no. It happens to me too, bro. Like, you make comments and you don't even know. I'm like, oh shit, did I say that? You meant it like as a general statement, like whatever. It just
Bro, I said something. I said something.
Things that we don't mean.
I said something that I came out. I said something that I came out and I apologize for, and it was insensitive. I never said anything with racial intent.
No, but
CT's out here saying that goddamn N-word. Don't fucking compare me to that fuck ever again. Bro, you the biggest, loudest, whiniest bitch that ever comes in this fucking show, on any of our shows, in this goddamn channel. I don't know why you keep coming in here every goddamn night crying like a little bitch you are. You don't get up on the panels. You're a fucking pussy with your panties in a bunch, and you can't even talk anything of substance. So keep running your mouth, you stupid fuck.
And I want to pick back on what DTA said, because I was there when you got into it with CB83. And I did not take it racial when y'all two got into it. Y'all were heated. You said what you had to say, but it wasn't racial.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm a witness to that.
People say things that they don't mean all the time, bro. It doesn't mean just because you say one thing that's taken out of context, it doesn't mean that you're that particular thing, bro. It's just something that says in the heat of the moment and whatever, bro. We apologize, like, man, and we settle our differences and we move on, bro. And that's it is what it is.
But I'm never gonna hand down a pass.
You're right, Moss. You're right.
I'm never gonna hand down a pass for people who use racial epithets. Cause see, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a scripture verse that says, "Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks." So whatever's in your heart is gonna come out, regardless.
Yeah.
And you make racial epithets like that. That's a part of who you are. So when a person shows you who they are, you gotta believe them.
Let me ask you, Manny, have you ever felt, if you or Mr. Polk or anybody, if any of you guys on this panel felt that I was racist? I mean, I want this fucking thing to be dropped once and for all. I came out and had several shows apologizing for that. I've even communicated on my own. See, what you guys don't know going on in the background is right after that show, up until today. So after that show happened on CB83 show, up until today, I've been reaching out. I've been messaging him. I've been talking to him. I've been apologizing. I never dropped no N-words, anything, and I had no intent of any type of racial intent behind it.
Exactly. And then I'm gonna tell you something else DTA did one time, and I don't know if he remembered it or not. I was on the panel. I was on the panel. No, I'm sorry. I was in the chat room. I forgot which podcast it was, and I said something, and somebody else responded in a very negative way. And before I can respond, DTA jumped all over that person, and said that don't bother with the people in the panel. And and to get back to what I was trying to say before, Lewis, EM, DTA, and there's some other ones. You guys are generals. You guys are generals when it comes crypto as well. It's quite a few of you guys. You guys are generals, and the reason why I say that is because with me, I'm kind of laid back. I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of laid back. But everybody has a line that you don't cross. Okay, when you cross that line, then you know, like I said, you deserve to get what you put out. So CT, you know, I wasn't there when all this happened, but all these guys wouldn't be lying. Lewis, DTA, all these guys wouldn't be lying if you did what you did. And if you did do that, man, well, I'm not gonna say if you did do it. You did do it. For all these guys to be saying, and it's wrong to do that. And then when it comes down to young guys like Iceman, I've always complimented Iceman on his knowledge of football and the Miami Dolphins and his dedication to the Miami Dolphins. So, you know, brother, you need to get yourself right. You need to get yourself right.
Yeah, a couple words for Iceman and anybody else who may have been offended by what they heard.
I appreciate
Listen,
you,
guys.
the crazy Dolphin, man. That's
Look,
love.
and Iceman, come on, man. We met, a year ago or so, however long it was, man. When you come on social media, right, or in public, man, you got to not give a fuck about these mofos, man. Let me just tell you, man, because people will try to manipulate you. People will try to put words in your mouth, man, and they will try to drive your response, dude. You got to know exactly where you're coming from and deal. You have a voice, you have a mind, you have an opinion, right? What brings us all here is the Miami Dolphins, loving the Miami Dolphins and what's going on, right? It's disappointing when these things happen, man. But the point is this, man. Once somebody tries you on in terms of who you are, in terms of your character, respond right away, man. Don't hold back on them, man, because nobody deserves to be belittled or KP, treated less than. You know what I'm saying?
You know me, KP, and you know I'm not with the. I'm not with the disrespect. And last night when Lewis and CT, the way CT was going at Lewis, I thought he was my friend, and I told him specifically, as witnesses are here, I said that is not how you talk to people because you did that with MC, and look how that went. And then he didn't respect me to the point that every time I try to warn this CT, every time when you step out of line and start cursing, it takes a dramatic effect on another one psychologically because the person doesn't want to be disrespected. So last night when you call me a bitch ass, and I'm not going to say the word, that's when I flipped the table and said, what are we doing? Because I've been your friend through thick and thin, and this is how you're going to treat me. So honestly, it goes a lot more in depth to a lot of people, not just me, but that's just one.
No. Listen, so it's unfortunate, and to some degree, there's a bigger narrative playing out above all of us, right? We as a country, I think Monty spoke to this, we have a reckoning coming when it comes to things on the racial front, right? And in many ways, all of us, white, black, whomever, we're all poisoned by the social climate that we are raised into. And like the verbiage, the N-word, I've spoken to people before about using that term. You know what I'm saying? And I've called out other African-American social media callers for using that term. Because once you get comfortable with using that term in public, man, you open up avenues for others to also jump in and think and be comfortable. And we're not ready for that as a nation right now. I know many of you who are younger think that because of pop culture, whatever, that certain terms are, available to be used by all, but it's just best practice to avoid it, right? And I think what we're experiencing now is a little bit of the fallout by some people who think it's okay to just throw that term around casually. We come from a community down here in South Florida where it's regularly used, right? And so it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough for some of us. Right. But at the same time, we got to strive to be better people. We got to be better.
I don't know about MCJB. Come up here, bro. I'll come down.
Man, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on, man. But I have beef with every single one of y'all, man.
Hey.
All right. I have a beef with you, KP, Crypto, Lewis, Iceman. I have beef with all y'all boys, bro.
The Mets are not going anywhere, Alex.
What's new, Alex? The water's wet.
The Mets still suck, and the Islanders are terrible.
You see,
Alex, let me know right now, bro. Hey, did Tua send you?
That's why I don't know. I don't think so. I have beef with all y'all. No, I have beef with all y'all because y'all want to say the Mets suck and the Islanders suck. Man, forget that, bro. I'm so offended by that. No, I'm just playing, y'all. Yeah, y'all.
There you
What's
go.
up, MCJB? What's going on, brother?
Hey man, how you doing?
Hey,
Good, bro.
MCJB,
How
get
are
off
you,
me. You a
man?
Braves fan.
Nah,
You a Braves fan. Get out of here, bro.
Nah, it's fine.
I'm
What's
just
up,
kidding.
man? What's
MC,
up,
you're a Braves fan, man. Get out of here.
What's up, NCJB?
Bro, I've just been laughing my ass off. I keep, bro. I don't know if y'all keep if you reading what Bones keeps saying, bro. I know it's just fucking.
I have
He's
beef
just
with
trolling,
Bones
but
too. Bones, I got beef with you too. What's up, bro? Oh, you
hey,
gonna
that's
kick
my
my
guy.
ass?
That's my
Okay.
guy.
Okay.
Stop picking
Bones, I'm gonna
What's up,
toss you over the
Andres?
top rope. Hey,
What's up,
Bones,
King Mill?
What's up, King Mill?
I'm gonna rock bottom. I'm gonna rock bottom. Bones through a table, bro.
It's been
How's
a long
that?
day for Alex.
Shit. Hey, so anyways, switching it to football, hey, Big King DTA, if you don't mind me turning it to the Dolphins, it's up to you if you want to do
Nah,
that.
man, we don't want to
Show.
talk about Dolphins on here. No,
Butch Barry, who the hell is this guy?
well, Butch
Yeah,
Barry,
Go, bro. Yeah.
apparently, Urban, I
Well,
didn't mean to
apparently
cut you off, bro.
he's
I'm
a
sorry.
buddy.
But apparently the offensive line for Denver was actually top 10 under Butch Barry last year, even though he was fired. I mean, they were good last year. The offensive line was not the issue.
Man, I was gonna talk.
Oh my God, Pete! I'm
Well,
gonna
the
rock
offense
bottom you
were
through the table
bad.
too.
I was gonna talk my talk.
Yeah, they scored like
well,
what,
Actually,
9
no,
points a game?
They scored like 9 points a game. It was
What's worse, a
bad.
Stone Cold Stunner or a rock bottom? What's worse?
And if
I
you
don't.
want to, go ahead, bro, because I know what you
Oh,
want to say.
Stunner.
So.
Stone
A
Cold
stunner?
Stunner. That's
The
what.
Stone
What's
Cold
worse than a
Stunner
rock
was.
bottom and a Stone Cold
I don't
Stunner?
know,
Your
man.
big old takes.
I don't want to.
All right, Shake. You're gonna get the
Shake.
pedigree.
I don't know, Ice man. It's just
Man, he bringing out the pedigree.
you told me
Yeah.
the text.
No, screw all of y'all. I'm putting all of y'all in the sharpshooter. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm putting you all in the
Tap
sharpshooter.
out, guys. Tap
Hey,
out.
what were you trying to say, MCJB?
Hey, Crypto, you're gonna give the eyebrow?
Ice man,
Will you do
sure
that?
I can do that?
Yeah, dude, you have my permission, bro. You didn't even have to ask me, bro. Go
I
ahead.
know, but
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I got you.
Go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
So, as y'all all know, I've been gone away for like 3 weeks. I have not been talking to nobody. You see me and Batman's pop in for like average of 2 minutes, and I hop off because I don't want to, like deal with CT, deal with all this bullshit. Well, then I hear yesterday or today about last night. Man, that ain't right, dog. That ain't right. You gonna be racist to my friends? You gonna be racist like that? You fucked up. You so fucked up, bruh. Hell no, you ain't doing that. No,
Well done, MC. Give it to him.
Talk to
Bruh.
him, see.
You saying
MC,
the N word, dog? You can't do that, and I don't like racist people, man. I don't, bro.
Me
I
neither.
blocked your number.
I don't either.
I blocked your number, dog. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to see you. Bro, just get the fuck out of
You
my
did
face,
this.
yo
You
bitch
did
ass.
this. You did.
Hell
He
no.
did
I'm
this.
sorry, my
Yeah,
bad.
He did this
KP,
to
I have a
himself, bro.
question. I have a question for everybody. I'm Hispanic, and I have a lot of friends that are black. Most of my friends are black or Spanish. I barely have any white friends.
Mm.
Me and them, we always use the N-word around each other. We always, but we don't mean it in a racist way. I don't ever mean it in a racist way.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you right now, Alex. I'll
that-
answer this for you, bro.
And I want
If
to say one
if
more
you
thing.
have to think about it, you probably shouldn't say it.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I didn't mean. I wasn't trying to. Again, I was not trying to be racist about it or anything. I was just asking a question. But
No, but his thing as I'm I can remember a few years back in my early teens, I used to call my buddies my N.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, I learned that what happens is that draws sometimes the wrong attention and response from others and what have you. So my thing is this: I was raised up by parents. Both of my parents were teachers, and all their friends were or from different cultures. So I was raised up to love and respect all cultures, regardless. That's how I was raised up.
That's facts.
If my
Ditto,
mom or dad would have
ditto.
heard
That's
me
facts.
disrespect a culture, I would have got knocked out. And I
And
ain't
you
gonna
know,
lie.
I respect everybody that's on this panel, KP, Crypto. Even though we all have our disagreements in debates and stuff, at the end of the day, I would never disrespect any of y'all because I love talking football with every single one of y'all because we at the end of the day I feel that we're one big family.
Right.
Out
And
to
we
be
can
an
learn from each other.
Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi. It's a book you should check out. Listen, again, part of this is bigger than all of us. Racism and racist language is part of the American ether in 2023. There's some who want to deny it, some who want to look over it. But the reality is when you use charged terms like the N-word, which is probably the most charged term you can use, whether it's in passing, whether it's casual, right? It's going to allow for racism to enter back into whatever it is you're dealing with.
Exactly.
And that is just the reality.
And when
right?
you say it in a hushed tone and you mean it with the tent that you know what it has the
Guys,
definition between,
every single one of y'all, every single.
I gotta hop out, please.
Yeah, go ahead, MC. Sorry, and then I want to ask everyone a question as soon as she's done.
Everything that Iceman said was true, bro. We were playing Xbox for I don't know how long, and yes, he did make me sell my damn Xbox and got a PS5. Fuck that man, dog. I couldn't take him.
Hey, that's
man.
a good choice,
I
MC.
just couldn't.
I know, bro.
I couldn't take
Hey,
his
MC,
shit.
you know the berating that we
You should
suffered.
never
You
sell
know
an
the
Xbox
berating that we
ever.
Xbox is
suffered.
trash.
Go ahead, bro.
PS5 is better.
Nah, I was just
You should
saying,
never
like,
sell an Xbox.
And CT,
It's like
I know
selling
you-
10,000
I
Bitcoin for a
both.
slice of pizza.
I know you're listening.
Oh.
I know you are listening, CT, and you heard MC.
Crypto,
through
I
the
need your
mouth.
advice
You
on
heard him,
Bitcoin,
dog.
I
bro.
gotta go, guys. Hey, DTA.
All right,
Lewis,
MC, take care.
Ali, thank
I
you
got
for
you.
having me on.
Hey, MC, when's some new
Thanks
music
for
coming
talking.
out? You
I
got any
love you
new
too,
music?
bro. I
Any
appreciate
new
you.
music?
Huh?
Any
I
new
gotta
music
let
coming out?
Not
Gotta
yet.
let Iceman finish.
When it comes out, it comes out. Much love to y'all. See y'all later.
Okay,
All right,
MC, I'll see you, bro. Have a good one. Hey, quick question. I
Iceman
want
getting a
to.
chance to finish.
No,
Oh,
I'm
go ahead,
good. I'm
Iceman.
good.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say that I know CT that you're listening, and that's a fact because I know what's up. But you heard it through MC that the fact of the matter is that exactly what MC talked about, the bullshit that you did to him psychologically, is the crap you did to Lewis. And I told you not to do it, and you didn't respect me. Then you said the word that I'm not going to say, and that's where we're at. With not just me, but you have burned so many bridges in this Dolphins community. It's unbelievable how you are, bro. So at the end of the day, I'm done talking about it on my side. Y'all can keep doing it, but honestly, I don't ever want to hear your voice ever again, CT. That's just me though, because that's it. That's what I gotta say.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Whatever happened, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Hey,
But hey,
by the way,
did you
I
guys
wanna
hear?
address something. I want to address the. I grew up in Carroll
what's
City.
up, bro?
I grew up in Carroll City.
First of all, I gotta
and-
say it's good to be back home in the Fins tailgate, bro. My
Yeah, bro.
goodness, I haven't been here in a long time, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why
same
not?
here.
Why not, Earth? Man, why you left?
But working, bro, working. Just
Hey, I
busy,
gotta,
bro.
hey, I gotta
Can y'all hear
bring
me?
up something about. Yeah, we can hear you, Shake. I gotta bring up something with
let
Uncle Ron.
Let me say something. Then go ahead. I was gonna say I grew up in Carroll City, and everybody who knows what Carroll City is a predominant black neighborhood. Went to Skyway, went to Lakes. So I have used that word, but ever since I moved into a white neighborhood 10 years ago, I stopped using it. I haven't used it since. So it's I agree with KP 100% what he's saying.
Yeah, 100. Hey, did you guys? I want to bring up hip hop news real quick.
Okay.
Did you guys hear what Uncle Ron said about Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Puffy?
No,
Who is Uncle Ron?
Uncle Ron is a
I
former
forgot.
bodyguard of Jay-Z and Beyonce. Apparently, they're saying that Beyonce and Jay-Z ended Carrie Hilson's career. That's what he said.
Carrie
And
Hilson. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about,
Just
bro.
kidding. Just kidding.
and also
Yeah.
that,
What was that, KP?
Beyonce and
Who's Carrie
Jay-Z, Beyonce and Jay-Z will pretty much it's them
Illuminati.
against the world. It's them against the world. They will stomp on anybody that gets in their way. And
Oh yeah, bro. That's what they
and
are,
also
bro.
the fact is that apparently Puffy put a $30,000 hit on Biggie back in '97.
Oh, I don't believe that. I don't.
30,000, yeah.
30,000. That's
You
it.
think
That's
you
fucking
think they would have
hilarious, bro.
executed on that
I
already?
know.
Because Biggie was
What?
going to leave Bad Boy. Biggie was going to leave Bad Boy and start his own career,
That's
and
like
he wanted all the
35
rights.
years.
And he wanted all the rights to Biggie's label. Not a label, but
Wasn't Biggie ready to die? Wasn't he ready to die?
no,
Wasn't he already
not
talking
ready to
about life
die.
after death?
Mm-mm.
Not
Hey, you never
that.
know, bro.
His magazine, his magazine.
Those are the
covers.
titles of his 2 albums, by the way.
Yeah. I know. I had both of them. I'm a huge Biggie fan. I grew up on Biggie.
I know
and Pop.
Tupac definitely died because some people say that Suge Knight put a hit on him or whatever, but it had a lot to do with because of gang, and there was some sort of like
It was
gang
Orlando
rivalry.
Anderson. Orlando Anderson was the one that killed him because
supposedly
because of the
Suge
fight.
Knight is not going to have him killed when he's in a damn car with him.
Supposedly
No,
he
that's
was
not
loosely
true,
tied to
Jake.
the Bloods or whatever the fuck, and
What do you
I
mean
think it
that's
was.
not true? The dude had
He
the
was
guy
killed
had
by
no
the mafia.
bulletproof vest.
He was killed by the mafia, and his body was buried underneath the stadium.
Damn.
Oh
Damn.
shit!
By
Damn.
the way, I just want to address in the comment. I will never call
crazy,
Carroll
that.
City Miami Gardens ever. I never call
Yeah,
it.
no,
I never
that's
call
not
it in a
Miami
million
Gardens.
years
What the
Miami
hell?
Gardens. It's Carroll
Can I
City.
comment something about
That's
Dolphins
right.
real quick?
We know it's Carroll City, baby. That's it.
Hey, can I comment something about Dolphins real quick? I
bro.
I can't be on here very long, so I
Ali,
gotta.
what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, Ali?
Hope
Pretty good.
you and the
So-
family doing well, bro.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. So I know there's a lot of people on Twitter and on Discord and on social media in a dumps about the offensive line coach hire and stuff. And there's rumors going around that he got laughed out of the Denver coaching or the what you call it, the locker rooms and shit. Well, I've been thinking hard about this. Why the hell would we sign this guy if he's so bad, right?
Yeah.
And I've been. And here,
Go ahead,
hold on, Irving, and I'll let you interject. So I've been thinking about this, and I literally take everything that McDaniel says seriously, right? And he said that at one point, and I can't remember, he was talking about Austin Jackson and Eichenberg, and he said, and he was talking about our center as well. He said, what I expect of my offensive linemen is a lot different than your traditional offensive linemen. I asked them to do things that they normally wouldn't do, and normally you don't see very often. Because of that, and because this guy has familiarity at San Francisco and knows the system that McDaniel's trying to bring, is it possible he's the guy that could teach those things that he wants them to do that traditional offensive linemen don't do?
Ooh, good question, Ali. That's a good
That's
point.
a good question, Ali.
Good point and good question.
The proof will be in the pudding, Ali. It depends on how they react. I mean,
that's the only thing that makes sense on why you would bring this guy. I mean, besides he's buddy with
said that at the beginning, and I remember that Ali, because he said that at the beginning of the season. I think in one of his first, I think just in the start of training camp.
Yeah, I think it was around training camp he said it.
Yeah, because if you look at the film, like Trent Williams, he played fullback. He was playing out of position, played the fullback against the Green Bay Packers when they were playing in the NFC divisional round. In I think it was a 2021 season, right?
Yeah.
And he was using him out of the fullback. So yeah, that's an example of he'll even have his like centers pulling and stuff. Like it's like crazy stuff that he does with his offensive linemen. So it would make sense that he would, take it what he said, that he literally backed up what he said, but with the hiring of Butch Davis, who's a guy who's been known to, as you said, Ali, that he's a guy that makes, or asks offensive linemen to do what they normally don't tend to do, or what they haven't done in the past, and just, and maybe some offensive linemen are uncomfortable with that. Maybe what he's asking certain offensive linemen to do, it's unrealistic, and maybe they're not cool, maybe they don't like doing it, and maybe that's why you see some comments coming out that players didn't like him and they were glad he was fired and whatever.
You're right. Maybe the personnel at Denver just wasn't fit to do what he was asking them.
We didn't hire him, did we, Ali?
Well,
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I guess we did. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
we did. We did because I
knew-
heard about that this morning.
Damn, I didn't know that.
So the Broncos starting center and their starting left tackle, they missed. I think they missed 5 and 8 games respectively. I don't know if I'm mixing that up, but anyways, so they were the only two right, and they were the only two athletic offensive linemen in the NFL. And we all know that centers are the brain behind the offensive line.
Yeah.
And when the guys went out, they didn't have the personnel to run the wide zone scheme. So because of the injuries and just the lack of personnel, not that they didn't have to run this, scheme, on a consistent basis. I think that's what, it basically led to the struggles of the offensive line. Right. It created the struggle on the offensive line. And like KP said, the mistrust in the system. So I think that's what led him getting booted out of Denver. And it didn't make sense because I think, who was their offensive line coach, the Broncos offensive line coach before Butch Barry? I think it was Mike Munchak, right?
Mike Munchak.
Yeah, and he's one of the most respected offensive line coaches in the NFL.
That's what I wanted, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's because of that.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. I got to bounce out, but
all right, Ali.
All right, Ali.
Good night, brother.
Take care, Ali.
Good night, brother.
All right, Ali. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I just think that. I think that was like a confusing thing. I think here's the thing though. What some people have pointed out as a positive to this hire. I think they surrendered. I think it was I forgot what the rankings were. I know they surrendered somewhere between 53 sacks. And they were 23rd in the NFL in terms of yards per rush, like what they allowed. But they were like top 10 in pass block win rate and run block win rate.
Yep,
So
that's true.
So there's some people trying to hey, this is not at all a negative thing for the Dolphins. I think they got a sneaky good hire. But if you watch the Big O show, now he has Benjamin Albright as one of his insiders. He's a Denver Broncos insider. And he said, he was the source that revealed that there were a lot of players in the locker room that didn't like him or his scheme. They thought he was kind of a joke. They, when they fired him in week 17, I'm sorry, DTA, real quick. Even when they fired him in week 17, even the players applauded in the meeting. So
I don't know much about Butch Barry. Is he a shit hire then? Because I'm just now looking at the articles, and it's a lot of slandering towards him.
That's the picture they're painting. That's the picture they're painting.
Real quick.
Hey, talk about how he leaves notes in the locker rooms.
Damn, bro. Dude, check this out. There's a bunch of, I'll just say it real quick, but there's a bunch of articles because I was just looking into the Butch Barry thing, and basically all of them are slandering him, right? There's also articles saying that what did it say? It said a physician, a doctor, there's a couple doctors that are urging the NFL to stop Tua's participation starting next year. They basically said in quotes that he is a sacrificial piece of the show.
Yeah, well, come on, man. Oh my God.
I'm just the messenger. I'm just telling you what they're saying, bro.
No, not you, DTA. I'm not saying that to you, bro.
Hey, Alex, I wanted to give some background on him. He was a senior defensive analyst
go ahead, man.
for the Green Bay Packers.
I apologize, man.
Yeah, no, you're good. He was a senior defensive analyst for the Green Bay Packers, and he spent a couple years on the San Francisco coaching staff. He served as the assistant offensive line coach under Mike McDaniel when he was the offensive coordinator there. And then he got the job on Nathaniel Hackett's staff as the offensive line coach. So he has familiarity with Mike McDaniel. So Mike McDaniel basically went back to his old coaching staff and handpicked him. So it's his guy going back to San Francisco.
Okay, well, that kind of explains why he was hired, because he's familiar with Coach McDaniel and the scheme.
Right. Yep. Exactly. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, you're gonna hear the same stuff we heard about Flores. This guy can't hire coaches.
Oh, KP, we in trouble then.
So you guys think
That's true.
that it? You guys think
He
then
cannot
with
fire not
Barry
one
Bush,
person next year.
do you think that it has? Do you think that we have us having Bradley Chubb as anything? Well, no, I guess he's the offensive line. I'm just trying to think of any tie to Denver to why we'd hire him. Is
Well,
Mike
agree with you,
McDaniel
KP, next
linked to
year.
him?
Fangio, maybe too.
Yeah, Fangio may have put in the word for him.
Yeah,
Coming
that could have
from
been.
them.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah,
Ooh, that's
Fangio.
yep.
And KP, I agree with you.
You're
Next
right.
year, if we don't succeed, it's going to be Brian Flores' fault.
Yeah, well, it's
You
always
know,
Flores' fault. It takes no talent to rip Brian Flores.
Check
You know
this
what I mean?
out. Check this out. Let me get you guys'
Right. Takes no
opinion, okay?
talent.
Because
I
me
don't
and
want to
Shake
provide
were.
context to Brian Flores. People are not going to like
can you
it.
guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
me and Shake were talking about, like the offensive line and what we think they should do and the moves that they should make and stuff. But let me ask you this: if they go out, let's say that they go get, because again, you got Tua's blind side on the right tackle. I would definitely keep Shell for like a depth piece, no matter what. I honestly think the team might roll with him as the starter, but however. At the very least, I would keep him as a depth piece. I would like us to go get a marquee right tackle to match, what we have in Teron Armstead at the left tackle position, and then maybe get a good left guard. And I know some people are saying they're going to either draft one, excuse me, or find them in free agency.
No,
But
you
here's the
can't find him
thing:
in
what
free
if we go
agency.
do that? Let's say we address all those things. Let's say we address it. We revamp the O line, and after doing so, we still have the same issues with Tua next year. Then what? Where do you point the fingers in?
You got to start blaming the
That's
players
it.
at that point.
Yeah, you gotta start blaming the players at that point. But isn't the right tackle from Green Bay a free agent? Elton
Bacateri?
Jenkins?
Oh,
No,
Jenkins? Elgin
Jenkins.
Jenkins?
Yeah. If I think he is.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just going, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just going by what Madden tells me because Madden
Oh my
Madden
God.
has him as a free agent.
If you want
Madden
the
had.
business in Madden, let me know.
All right, Iceman, I got you, bro. Hey, but Madden has him as a free agent after 2022 season. I mean, is it that kind of like this? Like
Could be. I mean, but how good is this Jenkins guy? I'd have to see that.
Well, they have him as an overall 85 in Madden.
What's his age?
26.
Drafted out of Mississippi, I think. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so too. Mississippi. I think you're right, KP. But or that or maybe McGlynn, whatever.
Well, McGlintock from San Fran, he's a system guy.
I mean,
from Notre Dame, a little bit old in the tooth now. He's going to leave
Hey,
for
can
a
I
while.
give you the statistic? I found the exact statistics from the I think it was PFF. So the Denver Broncos under Barry, right? They had the team run block win rate was number 4 in the NFL. They had a 74% run block win rate, and then they had the 9th highest pass block win rate as a team. 9th in the NFL was 62%. Okay, so in 2021, the Broncos were ranked 15th in run block win rate and 16th in team pass block win rate. So under Butch Barry, went from 16-9 in pass block win rate and 15-4 in run block win rate.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was saying, guys. I mean,
like I said, it's a wait and see type of hire, bro. Like some people feel really.
Why would the players do that? I don't.
Like I said, it could be a technical issue, just that maybe players are uncomfortable with what Barry had been asking them to do. Maybe they're uncomfortable with his type of scheme, the way he wants the players to run it. It's a different. It's just different factors, different.
Maybe they're an offensive line of Javon Hollins. They like to lay on their carpet and talk shit about.
I tell you this: the whole Bronco team last year was just a shit show. Last season.
I think what it is. What it is that no, but I think another thing was that I think a lot of the reason why that because I think what's his name, Russell Wilson had the most time to throw in the NFL. He had 2.6 seconds to throw. So when you see the statistics with in terms of the amount of pressures and hurries and hits that the Broncos offensive line last year gave up, it had to do mostly not with because it's not because they did a bad job really in pass blocking. I think it was just that it was Russell Wilson was just holding on to the football too long.
Yeah.
He was going
Russell
off
Wilson
script
didn't
a
have a
lot.
clue. He didn't have a clue.
Yeah,
and the new system.
He looked lost.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
yeah, and then not only that, but he would. There were many times where he would just go off script, just waiting, holding on to the football, waiting for receivers to get open, and hoping that something would would develop downfield. And my problem is with this offensive line, with this guy, I think even if he does a great job, like we still got to see if Tua can learn to get rid of the football. And that's been his problem going back to Alabama. And that's the reason why he got a lot of sacks, right? I see that in Green Bay, bro. There were many times, like most of his sacks just came from him just holding on to the football, like just way too long. And he's the type of quarterback where he thinks he's at Alabama still. Like he's trying to go off script, trying to do too much, just trying to see if something happens. And sometimes in the NFL, bro, it doesn't work like that in the NFL. You got to learn to get rid of the football. You got to learn to take what the defense gives you. And that's something that, like I've said to EM and many people, that is, and many people on Twitter that I've said this, that, Teddy Bridgewater, you can shit on him as much as you want. Like he does a better job of taking what the defense gives him than what Tua does. Because Tua is an aggressive quarterback. Yeah, bro, and he wants to look for something. He wants to constantly attack downfield. And it's like, it's not always like that, bro. In the NFL, you just got to take what the defense gives you. If it's a dump off in the flats, a check down, or it's a screen, whatever, bro, just take what the defense gives you. If you see the linebackers dropping back, bro, if there's nothing open downfield, use your legs, just run, get a few yards with your legs and slide. Learn how to protect. And if you see a sack coming, do the Brady thing, just drop to the floor. And I think another thing is that the reason why he had these concussions, bro, is that, bro, he allows these defensive linemen to just suplex him because he's holding on to the damn football for so long. I'm like, bro, if you see the defensive lineman grabbing you, just go to the ground, bro. Just get down. Why do you need to do so much and then take a severe whiplash from a fucking suplex move from the defensive tackle?
You're asking him to be more of a game manager. But what does it take to be a game manager? It takes that you can process everything that's happening on the field and make the right decision, right? That is where Tua struggles.
Look at Ryan Tannehill. That's a game manager right there. Ryan Tannehill.
I don't know if Ryan Tannehill's the best example.
I think KP. The thing is, he has to realize that he is not.
Chad Pennington was a game manager.
No, but what I mean is that he has to learn that he isn't Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't have the physical, skill set or physical tools to be constantly going off script. You're not that type of guy. You don't have the
That's what Al Capitan been saying for months.
Yeah,
now.
and you don't have the athletic ability to throw on the run off platform and throw like 40, 50 yards down a rope. Only guys like Herbert and Patrick Mahomes can do that because or Josh Allen can do that. You need to know that you're not like that. And number two, you need to be more disciplined with the football. You got to learn to throw away the football. You're a pocket guy. You have some mobility. You can move around. And you can throw on the run when it's a design bootleg or a rollout or whatever. But bro, you need to learn, like the Matt Ryans, the Drew Brees. What do they do when they get in trouble? They throw away the football. They take what the defense gives them. That's what smart veterans do, and that's and you're not the most,
one of the best. That's what Dan Marino did his entire career.
Oh yeah, exactly. And if you're not the most durable quarterback, get rid of that fucking football, dog.
Right, and Dan Marino is a good example of that because we all knew that when he came from the University of Pittsburgh that he was not good at running the ball. So that's why Dan Marino had that quick release.
Yeah.
Hey, Crypto, everybody! I'm about Lewis. Irvin, everybody on the
All
panel.
right, Alex.
Have a good night, bro. I'm
Salute.
gonna go work.
All right, Alex.
Out.
All right,
Later,
Go to
brother.
the gym
All
and
right,
work
man.
out.
Good night, man.
Hey, Alex, man,
All right,
blessings
my
to your
boy.
family, man. I know you got another
Yep.
one on the way, right? Peace,
And
peace
how
and
dare
blessings to
you?
you, bro.
Yes,
Yep.
sir, for sure.
Yep.
And how dare you? How
Crazy,
dare you
man.
put a Tua picture next to a New York Rangers logo?
And the comment from Jermaine is that all those are not Tua haters. With me, the thing is, I've always been on the fence with a player that's become the Miami Dolphins, that they prove and show that they are going to make us a winner. And we put everything we've done as much as we can to give I gotta make sure I say this right, to give Tua the chance to be the quarterback that he should be. And I'm not saying this as a hater. I'm saying this as a Miami Dolphin, because I say about the next quarterback we bring in. He has not shown me durability and consistency, and that's my thing for Tua.
Jermaine, you got to look in the mirror, bro. You got to look in the mirror, Jermaine. Is 0-4 in December good enough for you?
No.
Is the Tennessee game, when the game's on the line, good enough for you? Apparently it is. But there are other people who disagree.
Snuff Office gets like mediocrity. Yeah, Snuff Office gets mediocrity.
I don't get
Right.
it. When we talk about Tua, why they say we hating on Tua when we just talking about?
I'm not even hating on Tua, bro. I'm giving him advice so he can have a. Listen, I'm not hating on Tua. I'm just giving him advice so he can have a longer career and be available for us, bro. Because, dude, if you're not available, well, then what good are you, bro? Well, then what's the whole point of Chris Greer bringing you back for another year, dude?
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not hating on Tua neither.
But again, have you noticed that like when he hikes the ball, he already automatically throws the ball to Tyreek direction, no matter how much is he being covered.
Yeah,
he just throws to him.
I agree, Shake. He's got to stop that shit, dude. He's got to stop force feeding that ball to Tyreek, dog. There's other targets, dude. Like, you need to, and that happened late in the season. Like when you look at the film, like you look at the Chargers game, you look at I think even the Buffalo game. You see him, especially on those those quick outs, bro. He was forcing the ball to Tyreek, even in great coverage, bro, in tight man-to-man coverage.
I think a bigger question is why? Why is he doing that? Is he doing that because he wants to, or is it because he's caving into pressure from Tyreek? If he's caving into pressure from Tyreek, that's a big problem. That means he's not the man that he needs to be at quarterback. And that's something we need to know.
One thing I tell you that I heard from EM, he said that Mike McDaniel said to Tyreek Hill, the first thing that Mike McDaniel said to Tyreek Hill is, I'm getting you 2,000 yards.
Right.
That's a concern.
Yes.
It should be a Super Bowl on your mind, but that's just
that's the kind of thing that will break down a team's unity real fast when he sets favoritism
numbers and
to this
study
player
the
or that
ultimate
player.
goal.
You know, yeah, absolutely.
The reason why Tua is relevant in all this is because if you're bringing in an offensive line coach, right, and if he can turn this offensive line around, if the offensive line is doing its job and it's giving him time to throw, but he's still getting hurt, that's on Tua, dude. And that's why I make the comparison to him and Russell Wilson, because both quarterbacks, they like to hold on to the football and do like to go off script, but sometimes it becomes a problem and it becomes a detriment to them.
It becomes a problem, specifically when you don't have a gun like Russell Wilson, right? And when you have a marginally better athletic ability like Russell Wilson. But, for a large part, it caught up to Russell Wilson this past season because as an aging player, he probably got a little slower, in a new system. The margin between him being successful with those off-script plays and executing them, it wasn't there anymore. And we saw the results of that. And, Tua can't afford, with the abilities he brings on the field, to not be a decisive, quick twitch quarterback. He's got. I hate to bring up Drew Brees, right? Because a lot of people, just necessarily make that comment, that connection. But he's got to be more like him. He's got to be more like him to be successful.
Yeah,
he absolutely does.
And he's got to do it because of survivability, dude. You need to adapt those type of, techniques in order to survive in this league, bro. Because, bro, you already know your history going to Alabama, dude. Bro, Tua, bro. It's an injury. It's always something, bro. It's like the doctor from the game. You know the surgery game. I forgot what it was
The
called.
board game, yeah, it's when you take the heart out of the mouth. Yeah.
That's it. That's what Tua is, dog.
Operation. It was the name of the game was
Operation. There
Operation.
you
Yeah,
go.
it's called Operation. Yeah.
And then the
And
nose
that's
would
what
turn
Tua
red.
is, dog. And if it's not a thumb injury, it's a freaking hip injury. If it's not a hip injury, it's an ankle injury. If it's not, and it's like, dude, you need to adapt, bro. You need to learn to adapt and just evolve.
Listen,
That's all
a lot of players get hurt.
And be consistent. Be
a lot-
consistent.
A lot of players
And be
get hurt.
consistent,
A lot
yes.
of players take big hits. But honestly, I've never seen a quarterback get thrown around like a feather like Tua. It seems like when defensive guys get a hold of him, they just could bend him backwards, twist him in two.
Too many times this year, bro.
It's like crazy as hell, man. Like that Cleveland game when they took him out of the game in the second half. Was it the Cleveland game? Right before they took him out, when they bent him backwards in half, I'm like, what the hell?
That was the Texans.
That's the Houston game.
Texans. Yeah, that was the Texans game. Yeah. Like I've never seen a quarterback get folded like that.
What
You
about
know
the
what I'm
one
saying?
KP with Bosa? Remember? When
That's what I fear about
Bryson.
Bryson, the Alabama Bryce. Oh my God, I'm so bad with names. The Alabama quarterback.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. There you go. Bryce Young. Yeah. He's kind of on the smaller stature too. He's like 5'10", 195 pounds. Like the guy, I don't know, man.
But he can stay healthy though. But that's another topic. But I won't get into that. So
Yeah, but another problem with him is that like Tua, he's not fast in terms of like his escapability. Like he's a good pocket passer, bro. And his deep ball is a little bit of an issue, but it's just he doesn't have that. Not only does he have the size, he's very small. He doesn't have the escapability of the Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray, and that's why I'm just like too. I'm concerned about Bryce Young in the NFL too, because a lot of his comps are Tua. If you look at like the Draft Network or you look at certain like scouting sites and stuff like that, they usually compare him to Tua.
Look, make no mistake, the QB position is probably the toughest position to play in the NFL.
Oh, and to evaluate too.
But look at the critique that's come from people like Peyton and Bill Parcells and others as they've talked about Tua, man. There's something to it in regards to having an undersized quarterback that can't protect himself. To a larger degree, man. It's an issue.
If you know you're undersized and you're injury prone, then why don't you take steps to protect yourself, man?
You have to be more like Drew Brees. 1, 2, 3, get the ball out. Get the ball out, whether it's completion or an incompletion. Get the damn ball out. It has to be that way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I also think you need to fortify the offensive line up front. Like you got to get a left guard. You cannot have Liam Eichenberg starting in there for you. You cannot have Austin Jackson starting as your right tackle. Not even, so you got to make those upgrades, bro. Like, and this falls on Chris Greer, bro, because you drafted a injury prone, a smaller stature quarterback that has this injury history going back to Alabama, has problems getting rid of the football. Why haven't you addressed the right tackle position? Why haven't you addressed the left guard position, bro? And it's like, and it falls on him, bro. And he doesn't address it, bro. And I was listening to the space, and then guy was going in on Chris Greer that every thing that you look at. I mean, you look at even when he traded, bro. Even when he targeted Liam Eichenberg, bro, we could have had Creed Humphrey, bro. Right now, Creed Humphrey is a top 5 center in run blocking and pass blocking, like overall center, one of the best centers. And instead, he traded a 2nd round pick and a future 3rd for a guy who can barely start, bro. Who's at best a swing tackle. And not even that, I'm just being nice, saying that he's a backup swing tackle or swing guard because he's not even that great, bro. I think his ass belongs on the practice squad, bro. And Austin Jackson, we've already seen him these past 4 years. He just doesn't have the physicality or just the the physical nature in terms of like aggression.
I would disagree on that, Irv. Austin Jackson is physical. His problem is purely technique. His footwork is awful. He gets off balance all the time. His problem is actually that he's overly aggressive. If you watch the tape on him, his mistakes are like over pursuing linemen that he needs to block, where they can give him a little move and they slip. I'm telling you, Austin Jackson is overly physical. That's his damn problem. And his footwork is really messy. His technique is sloppy as hell.
His hand placement's a mess too, bro. His hand placement is bad because, bro, his hand placement when he puts up his hands, bro, all defenders got to do is swat it away and they just get past him, bro. And he gets pushed into the quarterback's pocket a lot. Like the guy. Bro, all you got to do is get across his face and he's done, dude. Like
in a weird way, I think if he was less athletic, it actually helped him. Because I've seen many times where he fires off the ball and he'll go past the point of contact with the defensive line because the defensive line has given him a little stuff, and then he tries to grasp back. That's where he gets his holding calls. That's where he seems to be getting abused. His problem, I think, is it's a mental one. He needs to slow down. His clock is going too fast. But anyway, it's 3 years, like you said, man. So? He either better make the change or cut bait, man, because we don't got no more time to waste on that.
But here's the thing with that, though, with Tua, and I guess this is what I'm trying to figure out, is because all the first rounders from his draft class, we only have until May 1st to make a decision on the fifth-year options for all the first-rounders from his draft class, right? Because at first I'd heard people saying, well, let's give him next year, see how he does in the fourth year, and then decide on it. Well, you can't. You don't have that option, right? So it's almost like, at least from what I've seen, and again, I have seen that Tua has the ability to play elite, if you want to say that. I've seen him play at a high level. I'll say that, for sure. I've seen Tua play at a high level. I have seen with my own eyes that he can do it. My quarrels with him, and this is again just my personal opinion, but like my gripes with Tua is only two things. It's the consistency in his play, and I would say the longevity, like the ability to be available.
Exactly. I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Same here. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing.
Especially in December, bro. You gotta get more.
It's not personal against him, but good grief, man.
I agree.
You gotta be consistent, and you gotta stay healthy.
Well, all three of them.
Yeah,
no
absolutely,
rule.
Mr. Polk.
If you hesitant about the production and consistency, there's no rule demanding an NFL team to exercise anybody's fifth option. So I don't know why people feel like they backed into a corner. There's no rule saying an NFL team is mandated to exercise people's fifth option.
Well,
that's totally discretionary.
I think what will happen, Crypto, is if you don't make the decision on him by May 1st,
that's what I would do.
then
just
what
simply
they'll do is
hold
they'll
your
end up
cards
costing.
and let them prove it.
Well, I'm saying is if they don't make a decision on him by the May 1st or whatever, right? Then what you're left with is we would have to either release him. Or excuse me, we'd have to either let him walk or sign him to a bigger contract.
But that's 2 years
and potentially pay more. I mean, I don't know. It's fucked up, but
earning his money at that point.
They've shown us, in my opinion, they've already shown that they're basically going to run it back with them. They've shown me that they're already committed to Tua. So, like,
that's what I'm picking up.
DTA, it's not that it's not that they believe. It's not that they're implying that. No, they said it because Chris Greer even said in his press conference and even told reporters that he's going to invest another year in Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson, and that he's going to give him a chance to compete this training camp, bro.
See, I don't like that.
Well, that just means he don't like giving up on his draft.
And that's his Achilles heel. That's his biggest problem.
Which means you just still hold your fifth-year cards so you vest and wait till later.
Well, but here's the thing, Ross is probably holding them
on all three of them.
Holding their comments and listen. Here's my problem. Why we keep giving this man all these chances? If not, they're going to clean house next season. Period.
Hey, DT,
because they had Austin Jackson had stretches of games last year where he played well and worthy of a fifth-year option too. He can use that argument too.
Well, I'm getting tired. We give to all these chances to be consistent and stay healthy. And I'm just not seeing it. And it's to the point where enough is enough. Come on, I mean enough is enough,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, Mounty
Just hold
said,
the
Mounty
cards to the
said,
vest, invest it elsewhere, and then let them prove it to you on the field that they can do
But
it.
here's the thing. Here's the
And then
thing,
in
though.
year
With Liam
5, then you
Eisenberg,
pay them
yeah.
afterwards.
But
Mounty,
here's the
aren't you
thing,
an
though.
O-line guy?
Because that at least give them the incentive to do better and study just getting lazy and say, oh, well, I got my money, so I ain't got no incentive to do better. No, you make them earn that money after the 5th year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. The thing is like, it just sucks because, again, I don't want to be mediocre. And I feel like since with them, prematurely going, I mean, I guess they already kind of did go all in on Tua, but with them actually verbalizing that and saying it, it solidifies the fact that we're stuck with this guy as the quarterback. And in me, if I'm taking that sentiment away from it, that we are going to go with Tua, despite what a lot of us feel, then okay, fine. What do you do then? A lot of people say, well, improve the O-line. You got to go out and get these marquee players. You got to, fabricate all his draft capital or this financial capital for to stay under the cap. And you got to get all these marquee players. Dude, we still have a cornerbacks room that we have to address. We have no running backs that are going to be on contract. So we've got to get
use
running
that
backs.
money to rebuild the cornerback room.
Yeah, you need cornerbacks, running backs. You do need an
linebacker
O-lineman. You need
linebackers. Yeah, exactly.
like at the very least, I'd get a right tackle. It's
You had to get somebody that's ready to play.
But here's my quarrel though. Let me ask you guys this, because again, this is my big issue. Are we really saying that by committing to Tua, like this team, you're gonna have to pay 2 premiums, because we obviously saw what happened when we rolled with Teddy Bridgewater. So you're gonna have to go out and get someone who's basically, if you're gonna count that Tua could be out for 5, 6, whatever games, or something seriously happens, God forbid, you have to, you've got to have a contingency for that. So you can't just go get some scrub backup. We're going to have to go pay another premium to basically have a damn near starter sitting on the bench.
See, I don't know if they really need to do that, because they need to. No, I don't even think they need to do that. They just stick with freaking Skyler. And then if everything falls apart like it did last year, and then you hit the reset button anyways, because he's on the trajectory anyways.
Damn.
Greer's in a win-win situation if he stays with Skyler.
But Crypto,
because he will have the decision.
I agree with that.
He's moving off another quarterback.
I would agree with that,
I think
because
Ross lets
again,
Greer
you know
move
how I
off
feel.
another quarterback.
It's not like a
Skyler.
quality backup is going to put us in Super Bowl contention anyways.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
Greer looking at it from the standpoint that
Crypto. That's what I'm saying, though, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying is it's ridiculous that we even have to have the discussion of having that good of a backup. You should be able to rely on your franchise guy, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to decide to cut bait if he's constantly getting injured. If he was to repeat what he did and get injured, they'll have the ammunition to go into next year's draft and draft another guy.
Yeah.
And here's my issue.
And not waste not money and capital and guaranteed
here's my
money.
issue. Here's my issue with that, though. Again, when you do that, again, we act like we have another year and another year and another year to waste. But like we've been saying for a while now, in my opinion, you have that short window. And to me, I'm gonna say it's a 4-year window.
This is the window. This is technically the 5th year of the rebuild.
Well, I'm saying where you got guys
bust.
on contract, you got young talent under rookie deals, all that type of stuff. You have that short window, so we can't just keep giving it another year and another year and another year. We have got to act now with the roster that we have.
No, they don't, because it shouldn't take you no more than 5 years to do a complete rebuild anyway.
Crypto, but we don't have
this is the 5th year of the rebuild. We already in the last year. My thing is, this is the 5th year.
Crypto, just hear me out. Hear me out, Crypto. Hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying is, we already wasted last year. Okay, boom. It was a failure. Last year was a failure. Then you're talking about if we go and fail this next year. Listen, you only have that.
Then the rebuild is failed. It's a complete failure.
Hang on. I know. Let me say. You only have that 3 or 4 year window, in my opinion, to be in prime. Now, catch the keyword in prime position to go win a Super Bowl. right?
Talk about it, DTA.
I
So
don't
we
think we
can't
are
wait
because
we can't
it's
wait
waste.
4 or 5 years.
Well, that decision
I
was
mean,
made
why
when
not?
they
We've been
fired
doing it
Flores and
anyways.
Can I
decided
The
say
to go
that?
decision
along
was
with
already
Greer.
made.
Could I just say that to DTA that honestly our window is kind of closing because I think our
The
now our
fifth,
window
yeah,
is
this is the
open.
final
This is
stage of
it.
it.
This is it. We
When
need
we
to
hit the
make that
reset
push.
button with Flores, this is the pinnacle of it already.
And
We
that
already got
decision
all
was
the
made once
assets
you
that we
fired
accumulated
Flores.
since then.
The next 2 years were written when they fired Flores. And they were all in on Greer and his investment in drafting players. And we have to see that through at this point, whether we
They
like it or
need to
not.
learn how to rebuild from year one and see it through year 5 if they're going to do that.
Listen, Manza. I understand
And
that you're
stop
to
being
a stand. I get it,
stop
bro.
being
But
upstaged
again,
by the Jaguars of the world and now Houston. I got bad
and
news for you
one
because
sec,
that
crypto.
team is
One
going to
second.
surpass us up.
1 second, crypto. I understand that you are Tua stan, Manza. I get it. You're in here all the time crying about anything that someone says about Tua. Again, yes, the playoff was a failure. You made it to you. We never controlled our own destiny. We got invited to the party because the Patriots lost. Don't sit here and act
And
like
the
we
Jets was
controlled our own
putrid down
destiny.
the
And the
stretch.
Jets were
It was
terrible.
a
Yeah.
fucking failure. All the money
Jets lost
in
6
the
straight
draft
games that
capital that
allow
they
us to
invested in the
make the
team with that
playoffs.
roster, and you went 9-8 and then fucking lost a playoff game. Yes, that is a failure. It's an egregious failure.
Yeah. Especially with all the talent
That's
and
a
money you
statement of
invested,
I
bro.
only accept mediocrity. That's what that is.
Exactly,
Bro,
crypto.
you got, especially you got all the talent that you got on both sides of the ball, and for you to, because when we made predictions, we all expected this team to improve by what, and when maybe 2 more wins, 3 more wins,
11
and
wins
more.
was the bottom line.
11,
11 was the
The
bottom.
baseline.
right? Because given the talent that you have on this team, the baseline should be 11 wins, and then you didn't even get to that, bro. You ended up with the same record that fire that
The
Brian
previous
Flores
year.
was with. That you're right. That the year that he ended up with after he was fired. So and so what is this, a lateral no improvement? Was this just a lateral progression? Like a
Right. It
lateral?
was just standing still, basically
That's
treading
it.
water.
No, it was
And if you're
worse than
treading water,
standing
you're not
still.
swimming.
It was, yeah, exactly. You're
It
sinking.
wasn't even progression. It was just a lateral nothing. I guess.
Well, and
So a lot of people don't put the context that 17 games, the fact that it was a 17 games, that's what allowed us as well. Because a regular 16 game schedule, we would have been eliminated with the loss with the Patriots.
I can't lie, but Jarvis is kind of right on the. I always shake my head when I actually hold my breath every time he goes down, so I can't lie on that.
Well, I'm be straight with
saying,
actually I'm scared for Tua because I'm gonna tell you something. They talking about he had 2 concussions. He had 3.
He could possibly had 3.
He had 3.
Bro.
And you can cover it up and say he hurt his back, but he had 3 concussions, and he needs to think about his well-being. Now it's just not about football. It's about your well-being because it's only so much you can take as far as blows through your head.
We got Brian Terry up in here. We're about to get it.
Brian, before you come
What's
here,
up, bro?
cut it out, bro.
Hey, Brian, cut it out, bro. Cut it out. Cut it out.
The cap is
cut it
coming,
out.
KP. The cap's coming, KP.
Here we go.
No doubt, no doubt.
I want to remind everybody. Oh, hold on, guys.
Brian,
Hold on, guys.
Devontae Parker get yards after catch?
Irvin, your mic is hot.
Yeah, Irvin, you got bad.
My bad, sorry. No, it's just my headphones. Every time I lay my head on something, like my headphones get all jittery.
Okay. And also too, this is the one of the most. Now, like I said, I've been around for a while. This is one of the most talented teams. I mean, talented roster that we've had in a while on all 3 phases: special team, defense, offense. But it's just that. No, go ahead.
No, you can finish.
No, so that's what I'm saying. So I'm like I said, I'm not trying to. I'm not. Well, it doesn't matter what nobody think. I'm not into a hater, but we have given him as many chances as we can to do what he needs to do. And it, like I said, it goes back to consistency and being injury prone. and that
I agree.
and that's my opinion, and I'm not changing
I
that
think
right now.
I agree 100%. I think Tua can be a very good quarterback, bro. I just think, like you said, Mr. Polk, I just think you can't depend on him. You can't depend on him
That's what I'm
to
saying.
survive a whole
Exactly.
17-game season. And when we need him in the playoffs, he's not there, dude. And we got to rely on our second string quarterback. In this case, third string quarterback, and we paid the price for it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And we're wasting the talent on the roster with a guy that can't stay healthy. And whenever he's not healthy, the Dolphins' offense goes to crap.
See, then that's the misinformation though, is that like people equate if we say anything objective about Tua. Now, I'll admit, yeah, there is folks out there who just purely hate the guy, right? But there's a lot of us who are objective, and just because we do say something objective, it's misconstrued as because we hate the kid. No, we know. I know he's not I'm not saying he's a garbage quarterback. I'm just saying he's never been consistent or been able to rely on him.
Well,
being garbage and being unreliable is two different things.
Well, let me say this,
right?
And maybe I'm wrong from saying this. You remember who brought in Geno Smith, the New York Jets? Okay, when Geno Smith went from one team to another, and then he finally landed in Seattle, he blew up. Now, also, it may be a chance that maybe the Miami Dolphins is not the right team for Tua. Maybe he can be successful with another team.
That's a good point, Mr. Polk.
Yeah.
We don't have to trap him here. We don't have to trap him here. He could be better successful against another team with another team.
But
you're right.
But he's doing. But the question is that with the other teams is he going to be durable enough? Because you can coach him up to fixing some of his shortcomings, but the durability is not really going.
And that's not really and Mr. Paul, to your point, I don't think that's a good thing for the Dolphins from like a trade standpoint, right? Because the more he keeps getting hurt, the more it lessens his trade value. Because let's say if you do exercise his 5th-year option, given that the deadline's in May, if he can't stay healthy for a whole 17-game season, then what good? What worse is he start to other teams?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like it hurts the Dolphins, in terms of value, in terms of trade value, or just what they can get with him in terms of return of their ROI. You know what I'm saying?
That's the
crypto. What is that? Florida? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's the risk. And so, what is that? Florida's bathroom in your picture?
No. Yes, that is. Yeah, it is. It's a glass floor. That's the state of our franchise.
Glass floor.
That's the state of our franchise.
I know it has something to do with that. So yeah, man. Like I just the thing is, you're playing with fire here, bro.
Exactly.
You're playing with fire here when it comes to that. So so just you gotta tread lightly if you're the Miami Dolphins when it comes to Tua. Like, yeah, did he show dramatic improvement from year 1 and 2, year 3? Yes, he did. Did he play like at one point like an MVP? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
But again, he does have inconsistency issues and he does have durability issues. And if that continues to go on into next year, like, hey, maybe you should have thought with more. You should have had more awareness when you made that decision to extend the 5th-year option, because you know that's what he is. And if he continues to be that, well, if you exercise his 5th-year option, well, that you can't trade him. There's no way of getting rid of him, and you're stuck with paying him $23 million in his 5th year. Yeah. And then you don't have, and then when you try to trade him, you don't want it. You can't get what you want for him in terms of trade value. In terms of
unless he could pull a rabbit out of his hat.
Playing the fire,
yeah, exactly. Yep.
Well, it better be a big rabbit. It better be Bugs Bunny.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Mountie Fins, it's still supper time out there in Hawaii. Mountie went to sleep.
No, that's normally me. Obviously.
Hawaii. Yeah.
No, but again, like I said, it's nothing personal against. It's nothing personal against Tua. But what I'm learning is that you can't really get attached to players emotionally, because you gotta kind of look at it as the NFL is a business, including the Miami Dolphins. And you know,
it's a
the
business at
last
the end of the
time,
day, right?
It's a business
the
of
last time
winning.
we had a
Put the
quarterback
emotions
that could
aside.
take
That's
you
right.
was Dan Marino.
It's a
Look
what
at how
have
many
you
years
done for
has
me?
gone by since then.
It's a what have you done for me lately, league, bro.
Exactly.
The bottom line is, are you winning or not? And we've been done a poor job of that as a franchise for too damn long.
If we get Aaron
Thank
Rodgers,
you.
oh Lord,
And this team, when it comes to like hires and stuff and whatever, like, you know, there's certain fans out there that are giving them the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to this offensive line coach. And I'm like, bro, this team doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. This team hasn't made a playoff game in 20 years, hasn't won a playoff game in 20 years. You know, has spent the last 20, 25 years.
Hold on,
like
Irvin.
every 6
Hold
to
on,
8
Irvin.
years.
Irvin, hold on. You said O-line coach.
Mike,
what?
Barry guy.
Yeah. So, how many times we changed O-line again? What is this, our 20th time?
Ninth.
It's been
This
a
is
while.
our 9th or 10th. This is our 9th or
It's been a
10th.
lot of times.
I think they're tied with the quarterbacks. The amount
Hold
of
on. So you said that's our 19th time, Irvin?
Yeah, that's our 9th or 10th offensive line coach in a row, bro.
But Josh Boyer is the problem. And let's hold on here. Let's hold on again. It's 11:35 p.m. and I know, Miss Park, you brought it up and you triggered me there. It's 11:34 p.m. and Danny Crossman still has a job. Why do Danny Crossman, the scapegoat, has a job?
And Brian, how many times?
Oh, they got to hold him for next year, Brian.
Yeah,
That's why.
he's the next
Brian,
scapegoat. Him and Frank Smith are being held over for
Frank
the next
Smith's
one.
going to be next hold over the next year.
You guys don't think the O-line coach, this O-line new hire, is not another scapegoat?
Yeah, he'll be out the door too because he's got no experience.
Danny Crossman.
Well, he's got some experience, but it's bad experience.
Him coming in the door.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Tua is gonna get that. Tua's gonna have. Yeah, we're gonna see it all over again. Oh God.
No, because
I agree with you, bro.
The narrative I heard was Josh Boyer was the sole problem. I love the Vic Fangio move. I love it because we're upgrading the defense. But Dolphins fans were celebrating like that was our only issue. Last time I checked, when I was watching the playoff game, what cost us? Was it not offense?
That chorus that you're talking about?
Yeah, that last drive was terrible.
Who they were
Was it
talking
not
about at the
offense?
beginning
Was it
of the
not
show
the play
tonight.
call?
He was
Hold
one
on,
of the
was it
main
not
cheerleaders leading that call.
But KP, was it not the play call? Wasn't it not Mike McDaniel getting the third string and the second quarterbacks ready for the games? Is it not Mike McDaniel refusal to run the ball, misusing Mike Gesicki, misusing Cedric Wilson when they found out a game plan for Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and they could just cover the middle and they know that's a sweet spot?
Why are you talking about McGenius like that, bro?
The O-line guru, because they told me the O-line guru doesn't need help on the O-line. But now, look, we're in the same ranking and we're firing the O-line coach.
Hey, it was Flores's fault. Just rest with that, though.
Damn, we're back to Flores.
Maybe have everybody thought it's Chris Greer.
Brian, do you remember all the time?
Yeah.
Going back to that Twitter. You remember going back to the Twitter Spaces, bro, when we were talking about the offensive line?
Having 9-hour Twitter Spaces to drill into Dolphins fans. Keep telling me how Mike McDaniel is the O-line guru and guru. Like, I don't care if he's a guru. He's a first-time head coach, and he's gonna make first-time bonehead decision. It's good to have a veteranship leadership around him. You bringing in some guys that never.
Isn't that what Applebaum's supposed to do?
Huh?
Wasn't that his job?
You know, in South Asia, in India, do you know what they
Hold
call
on, hold on.
Brian, you know what they call gurus? They call them con men.
Oh, didn't we have
exactly? Yeah.
Wasn't the last guru? Wasn't the last guru? Was Adam Gase, and then we had Brian Flores, the defensive gurus. All these gurus we're firing them the next year.
Before that, Philbin was a guru. Before
this is a guru factory.
Cameron was a guru.
So who needs to be fired? Because we're firing the wrong people. We fired Brian Flores. We're firing all the defensive players, all these defensive staff, and we still have the same record
hiring coaches
last
from
year.
India, Pakistan, and Bhutan.
Oh, hold on. I'm asking the wrong question. KP, we have the same record we had, 9-8 last year.
Don't remind us.
So
Don't remind us.
who needs to be fired? The right person needs to be fired this offseason. Who is it? Oh,
You tell us. You tell us, Brian. Who do you think should be fired?
I want
The assistant, the special teams assistant.
Danny Kaufman.
Brian Terry.
Danny
Brian
Kaufman.
Terry. The defense
be fired.
Brian Terry. Brian Terry. The defense relegated. The defense relegated this season. The defense relegated this season.
He was talking about Josh Gordon. I'm not doing that.
Come on now.
I've been arguing about the defense a long time ago. I already debunked the argument. I already made anybody arguing about the defense being the problem a moron. I already debunked that argument. I'm not arguing that anymore. I'm not arguing. If you still think the defense is the problem,
what up, everybody?
I don't know what else to tell you.
What's up?
What's good, Q?
What up,
Q?
The defense relegated. And anybody who argues that with me, what's up, DTA? What's up, everybody? Anybody who argues that is lying to themselves. The defense relegated. Man, y'all came into the season thinking, oh, you guys going to get a top 10 offense under Mike McDaniel. Plus, you already got a top 10 defense, right? No, that's the problem. It was in the top 10 because people started getting injured. People started getting, they started becoming unavailable. And then the defense relegated during the season. That's what happened. That's why it went back to 9-8. And that's why you need defense. Defense, bro. Some games, bro. You need defense.
Right. I'm not going
to
argue about the defense.
Just like Kansas City offense carried them.
I'm not arguing you guys that keep thinking the defense is the problem.
I'll take it.
You guys are a lost cause.
Because Kansas City only gave up one less point than us. They were no different.
I'm sorry.
No, defense is a complete
wasn't the only problem, but it was the biggest issue.
I mean, it was the biggest issue.
Well, how come Kansas City is playing in the Super Bowl? They only gave up one less point.
Hold on. Let me ask the Steelers fan. What was the biggest issue in the playoff game?
I still want
ask me.
What was the biggest issue? What was the biggest problem?
You couldn't stop
in the playoff game?
You couldn't stop Josh Allen. Don't tell me no bullshit about no drop pass.
How many turnovers Josh Allen had?
No, you couldn't stop. You couldn't stop Josh Allen. You got turnovers.
What are you talking about? Did you watch
you brought up the turnovers and how many points he still
We had
scored?
enough turnovers to win that game.
How many points he still scored?
What are we talking about here?
He still scored points, right?
Of course he's still scored points. He's an elite quarterback. What the hell are you talking about?
He's talking about the Buffalo game.
And look at the 49ers. They scored.
You want your defense to stop them from scoring
number one defense.
We literally stopped them twice.
Hold on. Which Buffalo game you talking about? The first one?
Yeah.
We scored games actually. Both games actually.
I'm talking about the playoffs.
Both games.
Okay.
So
I'm talking about.
I think Brian just said he's talking about the playoffs.
I'm talking about the playoffs.
Second Buffalo game.
You said the defense was the biggest problem.
I'm putting that second Buffalo game in it too.
The playoff
game. 7 sacks, 3 turnovers.
Can you repeat that, Crypto? Because he told me defense was the biggest problem.
What was the score? What was the score?
7 sacks and 3 turnovers.
You give me that score, I'll give you another score.
That's because we put the ball on the 20-yard line after our offense turned over the ball.
Can somebody please tell me? I don't hear
every
scores.
Time you.
Can somebody
this guy thinks because you have a number one defense, offense is not going to score. What the hell are you talking about here?
They were blowing this out in the second.
I expect the defense.
These guys think you have to have a perfect defense that's going to stop an offense. What the offense going to do something? What
Listen.
Yeah, man, because he sure shit on us this year.
How many yards?
Yeah, we heard that comment.
The only thing that Tua shits on year after year is his pants.
Himself.
Every time he's in a fucking game.
Oh shit!
Listen. Even with Skyler in the game, even with Skyler in the game, even with Skyler in the game, they couldn't stop Josh Allen from scoring. The team needed the defense.
Interceptions. We literally put the ball. We literally had 2 INTs.
Get over it.
No.
But again, Q. But here's the thing, Q. Look,
and what was the score at the end of the game?
I'm gonna bust the narrative right open right here, right? Again, I don't think that Tua is a trash quarterback. Again, my quarrel with him, my personal gripe with him is his consistency. I want him to be able to consistently, somewhere where there's a happy median, be consistent in all the games, and then be available. I I think that there can be improvements on defense as well. But again, we not only were we sold, but with this roster, the offense was the one that was supposed to be the carrier of the team. The
But that's the
defense was
thing,
just
DTA.
Exactly. They were
That's
the
the thing. You
healthiest out
bringing
of
up
both
Tua when
groups
I'm
of
talking
people.
about the defense.
They were
I'm
the
talking about
healthiest.
the
The
defense
offense was the
elevating
healthiest out of
themselves
both groups.
down
They
to
should have been able to carry the
down to a
day.
type of defense where you
Every
can't
game was in
you
three.
can't
Was
rely
within
on it
3
anymore.
points.
You
The
need the
defense did.
offense to
The
carry the team.
defense. The defense got us within one score in the fourth quarter of every game this year. That means the offense was in trouble.
In my opinion, honestly, and again, I'm again, I think that there's,
Whenever you within one score, it's not a defensive problem. It's an offensive problem why you don't win.
I think the defense had some games where they could have played better, right? But I do think, especially all things considered, that they pretty much kept us in most of the games.
Yes,
and there is
How about
several
all
games where they
17
did a
up
lot.
until the
But
fourth
They kept us
quarter?
in all games. We're not gonna.
All
We're not gonna
17. It was a
stoop down to their
one-score
level.
game.
We're not gonna stoop
Offense
down
in
to
the
their
fourth
level
quarter.
to appease their stupid
Defense,
narrative.
defense was heavy as fuck, bro. Offense had to carry the team.
Well, no, here,
Offense
Brian, that's not
Offense
that's
What
not
do
what
you
I'm
mean the
saying.
offense carry?
Defense
Listen,
was
bro,
heavy as
that's
fuck,
not
bro.
what I'm saying. Listen, bro, we got to
What
be
is this man
objective to
Q talking
everything.
about?
You got to be objective to everything, including the defense. We can't sit here and say that they were perfect, but I'm not going to be.
No one's saying they perfect.
Nobody
The
didn't
defense
say
gave
they
us a
perfect.
chance to
Nobody said they were
win
top 10.
every
They
game.
weren't the
That's the
problem.
argument.
Bro,
They
I
weren't the
understand.
problem.
Let me finish my sentence. What I'm saying is, in my opinion, again, all things considered, especially, the defense had kept us in all of those games that we played. The issue is, were they perfect? No, they weren't. But again, we were supposed to fall back on the offense. The offense is the one that's supposed to be carrying the team. It's not like when Brian Flores was here and the defense was the marquee of the Miami Dolphins, right? It's supposed to be the offense with everything that we did and the weapons we put around them. That was supposed to be the marquee
And they
of the
did
Miami
carry.
Dolphins.
They did carry DTA. Most of the season they carried.
There were games that the defense carried us too.
But they
No,
only
but the
scored 3
thing is,
points
the
in the fourth
defense
quarter.
can't. The defense cannot keep carrying our team all year round without the offense not doing.
No,
what
they never
Especially
carried.
with
They
the
never
way the
carried
rules
this
are set
season.
up in the
You can talk
NFL
about previous
today,
seasons, but not
it's
this season.
impossible to play shutout defense like the Chicago Bears
Exactly.
did in
My bad.
'85.
What I'm trying to
And
tell
that's
you,
what you're
nah,
holding.
you know,
That's what you're trying to
Now
hold us
it's
to that
think it's
standard, Q.
possible.
That's just unrealistic, bro.
Now it's
I'm riding
impossible.
out, bro, but
Now it's
thank you, bro,
impossible.
for having me, bro.
Show me a defense that's played to that level this season.
What you
The
say,
season that you
hold on.
acquired. And
Isn't the
don't you dare say
49ers the number
Philadelphia
one
Eagles
defense?
or even
KP,
San
hold
Francisco.
on.
Yeah,
Isn't
they
the
were the
49ers
number
the
one
number one
defense,
defense?
and they weren't able to hold that every game to that standard because the
Why?
Chiefs put up 40-some points on them.
Stop here. Stop here. Stop here. Crypto,
I
why?
don't want to yell.
Brian.
I don't want to
I just
yell.
want to say goodbye. I just want to.
Who cares if you don't want to
They
yell?
can because
Crypto.
it's unsustainable.
You know why? Wasn't it not quarterback play?
DTA, thank
Yeah,
you.
the quarterback.
As soon as the quarterback
can't do
went
it.
down,
Come on
the
now.
momentum for the defense went
What
down.
would you say, Iceman?
Bro,
I was just saying.
It went straight out the window.
Thank you. Rest
Bro.
my case.
I was just saying good
Come on,
night, bro.
Iceman.
Everyone up here, bro. I'll hit you guys up, man. DTA, thank you for having me, bro. And
Yeah,
allowing me to speak my piece, bro.
Iceman.
All right, guys.
Take care.
Absolutely, Iceman.
Take care, Iceman.
Yeah, take care, brother, and make sure come back again, bro.
I will definitely.
Yep.
Bro.
Hey,
All right, guys.
Iceman, man. F that other guy,
Take care,
man.
Iceman.
It's all good, bro. It's all chilling, bro.
Hey,
guys, have a good
Be
one.
strong, man. You ain't got to be underneath nobody. You ain't got to be subject to nobody.
Oh, good.
You are not. You are.
That's real.
As long as I got the Dolphins family here, bro, ain't no one gonna break that. That's a fact.
Yeah, bro. You and Irving need to come around. You guys are not anybody's doormat. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be corny, but it's for real.
Appreciate that, bro. Hey,
DT, hit
all
you
right,
up,
y'all
man.
boys.
And everyone up here, good night, man. All right, guys.
All right,
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Much love, man.
All right, Iceman.
I'll talk to you
All
later.
right, Iceman.
Hey, all right.
Booyaka, for sure, around kid.
There you go, man. Hey, listen, guys. DTA, thanks for having me on. I gotta get out of here too. Thanks for having me on your show, bro. I appreciate you willing to listen to us and stuff, and that we can get to air out whatever grievances we have or whatever. I appreciate you guys having the time to listen and listen to hear us out. You guys are always good friends. good people. So I appreciate it, man. And shout out to the panel. Salute to all of you guys. You guys have a great night.
Always
Much love, bro.
Always respect.
Keep coming around, bro.
All right, man.
Look,
Appreciate it.
in the current NFL climate, they've been
worry,
trying
I
to make
won't
it
be
illegal
offended.
to have pull down tackles. You know what I'm saying? How can you expect our defense to shut people out at the level of the Chicago Bears, man?
Come on, KP.
That's what you're asking for, Q.
Man,
That's what you're asking
you know
for,
better
Q.
than that, bro. Come on, bro.
That's what you are
Don't make that
asking for,
excuse.
dude. This
Don't make that
defense
excuse for
had
that
us in
defense, bro.
every
No,
game
listen.
this
Make
season.
excuse
for the defense, but you making excuses for the offense.
Did the defense not take?
Did you not see the boneheaded?
Did the defense not lose
Every
players?
time you give me, hold on, listen. Every
Hold on,
time
Brian
you give me
Terry.
a bonehead
Hold on, Brian
play
Terry.
of Josh Boyer, I give you a
bro.
bonehead play of Mike McDaniel.
Real quick, bro. Like, did the defense not lose players?
Yeah.
Did they not lose key
Then
players?
they lost.
And did it
What are you
affect them big
saying?
time? And did
Yes,
it
it
affect
did.
them big time?
It did.
That's fact. Then the defense relegated because they lost players and they didn't have play. And so that's what I'm saying. Your defense
No,
is
that's
not
the
the
reason why
same.
the defense is
Your
in that
defense
state, but that
wasn't
don't
the
mean
same
it's
We
the
had
problem.
guys step
You're
up
not
like
saying
Kader
much.
Kahu. We had players step up like Eric
Exactly,
Rowe.
Cal.
Did they step up? Did
The
they
young
step
blood
up?
stepped up.
Yeah, they stepped up to an acceptable degree. I mean,
Okay,
they're
and how
not
many?
starters for a reason. They're not
Okay,
starters for a reason.
Since
They
you
may
know,
not have stepped up to the level of X-Men and Byron, but they stepped up enough to keep us in the game.
They're scrapping, man.
Right.
Come on, man. You got to respect that.
they did their job. They did their job. Point blank. Period.
Yeah, but was it a top 10 defense like people expect?
And was our offense top 10? Like, is our offense top 5?
Yes, offense
No
was
one's
top 10.
just
Top 5 in what? Points per game? Because you
top
can tell
6
me.
actually,
Hold on. Okay, I know
top
you
6
offensive.
actually.
I know how you guys operate. You want to give me the yards? How many yards Josh Allen threw the first game?
Top 6 actually, bro. I'm telling you the
Hold
facts
on,
right
wait. How many yards did Josh Allen had in the first Buffalo Bills game?
How is it so hard for you to understand that the defense?
No, you obviously can't understand.
Defense
That's why I have to explain to you in baby terms.
From what people thought it was, actually. It regressed, and we know why it regressed.
Okay, regressed. What are you
right? But Q,
it's not the problem.
Right, but Q,
that don't mean it's the problem.
The defense,
it's the problem if your defense is not playing up to par, bro.
But listen, if the defense regressed,
what do you mean?
They
had injuries. What are you talking about?
Hold on. If the defense,
then it's a problem.
Hang on. If you're going to say that the defense regressed, then it's also fair to say that the offense.
What? Offense what?
Didn't live up to their point potential.
Bro,
it's not about moving up point. It's been moving in between the 20s.
They carried. That's why I said the offense carried. They had to carry because the defense
they
were losing players.
They didn't carry because we only won 9 games.
What I'm saying,
carry what? We won the same amount of games as last year.
This is not rocket science. It's very simple to understand. You just
you're making it rocket science. You keep thinking
you're making it rocket science.
No, it's not rocket
the one
science
that don't
at all.
understand.
It's easy.
Don't try to make us think we don't know what the hell we're talking about. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You know what the hell you're talking about. You just
keep thinking. You keep screaming a defense. You don't know what you're talking about. We still have Danny Crossman still hired.
I just gave you
you
the
don't
facts.
know what you're talking about.
I just gave you the facts.
Yeah, you gave me the facts that our defense had injuries. So
Okay,
what do you say?
And then that's the problem. Is that a problem or not?
What do you think?
Hence the so-called regression, which means he should have never been fired.
Whatever.
With a P. Whatever.
Yeah. You could cry, but last time I checked, Mike McDaniel on the press conference already said the defense was going to take a step back. And at the end of the day, if you actually go look at the box scores, you actually go look at the games, your defense always had a chance.
That's all I gotta say, bro.
But here's my thing. Let me get this out though, real quick. Let me get this out real quick though. Look, we can sit here and say the defense regressed a little bit, right? We can say they had these injuries and blah blah blah, whatever. At the end of the day, and we're not just assuming this is what they sold us and what they told us. You're going and getting weapons like Tyreek Hill to add alongside Jalen Waddle. You get Cedric Wilson, which really didn't have any effect. You've got Jeff Wilson Jr., Raheem Mostert that you added.
You are not doing that, bro.
And we only got an extra field goal out of it.
Go ahead.
Hold up. I'm the fucking host, bro. I'm the host, and I sat here and listened to all you guys. I didn't interrupt nobody. If you have all those weapons you added, you have all this stuff that you've done to the roster to build around them. The offense was supposed to be the one carrying the team, not the defense.
Okay.
We didn't set out.
Okay.
We
He
never
said it.
set out the season where
Carry.
the defense was supposed to be the marquee of the Miami Dolphins. And what my problem is yeah, you know, you can say we were top 6 and top this, but the fact of the matter is, you look at it, right? We went out and had games
No,
where
you just
if
literally
Tua's throwing for
ended
250,
the
300
entire
something yards.
conversation by saying that the offense carried.
What?
What?
He said it.
Carried us to what? A
He got the
9-9
point.
record?
What is this guy point? What the like? What
At
is
the
this
end of the
dude
day,
saying?
we were 9-9.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
What are you talking about? All these yards and all these
DTA,
sexy
you
stats.
said
Talk about the
you said
points
yards
per
and
game.
be
and
yeah. What about points per game?
And
I said the offense. I didn't say the Dolphins. What do you mean?
Yes, the offense carried. That's what you said.
Talk about the points per game. What's
I'm
the
not
points per game?
misconstruing
No,
your
he
words.
ain't say the carry. He
Q,
said he was
what I
supposed
said
to
was
carry.
is the offense was
Bro, rewind this
supposed to
shit.
carry. That's what I
carry.
said.
Come on.
I said that. Let me finish, you guys. God, I
Go
said
ahead,
the
go ahead, my
offense was supposed to carry us. I never said the
no.
offense did carry us.
Correct. As constructed, our offense was supposed to be a top 3 offense in this league.
Yes.
Was it?
And here's the thing: we had
yes,
games.
as
Again,
constructed,
But
exactly.
you want to make it look. You gonna about to
but
make it.
hold on,
supposed to be a
let
what,
me
KP?
finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. I'm gonna be fast, so you guys keep back to it. What I'm saying is Tua had games right where he was thrown, and I can pull up the stats: 250 yards, 300 yards, a touchdown, 2 touchdowns, to 1 interception, whatever.
600
He had
yards.
games like that. Hang on, he had games like that where looking at the stats, yeah, it looks like he had a great game, but we still fucking lost. We still lost those games.
Lost which games?
I've just
San Fran
mentioned what
game.
I can go out all the ones
The
in
Green
December.
Bay game.
back.
The last 4 games, I'll put it on Tua.
But that's my point. The
Isn't
stats
Tua
are
the
misleading, bro. The
offense?
stats are misleading.
It's just. Is it Tua the offense? Like, what are we arguing about here? If you're saying Tua is the reason why we lost all those 4 or 5 games, and you said the offense carried, then who the fuck carried us in those 5 games? Those 2 last games.
Well, Brian Terry, allow me to rebuttal what you're saying right now.
Hold on, before you rebuttal, hold on. Let me give you something else to stack that on.
When you go the
hold
whole
on.
season without a defense,
What is this man talking about without a defense?
To
You're
hold
making it seem
down
like
their
these guys are
side,
scoring
their
40
side
points
of
a game.
the field, their side of the ball, right? You're going to come across teams that are good both sides of the balls, defense and offense. And when you go into a game crippled like that, then you get results like that, right? And that's what happened.
What result?
You faced the team.
What
like
team
the,
is good on both sides of the ball?
Can you
We ain't
actually
faced
give us
that many
results?
teams that's good on both
Let me
sides of the
finish.
Can you
ball.
go in the game?
Before you blow up, let me finish. You go into a game against the 49ers, who had a great defense and an offense that's humming, right? Then you get the results you get.
That was Tua. That wasn't the defense.
Hold up.
Hold on. So Brock Purdy been doing that on all the defenses until the playoffs.
Right?
Q,
Hold up,
who beat
bro.
the Jets? Who beat the Jets, Q? Who got us into the playoffs? Offense or defense?
I'm going to say defense.
Thank you. Thank you.
The
For
defense did that, and then the
Let me
defense
think about
was
it
the one
again.
that
Let me-
kept us
We
right
can
out
end
of
this
the playoffs.
argument, KP.
Off the
The
top
argument
of my head
over.
right now.
Argument is over.
That's right, KP. Checkmate.
Checkmate. Argument is over.
Checkmate.
Wasting
Yeah,
our
yeah,
time.
okay.
Wasting
Yeah,
our
okay.
time knowing damn
Yeah, okay.
well the defense wasn't the
Hey,
problem.
let's talk about that Jets offense. Let's talk
And
about
let's
that
talk
Jets offense.
and let's talk
It's
about
not
the
so- it's
playoff
not
game.
nothing amazing.
Hold on,
Let's
wait,
talk
wait,
about
wait,
the
wait. Hold on.
Dolphins
Let's talk
It's
about
not,
the playoff
it's not a
game.
feat, bro.
It
Stopping
wasn't
that
mandatory.
Jets offense
Hey,
wasn't a
Crypto,
feat to
our
stop,
offense
bro.
was 3 points better.
Let's talk about the playoff game in the
Right,
fourth quarter.
exactly.
Yeah. And
What about the
that
playoff
Jets
game in the
offense
fourth
wasn't nothing,
quarter,
bro.
Q? Since the offense been leading us, since the
Y'all
offense is
lucky
top
Jets,
3,
the Jets offense wasn't humming.
how many points we scored in the fourth quarter,
Really,
Q?
for real.
How many points we scored in the fourth quarter in the playoff game against the Buffalo Bills?
I don't remember. I can't tell you off the top.
Do you remember anything? Because it seems like you don't remember much saying the defense was the problem.
No, I don't remember the scores. You like you don't remember the scores when I ask you to tell me the scores. So don't do that.
Because last time I checked, when I watched the playoff game,
can you tell me
last
the
time I
scores?
watched the playoff game, Q, I seen special teams showed up. I seen defense showed up. I seen everybody showed up. But who? The quarterback.
Thank you.
Oh, who was the quarterback playing that game again?
Love you, Q, man, but you get
Okay,
whooped
I
tonight,
want you
bro.
to say, since you're a
Still out
smart
there.
ass,
No,
I want you to tell me the
y'all
quarterback that was
delusional
starting
right
so I can
now.
check, so I can say, yeah, so you can make my
y'all
point.
delusional right now if you think
Who,
that right
Skylar
now.
Thompson? We got
Yeah,
Skylar Thompson
played that
playing.
game.
We got Skylar Thompson playing because Tua can't stay healthy. Last time I checked, Justin Herbert was
Okay,
playing.
I'll give you
Trevor
that.
Lawrence
I'll
is
give you
playing.
that.
Pat
DTA
Mahomes is
just mentioned
playing.
his health,
Jalen Hurts
and
is
I agree
playing.
with that.
Joe Burrow was
DTA
playing.
just mentioned
Geno
his
Smith was
availability,
playing.
and I
Brock
agree
Purdy
with
was
that.
playing until he was injured. Everybody's playing but my quarterback, and you sitting here open your mouth talking about the defense was a goddamn problem. You
Okay,
stop
and
that
still,
fucking nonsense.
wasn't it a close game?
Cut it out.
Wasn't it a close game?
You
Wasn't
think
it
you're
a
talking
close
to a
game, even
fucking
with
idiot?
Skylar in it? Even with
That's
Skylar in
because
it,
the
wasn't it
defense
a
made it
close game?
close. That's because the defense made it close.
The defense made it close. Okay.
Exactamundo.
The defense made it close. Okay.
They forced enough turnovers, and they actually scored off a turnover. So you want to tell me that the defense didn't make it close? It was the defense the reason why it was close.
Now, okay. Crypto. Defense was still the problem. Defense was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, but
It's a 3-point game. It's never a problem.
Former Tuinier Brian.
It's never a problem if it's within one score. The defense is never the problem.
Defense is
It's the
still the
offense that
problem,
can get them
bro.
hump.
Crypto,
It's never a defensive problem.
Crypto, what the defense did the playoffs? I see Josh Allen has 2 interceptions. Do we have a touchdown? What did we do in the playoff game?
Defense scored a touchdown in the playoff. Matter of fact, I want to say,
okay.
Our defense, the only defense that scored a
because
touchdown.
our defense had to step up because of who? The guy that hasn't even cleared concussion protocol to play flag football.
Thank you, Brian.
He cleared concussion protocol to play flag football.
Yeah.
And we got morons on Twitter telling me that if we would have beat the Buffalo Bills, we would have had Tua play the next game. Can you stop the fucking nonsense?
Yeah.
Can you hear yourself and stop talking?
What happened the
Can
second
you
time
hear
they faced
yourself
off?
and stop talking?
What happened the second time? What happened the second time they
Can
faced
you hear
off?
yourself and
Tua
stop
had him in the
talking?
lead. Tua had him in the lead, bro.
Had
Tua
who
had
in
him
the lead? What
the
you
lead.
talking about? Lead of
Had the
what?
Dolphins in the lead in the fourth
No, he
quarter.
didn't.
What happened?
Skylar
What
Thompson
happened?
did in the last game.
The second time they met, bro.
So
Tua
what?
had him in the
Skylar
lead.
Thompson had them in the league in the playoff game. Now, what's
But
your
he's
point?
not Tua. He's not like what Brian Terry saying. He's not your starting quarterback.
So what? He's not the starter, but he
So you
did nothing
expect the
Skylar
same
didn't do
results?
against the Bills. Had a fourth quarter lead.
He is our starting quarterback.
You gotta answer.
Skylar Thompson is our starting quarterback.
What happened, Brian Terry? When Tua gave the Dolphins.
Wait, why you said Tua was our starting
quarterback?
quarterback? Tua was on the bench. What are you talking about?
Brian
Skylar
Terry,
Thompson was
What
starting.
happened? The defense what?
He didn't
The
score a
defense what?
touchdown where we needed, so
The
we can
defense
win
what?
that game comfortably.
The defense
He
what,
got
Brian
the ball
Terry?
back in the fourth quarter,
They
and he
gave up
didn't.
a
He
point.
crapped the bed.
They
Who you
gave up
talking
the
about,
points.
Crypto? You talking about when the defense gave you good field position? You were supposed to score a touchdown before the half, and you did it. And you scored a field goal,
bro.
Right, exactly.
Scored you the lead, bro. He got you the lead.
You see, he's just talking, but he never give me good examples. Because every time you give me an example, I give you a better one.
That is a good
keep giving me
example right
examples
there,
so I
bro.
can give you better
Bro.
ones.
Bro, that is a good example right there. You had the lead.
What's the good
in the fourth
example?
quarter.
What's the good
You
example?
had the lead in the fourth quarter. And what the defense do? What the defense do?
Okay, what did the defense do? What did the defense do when Skylar had the lead? It ain't nothing just exclusive to Tua.
No. I want you to tell me the game.
What are you making it as if it's a Tua thing?
The second meeting in Buffalo. The second meeting in Buffalo.
I don't care about the second meeting, but I'm talking about the playoff game.
Bro, okay.
Yeah, we lost by what? Two points? Let's entertain Q for a second. Yes, the second game in Buffalo, Q, we were running it down their throats. And then all of a sudden, tell me what happens next.
Oh, Mike McDaniel stopped running the ball.
Right, and he threw the ball, and we crapped the bed.
You hear that bullshit?
And we crapped the bed about throwing the ball.
136.
Hey,
hold on,
KP,
but Josh
if
Moore is
anybody
the
don't keep
problem.
it real with me, I expect you to keep it real with me, KP. That
I'm
defense
giving
let
you
Josh
the floor.
Allen score.
Who hasn't let? What
the
defense
defense-
hasn't let Josh Allen score?
Hold
Even
Exactly.
Vic
What
Fangio-
defense has stopped
Hold
them?
on. Let me hold on.
Josh Allen in
I'm
those
gonna debunk
conditions.
What
this shit
defense
right
has
now.
stopped Josh Allen in his
Hold
own
on.
building?
Even Vic Fangio, the elite defensive coordinator, couldn't stop Josh Allen.
Exactly.
Before and
Put up
after
48
step
points on them.
foundation.
Let me
stop
phrase
the
it like
fucking
this. Let
nonsense.
me
He had
phrase
a
it like
huge
this.
run.
Let
Then
me
he had
phrase
that
it like
huge
this.
70-yard
They
run.
put up
Let me
they
phrase
put
it
up
like this.
48
Let me
points
phrase it
on
like
Vic
this.
Fangio's defense for the
Let me
But
record.
Vic
phrase it like
Fangio is
this.
an elite defensive coordinator.
Let
It
me
don't
phrase
matter
it.
if you have an
Because
elite
I don't know
defense.
if it's
Offense is
me
going to score
or
sometimes.
how I'm phrasing it that you
God.
guys don't understand what I'm saying, bro. Listen, in the fourth quarter, offense had the ball. They scored. They got you the lead. Now, the
But they
team
didn't give
needed
us
the
a big
defense.
enough lead.
Wait the fuck a minute, bro. Wait a minute, bro. Then the team needed the defense to make that stop. You make that stop. Offense, all the offense had to do was just kill the clock. What happened? Josh
That wasn't a
Allen.
defensive
Josh
coordinator. That
Josh
was the
Allen.
players on the field.
Josh Allen.
That Kato
He
Cole
just
grabbing
fucking waltzed
people,
down the
pass
field. He
interference.
just waltzed down the field and scored.
Yeah,
Now
but
who's that
Yeah,
on,
what
bro?
what's the
happened in the
That's
context
first
on
for
the
game?
that, though?
defense.
He
How
do
you
that
like
in
to
all
What's the
defense
you
hold
like
on?
to
games. What are we
conveniently
talking
forget
about?
about the first game when we held them to 17 points. You conveniently forget
Bruh,
about
you
that
know what,
defensive
bruh,
drubbing we
you know
gave
what?
them.
I
You want to
I
conveniently forget
understand that
about that.
it's 1, 2, 3.
For
It's basically like
every defensive debacle,
6v1
I'm gonna
right
give you
now,
an
6 versus
offensive
1.
debacle.
Give him the Steelers game
Yeah.
because the Steelers weren't
Exactly,
looking
the
nothing
Steelers
until Kenny
game.
Pickett's went in.
Exactly. And
Last
Noah
time I checked, it was
Benogany on
16.
defense closed the
Last
game.
time I checked, it was 16-10. And
Yeah,
the Dolphins weren't
and
behind.
that's
Dolphins
not
weren't
quite the
behind.
offensive shootout.
Dolphins weren't behind that game. It was 16-10.
Bro,
It was a
we was about
close
to
ball
lose
game.
the
It was a
game if
one-score
we didn't get
game.
an
We were going to lose the
It was
game.
16-10.
The defense stopped you. Like, are
The
you watching
defense
it? You see,
stopped them.
I'm done.
Did you watching a freaking
Yeah, I'm
game?
done with this guy. This guy doesn't know football. I'm
Let's
done.
just be clear.
No, it was
Let's
I'm
just
done
be
with this
clear.
guy.
All right, let me get some word. Let's just be clear about
It's a
Q's
game
position.
sailing interception.
Q wants our defense to be good enough, and I agree with him. I wish they were this good enough to be able to stand up to Josh Allen in his home stadium in those conditions on primetime TV. I agree with you, Q.
Nobody has
I
ever
want my
done
defense to
except the
be that
Bengals.
good.
They did
But
stand up.
Q, is it realistic
Only
for
one
any
team did that.
defense to be that
What, the
good?
Bengals with 10
Only
points?
the Bengals are the
An
only
anomaly?
team that did that.
Hold on, did you forget Josh Allen had a historic postseason run last year? Like, have you guys hit your head? Like, what are we talking about? Elite offense is going to score points. You think of the defense just because he's elite. Offense is not going to score points. Did you forget the Raiders and the 49ers? Did you forget Did you forget KC and the 49ers?
And our defense could raise to that standard,
all
Q.
that shit.
But you're
Josh
asking
Hold
for
on. Oh, okay,
Josh
keep deflecting, but I'm gonna give you another example.
Buffalo
Did you also
is
forget the Buffalo Bills? That was the #1 defense last year. How many points Kansas
y'all
City
beat
put
them
on the Buffalo Bills?
The third week, bro.
How many points? How many points Kansas City put on the Buffalo Bills when the game mattered the most? They had a #1 defense. Keep telling me I don't know football
What are you
because you don't
talking
know
about,
shit.
Exactly, Brian.
If a team was unbeatable, why would we even have a season and play games, bro?
Vic Fangio, the elite defensive coordinator,
Well, the Miami
got
Dolphins
slashed by
was
Josh Allen.
72
Kiss
was
my ass,
undefeated.
Mr.
So
Heritage.
I guess we can't play the game no more.
What
do you mean, Vic Fangio? He's the elite defensive.
You brought him up.
Even him got slashed by Josh Allen. So stop thinking your offense
Exactly.
and don't need to step up too. You talk about they carried us, but if you look in the playoff game, they only scored 3 points in the fourth quarter. You stop the nonsense.
They did carry.
They carry us with a field goal in the fourth quarter when we need
They
points.
did carry. And that's what happens when you have your
field goal in the
You're
fourth
just
quarter.
like Dolphins
You go
fans.
back
You love
9-8,
mediocrity. You're just like a Dolphins fan. You love mediocrity. You don't know the hell you're talking
9-8. That's what happened when you don't have a defense.
Yeah,
Same
9-8 when your quarterback.
That's what happened when you don't have an offense.
Same thing when you
What the
didn't have
hell
an
you
offense.
talking about here?
9-8.
9-8 when you don't have an offense.
Hold on, Q. Hold on,
And
Q.
the
So
defense.
you think you don't have a higher chance of winning with your starting quarterback?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No. You say we're 9-8 because of our defense. Okay, hold on. You don't think if you have a starting quarterback, it won't increase your odds of winning?
I think you have selective hearing like Crypto usually tell people, bro.
Can you answer my question, please?
9-8 without a defense, 9-8 without an offense.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
And
okay,
you have
but I'm asking you a good question. Can you answer my good question?
Same thing.
If you don't think your odds will be high,
9-8.
you don't think your odds will be better?
No defense, 9-8.
Okay, Q. Okay. I know you're deflecting, but what I'm asking you is, don't you think your chances will be better if you have your starting quarterback starting? Do you think Do you think you have a better odds if your starting quarterback is starting?
Yes, you have a better odds with your quarterback starting.
I rest my case.
Well, how does that help your case?
Because forget it.
How does that help your case, bro?
Thank you. I'm not arguing with you no more. You done. You the argument over. I'm done with you. Thank you. You proved my point time and time, but you don't. You never could see that you made my point countless of times.
Offense carried.
But
how did they carry us?
Yeah, how?
Carries weird.
Kansas City's
What you mean,
offense
how?
scores 7 points more than their defense, and their defense is only giving up 1 less point than us. Nobody's talking about firing their defensive coordinator.
Good point, Crypto. Good grief.
Bro, the fuck, bro? We just talked about this. Fucking offense been carrying the team this whole fucking season, bro. Defense, with all the injuries and shit,
How?
bro. What the fuck?
With all these weapons, they ain't
won
carried
games.
nothing.
They won games. Scored points. Defense, no defense, bro. You didn't have a defense. You couldn't rely on your defense.
What about
scoring
the
9 points? 20
If
points.
that's the case, how come
That
Buffalo,
defense
all
won
the
the
time we
Steelers
played
game.
Buffalo, how come they didn't blow us out of the
Did
water?
they score points in that game?
The defense won us the Steelers game. Yes.
No. It was 16-10.
Yeah, he was throwing.
They gave up 10 points, and
No, he was throwing a touchdown pass.
Game, bro.
He was throwing a touchdown pass, and Noah Igbenogany, intercepted it at the goal line.
At the goal line. Matter of fact, it was in the end zone. If that ball doesn't get past Noah, that's a touchdown.
You're right. Okay, defense was poised to win us that Green Bay game, but goddamn it, the offense shit the bed in the fourth quarter with you know who as the number one quarterback.
KP, can we remind him the score?
Do I lie, Mr. Q?
Hold on, KP. Hold on.
Hold up.
KP, can we not forget that if the defense allowed the Packers to score a touchdown, we lose the game, right? Did anybody forget that? Did anybody get amnesia?
That's right.
So
Jalen Phillips with that tripping the running back on his way to a walk-in touchdown, saved it and made it a 6-point game.
Okay,
they gave us our offense a chance to win.
And then what?
They conveniently forget about the trip by Jalen Phillips.
Hold on, what the offense do with a minute and 56 seconds left? What did the offense do with a minute and 56 seconds left on the clock?
They threw interceptions.
No, they carried us. Yeah, they carried us, JP.
They definitely carried us.
Yeah, they carried us. They carried us in the playoff game.
They carried us to defeat.
Yeah, they carried us every game.
They carried us in that San Diego game.
Josh Boyer's the problem, but we have 20 and O-line coach.
See, I like what Mr. Finisher said here. We didn't one convincing game all season with all that talent on offense. The key word being a convincing game.
You can't win a game with just offense, bro.
But you're missing his point, Q. You're missing his point. He's saying
it's right there. Right there. We didn't win one convincing game all season.
I understand he's saying one convincing game. He's saying that the offense by themselves did not go out and win one convincing game all season. And that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Whereas the defense have put games on their back and won them for us.
Well, I would say Cleveland. Cleveland's the closest.
Cleveland is the only one. That's the closest one.
Hold on.
Even though we trailed in that game by 7
points.
points.
The Cleveland Browns that had one of the worst defense, just like the Detroit Lions.
Facts, Crypto. We were behind early in that game and came back.
Yep. Jacoby Brissett opening touchdown drive, and we came back and scored 19 unanswered. Or 21 unanswered.
Yeah, but that defense is known.
Can we talk about the Detroit game?
Hold on, is that not the same?
Yeah, well, the defense had to shut Detroit out in the whole second half.
Game?
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they
got
did shut them out. They
shut Detroit out for the complete second half.
They didn't score not 1 point.
They didn't score not 1 point. They had the ball for 3 minutes in the second half.
We talking about the Cleveland Browns that's looking for a defensive coordinator right now?
Oh, yeah, you got Myles Garrett.
Like, what are we saying here?
Outstanding corner in
Myles Garrett. Yeah, he was invisible in some games.
Don't worry.
So you're telling me that defense was terrible?
Outstanding corner. You mean the Green Williams that they won't resign?
What's this guy talking about? The defense is trash. They have talent on the defense, but because of coaching, they're bad.
Their linebackers didn't have.
Look like somebody's gonna be fired again next season.
Well, I mean, with the Dolphins, crypto, don't we fire everybody every other season?
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much.
we're on our
Somebody's on the
20th
chopping
O
block
line
every
coach.
year.
We're on our
Just
20th
blame
O line
Flores.
coach.
Pretty much.
Just
The
blame
next
Pretty
one
much.
should
Flores,
be
Somebody's
Joe.
getting
Flores.
fired next season.
Yeah.
Blame Flores.
We should have a poll. We should have a poll, like one of those polls. Pick a box on who's the most likely to get fired next year.
But the
You know
front
it's coming.
office in this organization has no blame. It's all Josh Boyer. All right, Josh Boyer.
From this
Yep.
point on, whenever we fire a coach, they will receive the Brian Flores trophy.
Everybody on Twitter
Right.
celebrating the elite defensive coordinator. And then we have a guy here talking about let's stop Josh Allen. And the elite defensive coordinator couldn't stop him.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not stop Josh Allen, Brian Terry?
Why couldn't Vic Fangio stop Josh Allen?
Why not, Brian Terry? Don't you want to stop Josh Allen?
Yes, but that's only one game. It's not like we playing for 17 games.
On an icy field in the fourth quarter in his home stadium.
Oh, don't give me excuses.
You gonna stop that 6'5",
Every team, every
250
quarterback
pound
is
tank
beatable.
when he runs? Okay, it's easy. to
Okay,
do,
it's
right?
good. You can have an anomaly game like Cincinnati.
It's easy to do, right?
Didn't you guys win week 3?
Yeah, we won week 3 with
Yeah, they only
defensive
scored 19 points.
shutting them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Buffalo Bills were not blowing out teams prior to that. Okay. Keep telling us we don't own
Buffalo
football.
had their entire secondary on the bench injured in that first game.
All I'm hearing is excuses.
Yep.
I'm just saying, you need a defense. You needed the defense. You needed the defense this season, especially this season, because
The
your
sad thing,
offense
you
has
Q, is
improved
that you're right.
the way
I
they
wish,
sit.
again, Q.
You needed the
If
offense
the
to get
defense
a defense.
performed at the Baltimore Ravens level or the
We needed
Chicago
the offense
Bears
to what,
level,
Mr. Paul?
you're right. We would have won more games. That is true, Q. But it is unreasonable for you to expect them to play at that level, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you, man.
They
This
can't play
season-
at that level every game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And then when we get toward the end of the season, you guys are worn out because they're carrying the team with the offense not doing what they're supposed to do. That's
Which is
gonna
why
show
I'm
from their
saying,
defense.
KP, that the defense.
No, this not
Okay, I
making the
get you,
defense
Q.
look bad.
But Q, why don't you hold the offense in QB number 1 to that same level of that same high expectation?
Well, yeah, I have, and in saying that Tua is inconsistent. Like I said, I agree with DTA. Unavailable. That's a red flag right there. Inconsistencies, red flag, right there. And the receivers dropping balls and no run game. Where's that outside?
So you're
zone?
saying he's on the consistency level as Kenny Pickett.
With
Is that what you're saying? Is he like the Steelers quarterback?
With all of that on the offense, with all of those issues on the offense,
They both got concussion.
They still perform. They still perform.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's in the realm of Kenny Pickett with the concussions and the
he's close to Dolphins. We got the same quarterback.
As much talent as we had on offense, it's obvious that this
Right.
offense underperformed.
Now I
It was supposed
understand
to be
Q
even
now.
better.
Kenny Pickett and Tua is in the same realm.
He's coping, Crypto.
KP, how did it underperform?
He's coping because the Buffalo Bills put 38 on him. He's coping.
How did the offense underperform?
I'll explain how it underperformed, man. With receivers like Tyreek
you
and
had a
Jalen Waddle,
top 6 offense. You had a top 6 offense this season.
No one had it. We never had a top 6 offense.
You needed a complementary. Yes.
Nobody to this day has
going inside the 20s don't count.
Nobody can cover Jalen Waddle or
moving the
Tyreek
ball
Hill
inside the
together
20s is
in tandem. Nobody can stop them. The only thing that can stop those two is a quarterback who can't get them the ball in all dimensions and a coach who can't make the right calls to maximize their abilities. No defense has the solution for Hill and Waddle in tandem. It takes
Actually, they did. It took them till December to figure it out. They did.
No, they didn't.
The
stop
formula was
they stopped
the formula
got figured out in December.
No, they played the wide receiver. Did you look at that 30-minute clip that Staley put out with the Chargers? They showed exactly the blueprint on what they did.
Look what the Jets
and the Jets a bump and run defense and throwing off their timing. He just simply said we just got to jam them with a few seconds at the line of scrimmage. That's going to completely throw off their timing. Get physical with them.
Well, okay,
hold on.
That's
I
basically
accept
what
that.
he said.
I
He
accept that,
expanded the
Crypto.
blueprint.
I
But I
accept
got a
that,
bigger
Crypto.
question.
I accept that, Crypto. But how do you beat that? When a defense plays overly physical, bump and run, jam you on the line,
Quick
all
pass.
it takes is one or two big plays to bust their ass and break that shit down. Quick passes.
No, you don't. You keep doing
outside,
it because
or
you'll win more than often than not.
right, and eventually your receiver's going to break that bump, right? And you got to hit them right then and there for 7 points down the goddamn
But they
field.
did.
Until
They
do
only
that.
was able. But KP, they did it. It was only once in that game. They got a deep touchdown pass. It only happened once. They just
And
took
that's
that
the problem.
gamble that
That's
they
the-
will win more than other.
Correct. Well, see, that's what I'm not disagreeing with you, Crypto. What I'm suggesting is that our problem is that I don't think our quarterback, even though he was very successful this season, got to give him his props. He improved, was able to be that deadly, to be the what you call him? What's his nickname again? The Samoan sniper.
The
That he
left-handed
was-
God.
Yeah, that he was
Shit,
advertised to be.
left-handed guy.
When a defense shows you that front, they're giving you candy. You beat that shit, and you put it, and you deliver.
But
on
you
that.
have to be your ball placement have to be out of this world consistently on the boundaries. Tua hasn't yet to show that he can do that on the boundaries and not in the middle of the field.
That's what I'm trying to get to. I need the real, official, authentic Samoan sniper that they sold us. Top 5 pick. Until we get that, we're going to continue to be stifled because as you've seen, the blueprint is out on how to stifle this team. They're playing to Tua's weaknesses. He's got to be strong in those other areas.
If we just say it,
Yeah, in that sense, yes.
Yeah,
just
and I'm
say,
not trying to take no shot at Tua. I'm being objective
Because I think the
here.
Chargers expanded on what the Steelers was doing. The Steelers DBs just didn't catch the football. They actually executed a great game plan against us.
Yeah,
they just was
right.
dropping all the passes Tua was throwing to them.
In our system, you would not be able to afford to play that kind of defense with a quarterback like Herbert, who could beat you over the top every time. Every time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
There's Pete.
Hey, peace to you.
What up,
CB?
CB? What up,
Hey,
CB? What up, Boosh? That's
CB,
my
I wore
guy
my
right there,
Howard
bro.
shirt to work today. I wore my Howard shirt today. It was representing the Bison. 1865.
Howard?
All
You
of
said
it.
Howard. Did you invoke Howard?
Hey,
That's black.
next week I'm wearing my Morgan State though. Next week I'm wearing my Morgan State.
That
So-
was blasphemy, KP. You invoked Howard
Last week
on
I
the
wore
live
FAMU.
stream.
Last week I wore FAMU. This week I wear Howard. Next week Morgan State.
What about
What's wrong?
Atlanta State or Atlanta?
Clark-
Whatever.
Clark?
Yeah.
I gotta order one of them shirts, man. I gotta order one of them.
And don't
Or
get
what's it?
Texas
Central Tennessee State.
I haven't
Jackson
heard,
State.
I've been listening
Texas
to some of the
Southern.
shows and
Texas
I
Southern, yep.
just want to know what
Alabama
everybody here
A&M.
Prairie View.
point of emphasis
Yeah, that's
in the
another
off
one.
season.
Prairie
What you
View.
guys what you guys trying to get in off season?
Quarterback.
Quarterback, O lineman, general manager,
sorry, Brian
owner,
Terry, sorry to burst your bubble,
cooker,
bro.
kicker.
They running it back.
They
running it back.
Offensive
What do you mean
lineman,
we running
all
it back? You're a
5.
Steelers fan. What are you running it back? What do you mean we running it
No,
back? Do you know running back
they
is?
running it back.
How we running it back and we fired our defensive
They running it back with
coordinator?
two.
We are running it back. So that's why I say
How you running it back and you firing people?
and run it back
Chris
for
said
real.
they running it back with two.
How you gonna run it back and you firing people? Like, what are we talking about here? What do you mean run it back?
If you gonna
Right,
run it back with
everybody's
two, you might as well
losing
bring
their
everybody
job.
back.
This guy's talking out his ass.
No, they
We're
running it
running-
back
we're
with
running-
two, didn't it? Hey,
Good.
isn't that what Greer said?
We're running
Isn't
it back
that what
Royal
Greer said?
Rumble style.
You know Greer's a
Greer
habitual
says
liar.
that. Hold on, wasn't it the same Chris Greer that made us what? Didn't we lose a first round pick because we was flirting with Tom Brady and Sean?
Didn't he say Tua's going to be the starting
actually, I was
quarterback?
wrong.
Didn't he
He
say
said
that
that
last
for 3
season
years
when
in
he
a
was
row.
flirting?
Well, CB,
Didn't he say that
apparently
last
Howard
season?
and
Brian, that was the
Department
wrong. That wasn't
disagreeing with you.
Greer.
So I
Was
was
it-
saying it about Howard
Was
twice.
it?
You guys are
Chris-
running
In
it back with
undergrad
Tua.
and in grad school.
Oh,
It
so
was
CB.
so
not
Steve,
So
so
apparently they
Stephen
disagree
Ross
with
is
you,
not
bro.
Chris Greer boss.
Stephen Ross was the one that was behind the entire Tom Brady thing.
Can you blame him?
It
Can
was.
you blame him? Tom
That
Brady
was
is a
Greer
Super Bowl
too. Greer was
MVP.
behind it as well. You
Greer
best
agreed
believe,
with it.
But then
You
why-
best-
He
you
said he
best
had to do
believe,
his
bro,
due
that's
diligence.
destroying Steve
that
Austin
is his
for doing
right
that.
hand man. You best believe you can't say he was not privy to that.
He was
He knew
privy
about
to
that
that,
prior. They have discussions
and he
about the
said he has to
roster.
do his due diligence.
They always
First
have
of
He
all,
said that
guys,
in
discussions
the
about
press
the
conference.
roster.
hey,
So how you gonna say
hold on,
no,
guys.
How you gonna say
I'm
Tua's
back
the guy when your
after
boss
my
is
workout.
literally talking about replacing
Nobody
him?
said that. Nobody's. Hey, Brian Terry, you
No,
mixing
no,
up
Q,
words,
nobody
bro.
talking to your ass. Let me talk to Alex.
Nobody's
Alex
saying
got a
that.
mouth.
Nobody's
Alex
saying
got
that.
balls. I'm not
Nobody's
talking to
saying
you,
that.
Q. I'm talking to Alex.
Yeah,
Alex, what I was
with your flip
saying.
flopping ass.
Oh
Brian,
God,
bro,
can you
don't
get
do
off
that,
my
Flip flop.
nuts?
Brian. You're
I'm
better
talking
than
to
that, Brian. Come
Alex.
on, Brian. You're better than
Yeah,
that,
Brian. You're
dude.
better than that. You're better than that, bro.
I'm talking to Alex. Nobody talking to you.
Okay, but
Yeah, you're
yes, I
better
know.
than that.
I understand. I
How you
understand you're
gonna
talking to
tell
me,
me that
Brian.
Tua's the? How you gonna tell me Chris Greer saying Tua is the guy when it's shown time and time this organization been going behind their back trying to trade Tua? Obviously, it's political. They're not
Brian,
gonna go out right and say we're gonna trade Tua
Brian, hold
when
on,
they
hold
Because
on.
Greer
when
Exactly.
they
said
could be
it,
They're
trading
bro.
not
for
going
other
to go out
teams.
there and say
Guys,
that.
hold on. Let me just Brian real quick. Brian, listen. You know, I respect your opinion, and me and you've gone back and forth in a couple of debates. I would never disrespect you, but bro, come on, man, don't disrespect somebody else like that, bro. Like, don't do that. Just
Huh?
say,
Huh?
Brian, don't say. I'm not
And
talking
I
to your
thought
ass.
Javon Holland and Tua was soft. Give me
Let
a
him know,
fucking break.
Alex. Let him know, Alex.
Grow
Let
some
him know,
balls.
Alex.
Brian,
Let him
you
know,
say,
Alex.
This
Yeah,
generation
Brian,
is
this
too
listen.
guy
soft.
behind
That's
his
why you want to
behind the
fire
phone.
Brian
Brian.
Flores.
Hey,
That's
don't
why
be.
y'all don't like
Hey,
Brian
oh
Flores because
no!
you fucking you're
Brian, we
Don't
cotton
be
all
ball.
respect each
insulting
other
You're
upwards,
people.
Brian.
soft. You
Don't
guys
be
want the cute words. You
disrespecting.
guys want the
Cause
hippie words.
you
They don't
talking
win
right behind the
games.
phone or computer right now, bro. You talking behind the phone and the
Why you
computer.
keep
That's why I
talking to
don't.
me, bro?
Because I can.
Guys, come
The
on.
Q,
argument is
you're stirring the
over. You
pot.
We're
already
better than this. Come
you
on.
already debunked the argument that you was pushing. I'm done with y'all. Finish y'all.
No,
Wash
no,
my
no.
hand,
You did
and I'm
not
cleaning.
debunk
I'm
nothing,
lighting
bro.
Hey,
Alex
hey,
ass
You
up
Crypto.
did not debunk
and
nothing.
debunking his
Yeah.
ass.
What is it? What is that picture you have on your logo there? Is that a wolf?
No. My picture. No, that's the bathroom that's built inside of a 15-story elevator shaft with a glass floor. That's the state of the Dolphins franchise.
Whoa.
Oh,
That's like
I,
sticking a chair on a train track,
That
waiting for the
they're
goddamn
asking
train
us
to
to
hit
go
you,
take
knowing
a
it's coming.
they're asking us to go take a dump in the bathroom with a glass floor. We're basically relying on a quarterback with a glass skeleton. They
Yeah.
asking us to rely on it. That's the state of the Dolphins
okay,
franchise.
fine.
We've been constructed
Crypto,
inside of a freaking elevator shaft with the glass floor.
Samuel Jackson, and
That's like
Unbreakable.
Squid Games. That's like some
Okay?
on Squid Games, man.
All right? We all agree
That's a gamble to go take a
is
dump in that
Samuel
bathroom.
Jackson and Unbreakable. Crypto.
What?
We all agree. We all agree that Tua is Samuel Jackson from the movie Unbreakable.
Okay, if you
Yes
say
or no?
so.
Has anybody seen the movie Unbreakable with Bruce Willis and Samuel
Yeah.
Jackson? That
Yeah, I've seen
Samuel
it. I've
Jackson
seen
is
that in
Tua
the theater
Tagovailoa.
overseas.
Mr.
Okay,
Glass.
Mr. Glass, exactly. That's
Mr.
exactly
Glass.
what Tua is, Mr. Glass. Every
Yeah,
time he falls down,
that's
his
why I
bone
said
breaks.
that. That's why I was saying, Alex, that glass floor is representative of Tua. Them telling us to rely on somebody that's made of glass.
Hold on. So if it's a no-brainer, hold on. If it's a
Oh my God,
no-brainer, and Chris
you're
Greer
my
being
boy,
so
bro.
long in this organization, he don't know that?
You're my boy, bro.
So you telling me it's a no-brainer, and you telling me Chris Greer doesn't know this? That's why he needs to be fired.
No, Brian, listen, I
You
understand that
just
Chris Greer.
said, Alex, you just said out your mouth, you said, towards Mr. Glass. I have people talking about they want to give the 5th year off. You just say he's Mr.
We're all
Glass.
joking around up here, man. Come on, Brian, get with the joke. Come on, Brian. The injury. Listen, nobody's denying Tua's injury prone. Nobody's denying that.
And I'm asking you why. Okay, but I'm trying to tell you that the problems that we keep talking about is never going to be fixed.
You want to know something? Here's the thing, and this is exactly my real take on this. Devontae Parker for since he was drafted frustrated the hell out of me because Devontae Parker had so much freaking talent that it wasn't even funny. He could have never just put it
trolling
together.
crypto now. You trolling crypto.
No, I'm not. No,
Stop it.
I'm not
Tread
trolling
lightly,
crypto.
Alex.
No, crypto. I'm not trolling you, but I'm just saying Devontae Parker and real talk frustrated the shit at me because I was very high in Devontae Parker since we drafted him.
I was at the very
Extremely
beginning.
high. And
I know when to move off the kid.
I agree, but he would show signs of life when he was on the field. He would show signs that he can be a number one receiver. Okay, Tua on the same thing is like a Devontae Parker because he frustrates me to the fullest extent because I know Tua has talent. Tua can be a very good quarterback in this league. The only problem is he can never stay healthy, and that's the biggest issue that everybody has with him.
Well,
not
my
just that,
issue
but
with
his consistency too.
Yeah, thank you, DTA. I was just about to say that.
The
Because he was
consistency,
healthy
yes,
in the
DTA.
San
I
Diego
am not
game.
denying
He
that.
was healthy in the San Francisco game. He was healthy in the Green Bay game until the
Yeah,
concussion.
he was healthy
And he
until
was
after the
healthy
Green
in
Bay
that
game.
Tennessee game the season before. So I don't
Yeah,
buy
until
Right.
after the
I don't buy that
actually he
it's
ain't had no
totally
concussion
availability.
last year. I mean, the year before he never had a concussion.
Every
Exactly.
quarterback, has bad stretches, and
See, I knew you were
they've been-
gonna follow it up with
That's that
every quarterback.
mediocrity
Bro,
crap.
that's not the same as having a bad game.
and I'm
It's
not
not.
disagreeing.
It's not the
Again,
same.
DTA, I hear what you're saying, and DTA, I'm not disagreeing with anybody up here. I'm not disagreeing with anybody's take. I'm not disagreeing
Right,
with that. I'm not
but
disagreeing
our
with San
point,
Fran
but our
game,
point
and
though, but Alex, that's the point is you can't like sugarcoat it and disguise it. If we're going to be objective and we're going to call it all out, then it's
that's fine.
him not being consistent is not the same as every quarterback has a bad game. That's not the same. We're not saying that Tua played, 14 or 15 good games and then only had 1 or 2 bad games. That's different.
He had 3 bad. It was the Cincinnati game. He had a bad game. He had a bad game in the San Fran game. He had a bad game in the Chargers game. In the Green Bay game. So that's a total.
He was
4
having a
bad
great
games.
game until the fourth quarter.
Most of that
Just
Cincinnati
to keep it
game.
real. He was having a good game in Green Bay until the fourth quarter. But the problem
Yes.
is, if we accept what you just gave us, right? That quarterbacks, every now and then have a bad game, and what are we supposed to say? All right. Oh, yes, Tua, it's okay. Get him next time, buddy. Yeah, I know we need to make the playoffs and everything. It's 0-4 in December, but it's okay. We believe in you. Maybe next year.
The fact
can't
of
say
the
that.
matter
Nothing wrong with
is
saying
that
that.
KP, believe it or not,
Jesus Christ.
believe it, but
That shows
believe
total ignorance of who we are
KP,
as a franchise.
KP,
The Miami Dolphins for the
believe it or not,
past 30 years.
believe it or not, KP, that Tua is 6-5 in December games.
Maybe we should handle business early in the season.
But it's about
so
what
we
you
don't have
do
to wait.
recently.
So we don't have to wait for the Patriots
The
to
recent
lose to the
film.
Buffalo Bills.
I give you that, Crypto. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Crypto. I'm not
How
disagreeing
about
with you on that.
And this
how
is why I
about
call
we
myself
finish?
Crazy Dolphin.
How about we
Crazy
show our
Dolphin.
playoff fate early in the season, Alex? Why we don't do that? Why we don't be like those good teams? We were the number 2 seed in the playoffs. Did you know that? Looking to be number 1, and we dropped all the way down to 7.
Yes, of course, I know.
You know that's a complete embarrassment. You know that the NFL media
At one point, we fell as low
was
as 8.
praising us, and the NFL media had Tua in MVP conversation. Did you know that the NFL media was actually saying we're breaking the curse after we beat the Buffalo Bills? Did you forget that?
They had to,
We
Brian.
were the hot team.
Brian,
We were the team to
I'm
beat.
not disagreeing with you, Brian. I know that, Brian. I'm not disagreeing with you on any of that. Points.
Alex, you're too sensitive. Just listen.
No, I'm not.
Just
I'm
listen
just
to
saying,
the point.
I'm just telling you, bro.
You're making it personal. It's not goddamn personal. At the end of the day, we're number 2. We're number 2 seed, and we fell down to the number 7, the number 7 seed. We're a failure. We're a joke.
Brian,
we're a joke.
Yeah, that was a hell of a slide.
It was
We're
a
joke.
Actually, we went as low as 8. Actually, we went as low as 8
I mean,
until the very last
exactly.
Again, and just to put it in perspective, we finished with the
We're
same
not as bad
record
as
that we
anybody
had.
think we are.
Oh, let DTA speak. He's the host, y'all. Go ahead.
We finished with the same record that we had after adding all those pieces. Weren't we supposed to be a better, more complete team? And
Exactly.
And to be objective and to be fair, yes, there was a lot of injuries, mostly on the defensive side of the ball. But again, even with all those weapons that you added and the pieces that were, added to this team, we were supposed to be a much better offense and a much better team overall, but a much better offense. The offense is supposed to be carrying the team. Again, we finished with the same record. Now we can sit here and excuse it and say, It's one thing to excuse it and be like, well, yeah, Tua didn't play, so we lost games. Okay, but I think that's
He
a
missed the
cop
same
out.
amount of games the previous year. That automatically debunks that narrative because he missed the same amount of games the previous year.
Man, if we were 90
I mean,
miles
it's the
to the
same
south,
record.
He missed
So you
more
can't
games.
use that as an argument.
if
Crypto,
South Florida was in the
missed more
Caribbean,
games.
we would be calling it the Calypso Collapso. That's what happened to us this season.
Yeah.
The Calypso
So to
Collapso.
Brian's point,
Only-
you know, I
only
absolutely
KP
think, like,
would
in
make
my
up-
opinion,
make
I
up
think
some
that the
kind of
season was a
weird thing
failure.
like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Only KP.
You said
Only
it.
KP will come
But
out
you got
with something
Dolphins
like
fans. You got Dolphins fans trying to tell you you're not a real Dolphins fan because you're happy you made the playoff. We was already a playoff team when we fired Brian Flores. Isn't that why we fired Brian Flores to be that team? Didn't we say he was the one that was holding us back for being this great team? We gave you the O-line, the wide receiver, the offensive line guru, the run guru, the gurus. We gave you Frank Smith.
But you want to know something? Here's what happened. The defense took a step back.
Oh God!
Right,
Yeah, the defense. Hold on. The defense took us. Okay, the
Tell him,
defense.
Alex. That's the point I was trying to make.
Hold on. Since you want to talk about defense, let's talk about special teams.
Hold on, Brian.
Yeah, to
No,
take
you
a
want to
step
talk
back,
about defense?
only by
Let's talk
3
about
points per
special
game.
teams. Let's talk about special teams since you want to talk about defense. Let's talk about special teams. Why the hell we have Javon Holland out there punt returning? Why do we have Raheem Mostert out there on kick returns? Why are other teams getting a lot of?
I don't think Holland's ever returned the football back.
Why is other teams getting better field position? Why are we not covering the guys well? We're not talking about special teams, but our special team was fucking garbage. That's one of the reasons why you lost. We don't want to cover the 3 phases: offense, special teams, and defense. And we don't also want to talk about the experience that Mike McDaniel shown. He misused Mike Gesicki. You misused Cedric Wilson. You were stubborn in the run game. You kept using Tyreek Hill and Waddle. Didn't get other people involved. You put in play calls very late. You knew about your O-line issues, and you waited till the season to fix it. So the offense is not the reason. Stop the shit.
Why are you talking bad about McGenius, man? He figured it out. He actually figured out a way to throttle Waddle and Hill. It takes a genius to do that. It takes a genius to do that.
The Triple S podcast. Okay, so he got his question. He says, "Someone please tell me what games the defense straight up lost, where the offense played great in."
Cleveland is the only game. Cleveland is the only game.
The only game.
Like Cleveland?
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, that's the only game. Cleveland. Yeah. Well, the Cleveland game
because Detroit made it close. They played a close game.
Salute Triple S. Salute my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Detroit game was close. That was only a 3-point game.
Yeah.
Bro, am I lagging? You guys like hearing like?
Oh, we hear you, Q.
Hey, okay. I want to say, hey, Triple S is that boy, bro. Triple S is a good dude, man, and I love debating things with him. I love debating things with him too.
No, I think he was saying that that would be a game that we got blown. He was saying if the defense lost and we didn't perform well on offense, that means we lost in the fourth quarter. That Jet game, I guess, the first Jets game.
He said the defense played bad in wins. When we lost, the offense was bad, period. And yeah, he was saying when the games they lost. He meant the games that they lost. So he's basically saying what games did the defense straight up lose us the game in which the offense played great?
The closest to that would be what Crypto just brought up, which is the first New York Jets game. Where we couldn't stop Brees Hall.
Yeah.
All right, Alex.
Yeah.
All right, Alex. The closest to that would be the Jet game.
Yeah, where we couldn't stop
I was sitting in the
Hall.
stadium. I actually predicted that spread, by the way.
About the Jets game where,
I regret that spread I predicted and us losing.
What's up, Kevin?
The game where Jason Sanders could have made that field goal that would have put us up.
Yes,
I was 6.
Oh,
I was 6 for 6 in my AFC East predictions, and I'm 3 and 3 in the division. And every win and loss, I predicted accurately.
You're talking about the same defense that stopped the Jets when they went for it on that 4th down, and we did nothing on that drive when we stopped.
Good counterpoint, Brian. Good counterpoint.
What's up? What's up, Chef Juice? Salute to you, brother. Good to see you, man.
But we're just trying to be fair and balanced, Brian. No, on the real.
But no, you can't be fair and balanced because it was the reason why we lost is because Mike McDaniel kept putting the ball in a rookie quarterback, Skylar Thompson, in his first game instead of giving the rock to Raheem Mostert, who's on fire. instead of running the ball.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Listen,
I will only agree to that.
But the
That it was
defense
a
is the
playoff game
problem.
when we got a chance to win the game when we went up 24-20. I would agree with switching the ratio up by another 5% and saying
And let's go to the
what's
Buffalo
tough away
Bills
the
game.
game.
Let's go to the Buffalo Bills game. Did Atlanta Roberts did he not stuff Josh Allen? Did he not stand Josh Allen up? Literally. Like, what are we talking about? Didn't the defense force Josh Allen to throw the ball to the dirt?
Yeah, but we were just answering Triple S's question, or trying to explore. We're just exploring the question. That's all.
Oh, I want to dead the argument. I don't care if I got to beat the dead horse. I want to dead
agree
it.
with you, Brian. I'm on your side on this one, Brian.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair.
So yeah, the Jet game it was 19-17 with about
let's
10
talk
minutes.
about the Browns game. When didn't we hold Nick Chubbs to like 62 yards, and the guy was rushing for 100 yards. He was not a leading rusher. Like, what are we talking about?
At that point, he was the leading rusher.
And he had only one big run. Most of those yards were one big run.
Yeah, that one fourth down run.
We bottled them up otherwise.
And let's not forget the Lions were a high-power offense at that time. Did we not forget that? They were the top offense?
Right.
They were. They was number one in scoring.
Hey, in that Minnesota game, we bottled up Dalvin Cook pretty well until the end as well. He had one big run in that Minnesota game for that touchdown.
Yeah, that one touchdown he had. That was it. They only scored 24 points. Minnesota did.
Yeah, they didn't even score a lot of points.
Right.
It was like 10 straight punts we held them to.
Like I said, the defense was far from perfect, but we had a scrappy defense that had a high motor, high effort. You had some great performances for the year from guys like Christian Wilkins, Zach Sealer. We had some guys on this defense who laid it all out there, man. So it's kind of disrespectful to put this on the defense with the effort that they put out. Jalen Phillips was a beast all year.
Yes,
that's why. That's why I can't. That's why it's unfair to say our defense was the reason we lost. It obviously was not.
It's an easy cop out.
It's hard
you
to
know
do
it,
that.
KP.
Yeah.
Easy cop out. Anybody that watched the game know that's bullshit.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, the last month of the season, we were like ranked number 6 as far as points allowed.
Just like it's unfair to put all the blame on Tua on the offense. That guy right there.
No, it's shared. The other defensive coordinators get responsibility for figuring us out.
Yeah, and then that guy right there, KP. That guy right there on the screen, Brandon.
Oh, you talking about the one that didn't make adjustments?
Matt Genius.
That didn't make adjustments.
He deserves a lot of blame too.
Yeah.
Can we not forget that fourth down call?
There was times where he should have stuck with the running game.
The fourth down call against the Bills.
Let's talk. Let's talk. No, because people keep saying the defense is the problem. So I didn't know Josh Boyer was the head coach. I want to remind that Josh Boyer being the head coach and the fourth down and the fourth quarter in the Buffalo Bills game. What happened?
A dumb shotgun to snap the freaking that was about to be snuffed out.
And how long we took to get that play? How long it took for us to get that play? Wasn't Tua having the same issue? Wasn't every quarterback having the same issue with the play calls getting in?
Yep.
Yeah.
100.
Play clock running down. People got to call timeouts for no reason.
And it caught up to us?
It finally caught up to us in the playoff game. That last drive.
Well, actually, it caught up to us all season, man. There were just some boneheaded decisions all season that put us in terrible positions.
Yeah.
Like in that New England game when we were up, Teddy Bridgewater starting. It's 3rd and 16, and he calls some crazy-ass pass play with the lead and halfway through the third quarter.
Halfway through the third,
and then repeated the same damn mistake in the playoff game with Skyler. 3rd and 19. We got the lead.
KP, did you forget the Bengals game? Did they forget the Bengals game when the defense gave Teddy Bridgewater the ball back and he threw an interception trying to hit Mike Gesicki?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Late over the middle. Late pass over the middle.
Yeah, if you want to get technical with it, Q, man, this offense put this defense in bad spots all year long.
Yeah.
And to their credit, they managed to pull out some of them and actually pull out some stops.
Hold on. What about special teams? What about special team with Jason Sanders missing all those field goals? That don't put us in bad field goal position. You know what? Never mind.
No, you're 100% correct, Brian. Tell him, Brian.
And
you missed a crucial field goal.
And wasn't just Jason, that special teams was also missing a lot of tackles and leaving a lot of holes for for the
Can you
run.
say it again, please? Because I thought
running
I was
back.
insane.
And our kick return game and punt return game did not give us any assistance at all season.
But you can use those same points for the offense to make an excuse for the offense as well. But the biggest detriment is still the defense because you lost players. That's what I'm trying to say.
But the young players
going into the season,
when we lost
going into the season, people had this. People thought they had a top 10 defense. That's all I'm saying. But then, with all the injuries, it became no longer a top 10 defense. It was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, but the young guys
so
step up. Even though
that means the coordinators can't pull a rabbit out of his head like Brian Flores. You can't expect people to coach up Walmart players. Not everybody's Brian Flores.
It was a patchwork secondary, man. We got as much out of them as we could.
Losing those players became a detriment to the team because you no longer have.
Well, that means Boyer shouldn't have been the scapegoat.
Well, Q, that's like saying water is wet. You don't just turn around and say, "God damn it, I blame water for being wet." I blame water for being wet. Why are you so wet, water? Why are you so wet, water? I want water to be more dry. That's what you say.
Yeah, you got me.
Good.
That shit was fucking hard.
Yeah, good, bro.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
Why you had to say that one, bro?
You up here doing people like that.
That's a good one. Can't blame water for being wet. Wow.
Oh my goodness. That's a good one.
What about Mike McDaniel going on a tour all last offseason, the run guru? Why did we not go draft a running back when we had two guys under contract on a 1 year, broken down guys who are injury prone? Raheem Mostert was literally battling injury. Chase Edmonds was just coming off an injury. And you're telling me the moron in the front office did not go draft a running back when you see Damian Pierce, Isaiah for the Kansas City, you see James Cook for Buffalo Bills, you see all these guys, all those running backs that drafted, and you're talking about the scheme depends on the run? And you don't go draft.
I don't know if I've ever seen.
You go draft a wide receiver.
The outside zone being run on.
Yeah, that's not.
You go draft a wide receiver.
Have you guys seen the outside zone being run this season? Mostly inside zones from Mike McDaniel.
What is the point? What is the point that Chris Greer is irresponsible with his draft picks?
No. Q. That last point Q made is a good one, and that gets into the weeds of what was wrong with our offense as far as it.
Well, outside the end zone, it's just reverse it. It's just a reciprocal, not a reciprocal, but an inverse of it.
To address that point, Q, I think what we saw really was McDaniel gave up on running the outside zone at some point this season.
Yeah,
that's what happened, and that
we played against their defenses.
Yeah.
And they were just running a makeshift run game. And that's why the run game was so inconsistent.
That was an admittance that our offensive line just wasn't ready to execute at the level that he wanted to, or that he envisioned. We could not run the scheme that he wanted to.
Listen, outside run scheme, inside zone. Listen, it's nothing but an old-fashioned way of a fancy sweep, like the freaking Vince Lombardi did for the Packers. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to know. I want to know why we drafted a wide receiver, a luxury pick, and we didn't draft at least an O-line or a running back.
Oh, but you got to remember now. Last time we drafted a running back.
Because that's what we do.
Drafted a running back.
Because Chris Greer knew for 3 years. Chris Greer knew for 3 years we needed a running back. He tried to get Najee Harris. Nah, he was too cheap. He didn't want to pay the price. He didn't want to give him Javonte Williams. He didn't want to give us Travis Etienne. He didn't want to give us Jonathan Taylor. He didn't want to give us J.K. Dobbins. He didn't want. Can I keep naming running backs?
Yo, who is this guy? Two are injured all over, man. So look at that picture, Doug. That's what I was talking about earlier, man. When do you see a quarterback get bent like that? That's freaking insane, man.
What game was that? What game was that?
But that's not the only time Tua got bent up like that. I don't understand how a football player, I don't care what position you play, can get put into that position.
It was the O-line, KP.
No, it was Brian Flores' fault. That was Brian Flores' fault. That's what it was.
It's the O-line. Yeah. The O-line didn't block the player well. That's why people fell down bad.
It's definitely Brian Flores' fault, no doubt.
That's an impressive picture, man. But
Brian Farr's still scratching his ass right now, bro. he left the team a long time ago. He's still scratching his ass.
Well, hey, just to talk a little bit about Flores, man. That Minnesota job, man. That's you got an old aging defense over there, man. I guess he's gonna have to resuscitate that takes no talent thing over there, because
he will. They're gonna probably be top 5 defense, KP.
Yeah, they gotta
I think
redo
he's just
that whole
glad to
thing over there.
be in the coaching scene again.
We all know how fast he turns around Walmart style players. He already got the blueprint.
But Crypto, they got Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, they do.
Don't forget that they got Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, Tua. They're all the same quarterbacks. Derek Carr. That's why I hear people saying, "Oh, let's bring Derek Carr for Tua." That's the stupidest crap I ever heard.
Well, I guess they're gonna have to trade for another quarterback.
They're the same quarterback. Why would I get Derek Carr and Tua? I might as well just stick with Tua and his upside instead of Derek Carr, who threw how many interceptions?
Well, you probably ran out of upside in both of them.
So it's stupid to go get him.
Trading a Ford for a Chevy, same damn thing.
If you're gonna move off of Tua, it needs to be an elite quarterback. It has to be an elite quarterback if you're gonna move off of Tua. I'm sorry.
Or you got to be
an above average quarterback. That's all he is, an above average quarterback.
Right. You just got to be serviceable with your presence.
Hey, all right, fellas, y'all have a good one. Hey, DTA, good looking out, bro.
All right, Q.
All right, Q.
Yeah, much love, Q. Appreciate you, bro.
Maybe Kenny Pickett could be a franchise quarterback.
Oh yeah, we working on it, Crypto. We working on it.
Y'all got to stop that boy from taking them concussions, though, man.
Yeah, he about to turn into a tour. He turned into a tour.
Kenny Pickett is Tua 2.0.
So that means Kenny Pickett's gonna be number 1 in QBR? My bad.
Yeah, he is. Next season, Brian. Next season. Especially on the first 4 games, he's gonna have a miraculous come from behind victory against Baltimore. It's coming.
Oh, but our defense didn't stop the elite MVP Lamar Jackson.
Oh my bad. He actually did do it this year. He was trailing double digits in the fourth quarter, and they did beat the Ravens. My bad.
Oh.
So Kenny Pickett has his double-digit victory, come from behind victory over the Ravens like Tua did. My bad. He already got it.
I mean, that George Pickett wide receiver that guy's really nasty, man.
That guy is Devontae Parker 2.0. He's a healthy Devontae Parker.
Yeah, Devontae Parker, when he was in college, was a fucking beast, Crypto. That guy was
are you kidding me? Go back and look at the film.
I never said he wasn't in college. The key point was in college.
Yeah, that's it.
Louisville.
But
he did have 1,000 yards. He did have 1,000 yards, Crypto.
Yeah, that one season with Fitzpatrick was a really good season too, man.
Yeah, that was look what he did to what's that guy?
That's about it.
Gilmore. When Gilmore was the defensive player of the year. That was nasty.
Yeah, he housed Gilmore.
Well, if your only highlight is doing against Gilmore, then you got a problem.
No, nobody's saying he's great. We're just saying with the league.
I mean, in college he was a beast, but when he came to the Dolphins, he just dropped off, and then he didn't take being a pro football player seriously.
He
didn't take it seriously, right?
He ain't trained his body like he was supposed to.
In the off season, he didn't take his off season regimen seriously.
In retrospect, though, you got to look at the coaching, man, that he got when he first got into the league. I think we had weak and inconsistent coaching. They weren't able to get through to him.
Laziness, KP. Stop the nonsense. There's literally guys that asked Devontae Parker to help Devontae Parker, and he refused it. The guy doesn't want to get better.
Yeah, he just totally blew it off.
No doubt. If he was Lamar St. Rob Brown, then it would have been a totally different story if he had his work ethic, for instance.
I'm gonna do the rundown real quick, gentlemen. Give me one second. I'll be fast.
Okay.
All right, everybody. So I see we have people that were watching on Facebook tonight. So for everybody that is joining over from the other social platforms like Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, any of that, if you guys can make your way over, maybe migrate to the YouTube side of things, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. It means a lot to us. It helps us a lot. Also, if you guys want to support the channel, we do have Cash App and Venmo. We also have a Patreon, so you guys can head over to patreon.com/TFTG to find us on there to become a member. you guys can use Cash App at $, the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo at the Fins Tailgate. All that is in the description of the video, so you guys can check that information out if you want to, guys. If you guys want to donate or support the channel. Also, we have Super Chats memberships. You guys can continue to watch El Capitan every other day of the week. You got the Rabbit Dolphin. He's always making appearances, always here, giving you guys the real and the raw. Kohler commentary. You guys will be able to get him every morning, I believe, from like 6 to 8 a.m. He's going to be daily every morning. And then myself, Dolphins Debrief, with the shorts and the afternoon shows, and then some late evening night shows. And then, of course, Saturday Night Exhale with Ali. So catch Ali on Saturday nights. He's also going to be having his broken takes. So be sure to catch those episodes as well. And again, hit the like button if you guys haven't. It really helps the channel, and we appreciate it. So please just continue to smash that thing. And of course, also, if you guys are looking to get any of your officially licensed gear, head on over to Fanatics, check out Fanatics, and use the description, or use the link in our description. It's our affiliate link. It'll take you over there to get all your officially licensed NFL, NHL, NBA, all that good stuff from Fanatics. And then the last but not least is our other sponsor, the Backroom Collection. If you guys head on over to the Backroom Collection, you guys are trying to get any of those custom visors for those mini helmets, or get like cool custom one-of-a-kind piece canvases, bunch of Miami Dolphins art, use hashtag TFTG for your purchase. It'll get you guys 10% off. So appreciate y'all. And last but not least, be sure to check out our links. We got flip-flops, beanies, hats, flags, tumblers, a bunch of cups, mugs. There's new It's in My DNA t-shirt, all bunch of great stuff on there. So you guys can get yourself some Fins Tailgate gear. All right.
I see somebody in the comment section say Najee Harris is a bust. Najee Harris had 1,000 yards back to back.
No, it's not no bust. Who said that?
He had 1,000 yards back to back.
That guy doesn't know football.
Yeah, I definitely don't.
Wait, who did say was a bust?
He is not no bust.
Najee Harris.
Oh yeah, I see it. Najee is not. Nah, he wasn't a bust. I mean, he may not be making. He may not be making all that noise this season, but he's not a bust.
Can't say that after the third season.
He got 1,000 yards back to back. What else you want from the guy? To do 4,000 yards? I haven't seen Tua throw over 4,000 yards.
Yeah, and he got 1,000 yards when everybody in the world knows that they're giving the ball to damn Najee Harris. That's a running football team, a power running football team at that. So, yeah. And you got to be a tough kind of guy to put up that kind of number under that kind of duress.
Najee is, man, that man is incredible with some of the, I mean, if you watch some of his film, man, and his running and just his ability.
I actually thought he should have been a pick at 18.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I like him.
Some very impressive 3-yard runs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You would have had a young Crypto. You would have had a young running back that you're developing. That's long. That you can have for 5 or 4 years.
Well,
now we're talking about go get Jacobs and getting all these other guys that teams actually decided to draft in their rounds.
Yeah, Najee Harris would have been perfect for us, man.
Yeah,
very useful in the passing game too. I mean, great hands. So and the load would have been a lot lighter on him. I'm sure he wished he was a Dolphin too. In retrospect, at least
and that would have helped. If you're going to go with Tua, why not give him his running back from college? You gave him his wide receiver.
Well, actually, Tua was pulling for us to draft Najee Harris.
Najee Harris thought he was going to get drafted by us.
Yeah,
right.
He thought he was going to get drafted by us. We were talking to Najee Harris, and the reason why we didn't move up, is because Chris Greer has a tendency to be cheap and passive and not aggressive. He's not aggressive for the guys he wants. He has to settle for what he can get with his little cheap options. You're supposed to get all those. You're supposed to get all those draft picks to be aggressive in the draft. You don't have all those draft picks to actually draft every fucking pick.
But then every draft he seems to do some weird stuff and trade up for like a Liam Eichenberg and trade up for.
You know why he did that? Because he didn't want to trade up in the first round and get a better O-line. You know why we had to get Austin Jackson? Because he didn't want to trade up and get Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's
That's
true.
the reason why. That's what you
He
have
didn't
to
want to
do.
trade to go get him.
When you don't
Rashawn
go get
Slater
your
was
guy,
in
you
there
gotta
too.
settle.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
too,
he
it's not.
definitely did a lot of settling.
And then too, it might not just be Chris Greer. Because think about this: when the last time we drafted a running back,
Yeah,
Jay Ajayi.
Yeah.
Jay
Jay
Ajayi
Ajayi was the last one. Yeah.
was
Jay
the last
Ajayi,
one. And how many
And it
years
was
ago
fifth
was that?
round. That was the fifth round.
Didn't
Right.
Ajayi carried us when Ryan Tannehill was injured?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, Jay
Sure did. He was a
pretty
great
much,
backup.
yeah.
was good.
And
For us, he's a
the
great back.
thing is too is like, bro, Greer has not really had like a lot of his picks are just whiffs and misses. Yeah, he's had a couple, couple good picks, but he's really bad. I don't know. And I know that there's like different styles, right? Like some people will just draft best available. Others are going to draft best at that position that you need, but
Right.
you're right. He does a lot of stupid shit that makes absolutely no sense. Like I'll be watching it. You watch the draft and just some of the moves or, it's also some things he doesn't do, but just some of the things he does do. It's just absolutely head scratching.
Yeah,
I'm okay if we missed 2 picks.
Said
The
because you're
3rd
playing
round and the 4th
2v1 in
round.
casual, why wouldn't you play 1v1 in competitive?
Here's what I noticed about him though. I feel like Greer, and again, maybe it's just I don't know. It might be my thinking, but I feel like Greer tries to play the he tries to play like the Seattle Seahawks type approach, right? Like where the Seattle Seahawks they're really well known and good at taking what other other people would look at as like a shit draft pick, right? They're really good about finding like the diamonds in the rough. Seattle's always done that with their draft capital. They'll take like a really bottom tier pick, but turn it into someone who's a pretty decent player or a good player. And Greer kind of has that approach. Like I've never really seen him take a big name. Like Jalen Waddle was the last one I saw that he took that was a big name. Excuse me. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, anybody.
But he'll go
Anybody
after
big-
like outside of that, he's just gone after bro. Like people like I've never even fucking heard of until the draft when we were going after him.
Right.
Yep.
He'll take players out of position too. Like he'll use a high pick on someone that we could have got way later. Like just
Like
weird
Dieter.
shit.
Like Dieter. Like why did we draft Dieter where we drafted him?
We got desperate.
Yeah.
We was gonna go guy. Yeah, we got desperate. That's what you do when you settle. That's exactly what we did last offseason. We waited. Everybody knew Armstead had injury concerns. Everybody knew Armstead wasn't going to play 17 games, just like everybody knows Tua's not going to play 17 games. You don't have to be a genius to know that. Okay, let's go sign Teddy Bridgewater because Tua's not going to play 17 games. Who did we sign for Armstead? No, let's train you. No, everybody gave me the speech. Oh, let's train these young guys. You could develop these young guys and them not starting. You can develop them under starters. Why people think you got to develop a player by putting them on the starter position? I thought the best man's supposed to be started because Robert Jones was clearly the best. Solomon Kinley was looking way better than all the O-line in preseason, but he got cut.
Doesn't make you feel
That's
like
true. I don't know why we got
rid
rid of. Yeah, because I honestly thought we were going to keep Solomon Kinley, but again, I would have had. I don't know why we even have Austin Jackson and Eichenberg anymore. Anyways, honestly,
and Dieter, and all three of
and
them
Dieter for that matter too. I still think again, Robert Hunt. I think Robert Hunt worked out pretty good for us. I'm not saying he's like, elite or nothing, but he's not a bad player. He's not bad at his position. He worked out fairly good for us.
Between Eichenberg, Jackson, and Dieter, that's 2 first-rounders and a third. That signals that he's put some investment in the position. It's just something's wrong in the scouting department in terms of talent evaluation.
It's definitely something wrong in the scouting department. That's been going on for 30 years. The scouting department woes.
But Josh Moore is the problem, Crypto.
Well, I mean,
we'll look at it right now. Look at it right now. What we do know, and I reported on it in that short. What has already been confirmed, and what we do know is that Miami has been sending their scout team, or their scouts, to Florida to check out Anthony Richards, the Florida Gators quarterback. which
Yeah, I heard
it's kind of
about that too.
sending me mixed signals. Like, are they really thinking about pulling the trigger in this draft? We don't really have the draft capital to do so. Our highest one's like 51 or 52. We only have
DTA,
like 4 or 5 picks. And
I don't want to interrupt you, DTA. I'm sorry, but if we move up in the draft in the first round to go get a quarterback, somebody needs to be fired by the morning.
No,
You're
but I
gonna
heard
use
about
all that assets to go get a first round
that's
rookie
what I'm saying.
project and not Lamar
no, no,
Jackson
no, no.
or Aaron
That's what I'm
Rodgers.
saying. That's what I'm saying. If
Yeah,
it was me and
you
I was
gotta
going to
use that
draft,
to go
I
get
would wait
Aaron.
till 2024 when we have more draft capital. That's what I would do. The smart play. I
No,
wouldn't do it, but we do know it's been
Yeah.
confirmed.
no,
Again, they have been
no.
sending
DTA
their
right.
scouts to do their homework and their due diligence on Anthony Richards. Which why
Yeah,
would they be doing it if they're not considering it?
exactly. But that's what that I've been hearing the same thing. I've been hearing the same thing, and
To
and,
go
and in
to
fact,
go make
they're
a play
looking at
Anthony Richards late in the first round.
What's that?
To make a play at Anthony Richards late in the first round. You hear me?
I can't. No, he's slated higher now, but he was going to be if I remember right, I think he started off like 3rd or 4th round, but now they were slating him to go. Yeah, now they have him slated to go late in the 1st, early 2nd.
So they're projecting a run on QBs. Then that's the only way I see them doing that. Is they projecting a run on QBs.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why are we doing our due diligence and all this homework and sending our scouts? And it's been,
DTA.
confirmed again.
No,
because they're picking. They're waiting for them to fall at 52. They showing their hand. That means number 52 is going to be a quarterback. It's going to be that guy from Tennessee.
Do you think they're going to do it with the 52 pick, or do you think that they're going to trade all we have to move up and just
what?
No, I'm thinking they're going. I think they're going to wait at 52 and let them land there.
No, I hope that they do, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I think that DTA is trying to say the same thing because I heard the same exact thing DTA heard because they are comparing this guy to they saying that he's like a young Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Oh, hold on, guys.
Yeah, they are Huntley.
Hold on, Zach Wilson was called whatever his Montana, whatever he was called. These quarterbacks always have names associated them. They said Justin Herbert was a Ryan Tannehill. Give me a break. At the end of the day, we have all these.
But no, Brian,
we're just no, but we're just telling you what they're saying. That's all.
No, I'm agreeing with that, and I'm emphasizing that. Look at this regime. We're wasting time looking at a quarterback, and we have other needs on this team. And if we're looking for quarterbacks, why not go get the elite quarterbacks in the market? We always try
and that's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
In my opinion, the smart play here is if you're going to get a quarterback, then go when it's going to be a much better quarterback heavy draft 2024. Wait to do it then if that's what you want to do. This year, I wouldn't move up or move down. I would keep the picks that we have, and I would get myself a linebacker, a cornerback, maybe 2 cornerbacks, linebackers, maybe an O lineman, a running back. That's what I would go after.
In fact,
you could do that.
Well, if they do,
Rodgers or Tom Brady, you could go draft you that quarterback on the 2024. But at the end of the day, at least we know we got this season. We're not wasting because we have 3-year window. 1 year's already out the door. We got
that window's gone. It's like a 1-year window now.
Well, bro, I want us to take Omarvion Overshown.
Account that everybody else in the league is getting better as well.
I want to take a guy like Omarvion Overshown in the with our 52, bro, the linebacker.
I heard that DeMeco Ryan's interview today, and I'm telling you, I'm depressed. I think the Texans are going to pass us up.
Oh, bro,
stop the nonsense, Kurto.
They told me that too last year when I said that about Jacksonville, and look what happened.
No, they told me we got the top 5 offense, so next year we're gonna have a top 1.
Well, I believe it when I see it. But all these teams are completing their rebuilds a lot faster than we did because they don't have general managers that got pride.
Can you talk about the Jags, Crypto? Because it seemed like they did a way better rebuild. They spent a lot of money in the offseason.
They sure enough did. on the number 3 wide receiver to be their number 1, and it worked out perfectly fine for him.
See, hey, check this out. CCRR makes a really good point. I haven't thought about this. Don't be surprised if they draft a defensive tackle so they can trade Wilkins for the capital for a 2024 quarterback.
No,
I could see that making sense.
Food for thought.
Don't you got to pay him this year?
The Mika Ryans, he said they were going to be fast, tough, and bullies. They got a good defense already. He's going to turn them into some studs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All they need is a quarterback.
And they're positioned to get one, right? Where do they draft? Like second
They
overall?
draft second.
Yeah.
I heard a
They drafted
nonsense.
second.
Crypto, did you remember that nonsense I was hearing where I was literally arguing with a guy saying that they're going to draft a quarterback number 2 just to sit him behind the quarterback? I said, what are you talking about here?
Right. They're not going to sit that guy. He's going to hit the ground running.
I'm like, am I talking a bunch of morons? The Houston Texans were
They're not going to waste the number 2 pick just to sit him. Not in this day and age.
The guy was literally arguing that's the best thing to draft a guy number 2 in the first round to sit him.
Yeah.
Hey,
not that high.
I got a question.
Not with a team that's rebuilding like that.
So what's the scouting department doing? I know the scouting department is supposed to pick the most ready player, the guy they know that's going to give them the most return, and that second number 2 pick in the first round. Have we lost our mind?
And they're rebuilding, so they can afford to put them in right away.
Exactly. They're not in win
have
now
a learning curve.
Yeah, whoever they draft, that quarterback going to start right away. Listen,
yeah, he's going to start right away.
Did the Chicago Bears move Justin Fields?
No, they're going to get that wide receiver from Ohio State. They're going to move the pick or either still get the receiver that they want. They're going to get Justin Fields his weapon.
Okay.
They're going to get him his weapon. They probably go get him Marvin Harrison.
Right. Okay.
They got to give.
That's what they're going to get.
They got to give Justin Fields some weapon and some defense. Their defense.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get him that guy from Ohio State. That's my consensus pick that they get.
They have been connected to Bryce Young, though.
Right. They've been missing on Olave. They missed on that one, so they weren't able to draft him.
Well,
so
most people
they're going to get that kid.
Bryce Young. He's like more polished, I heard. So.
Right. Bryce Young is a lot more polished.
It'll be smart for them to trade down, get all them picks, and get defense and wide receiver in the first round.
They'll be able to get another 2 picks out of the first round. They trade out of that spot. They can still get Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
They're going to get another defensive stud, too, because they got a defensive-minded coach, so they're going to get him and a wide receiver.
They might get a pass rusher, huh?
Yeah, a pass rusher or a linebacker, because D'Amico Ryan was one.
There's a couple mock drafts that are saying that we're going to try to get a running back in the second round.
Huh? We get
in the second round?
No, I seen a couple mock drafts saying that we may try to take a shot at a running back in the second round.
I seen a mock draft last off season when they said we was my bad.
We were getting that receiver Izukama was a waste. I'm going to say that was officially a bad pick. That was a luxury pick.
Walker pick. That was Walker, whatever the name is.
They had an interview come up. They had a story come out, Izukama, just a day or 2 ago, which where he was quoted.
I saw that.
Yeah, he didn't understand the playbook or the concept of the plays, things like that. He had a hard time adapting to an NFL offense or the demands of it in terms of the complexity of the play calls. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, the guy got potential.
Well,
I'm not really.
I don't know. I don't know how much I believe of that, but I don't know, man.
Easy got crazy potential.
Well, he has talent.
He does.
He got the talent because if you go back and look at his,
Thompson was throwing him all those passes in the last.
Exactly. You see, this is the problem, KP. Can we also blame not coaching? Because remember when coaching was making things complicated for Mike Gesicki, trying to you heard. Remember the coaches said in the press conference that I see Mike Gesicki, George Kittle. You see. Mike McDaniel lied when he said he's not going to try to make a player what they're not. I'm not going to try to. He didn't do it.
That's why I asked the question, man. Like, if you go back to the tapes, right, you'll see that my first concern with McDaniel, and again, I don't know, I'm not closing the door, being definitive on him here, but my concern was that the way he speaks, the way he coaches, is a little bit tone deaf to some of these athletes. I don't know if they really understand what the hell he is doing or saying or asking of them from time to time. I think that his coaching style, his scheming might be alive to him on paper as he schemes it up, but translating that to the players and getting them to buy in and understand it, I think that may be one of the issues that we saw.
Mike
I mean,
McDaniel, Mike McDaniel said in his beginning stages that he want coaches that are teachers that can be able to translate something hard and simple. So you telling me you couldn't put Eazy-E on a fucking go route, but you put this undrafted free agent wide receiver. What is this guy named Brandon Sanders? What is his name?
Sanders. Braden Sanders. Well,
you
he had that fumble
out there, but you didn't put your fourth rounder out there.
Yeah, that was bad. That was not good at
you
all.
didn't even put Eazy-E, knowing Eazy-E had chemistry with Skylar Thompson.
What
You didn't even put Eazy-E out there. You didn't
I should have put Eazy-E out there.
Skylar Thompson.
It wasn't a matter of the routes.
When he had chemistry with Thompson.
It was a matter of knowing where to line up, and how he said in college he always lined up on the right side, and you get the call, he executes the call, runs the route. But in the NFL, what's required is that you know what every other player is doing, because the concept routes are so advanced that you make your route based on what the other guy is doing. Not only what defense is doing, but what the other receivers are going to do.
It's so advanced.
Option routes is basically what hung him up.
Hold on. It's so advanced you can't get the play call in time. It's so complex.
I know, that's ridiculous. Yeah. Can't get the plays in 35 seconds.
I get you. It should be too hard to call.
It needs to dumb it down. You need to be able to come up with some new phrases that can abbreviate the play call. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just make it simple.
Tyreek Hill tell him what to do. After the play's called, Tyreek, tell me what to do. What do I do? What do I do? Okay, all right, gotcha.
Hell, if put the play call in hexadecimal format, simplify it. Do something. Make it just a string of alphabet, and you know what to do with it.
Literally, literally, I heard all season long. You guys told me you put garbage Liam Meikenberg out there because you want to develop him, but you didn't want to develop your fourth rounder. But you got Sanders out there. You got this undrafted tight end out there. You didn't have Mike Gesicki out there.
Right.
You didn't have Cedric Wilson out there that you pay all this money, but you want to put Trent Sherfield and River Craycraft. Have we lost our goddamn mind? Did you not see how Kellen Moore used Cedric Wilson? And you don't say elite wide receivers, because Cowboys always had elite wide receivers that had Amari Cooper, they had CeeDee Lamb, and they had Gallup. So
man,
Cedric
I was
Wilson
very
was the fourth
excited
wide
when we
receiver.
signed Cedric Wilson, man. I thought Cedric Wilson was a can't-miss signing. I thought he was about to explode in terms once given the opportunity.
Misused him.
That was a huge mystery. Yeah, and I don't really know who to blame.
He's not the only one being misused.
Right. I don't know if it's on Cedric, on Tua, or on McDaniel. I don't know who deserves the lion's share of the blame.
It's McDaniels. I'm giving it all to McDaniels. You
probably all
misused
three
those
of them
guys.
to some degree, but I tend to agree with you. I think it's that whole what's the term for it? What that bargain when he gave to Tyreek, when he said, I'm guaranteeing you 2,000 yards and all this crap. I think that was a poison pill right then and there.
You still can have 2,000 yards and you still get Cedric Wilson the ball. I'm saying River Craycraft and Sherfield was still getting some balls thrown to them. Why wasn't Cedric Wilson getting that role? You really telling me
why wasn't Izakama put in there when they schemed against Waddle and Hill?
Right.
You literally telling me
talent alone, right? Crypto on talent alone. Izakama was supposed to create a lot of problems with the mismatches against the safeties and shit like that. So
yeah, I suppose it did it against
a big question mark.
Big question mark on why Izakama didn't get no time. He's a healthy scratch.
And we did it. And didn't we all say off season, oh my God, everybody gonna be, guarding Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Mike Gesicki gonna be a mismatch.
Right, and Mike Gesicki was gonna have the
mismatch.
Why Mike Gesicki didn't come close to Travis Kelce? We thought it was gonna be the Travis Kelce like effect where people guarding Hill, he's gonna eat. It was close to Travis Kelce this year.
Crypto, it can't be because he's too busy trying to make him George Kittle, sit there and block. Mike McDaniel, how
Yeah,
you
they're
gonna
trying to
tell
turn
me
it to Kittle.
you tell your
Yeah.
offense? You only tell your offense to Tua, but you told me you was gonna tell the offense for every player, and you did not. How the hell you did not scheme for Mike Gesicki, but you want to scheme for a rookie tight end we don't fucking know about?
And see that's the thing, because see, like I said before and I said it again, when we brought in Gesicki, we also brought in what's his name? Doggone it.
Coach?
What's
Hunter Long?
Who?
Hunter Long? You talking about a player?
No. Durham. We also brought in
Durham Smythe. Yeah.
Durham Smythe, because we knew Gesicki could not block, but we brought in Durham Smythe because he was good at blocking. And then as time went, Durham Smythe started catching the ball as well. But what I'm saying is we brought those two. We brought Durham Smythe in to complement Gesicki.
Tandem. Right.
You know, that's why, like I said, I don't know. I don't understand the situation with Gesicki. I really don't.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, I think there was some degree of miscommunication between what the coaches wanted and what the players could execute. And just playing devil's advocate, one might say, well, McDaniel was a first-year head coach trying to handle too much of the offensive responsibility, right? So you know, it could be, and then also you got to look at the fact that a lot of those guys were not his guys, you know. So maybe there's a mismatch between what's demanded. No, I'm just playing devil's advocate, Brian. I'm not saying I believe this.
You can't play devil's advocate. Only a moron would do that. What are we
Well,
talking
I'll be a moron then. Go ahead, though.
What are we saying here?
You tell me. I thought I said it.
You sign a big franchise tag for Mike Gesicki, and you, even if you're Mike McDaniel, you say, you know what, this guy doesn't fit the scheme. He's not blocking like George Kittle. You could have traded Mike Gesicki in the trade deadline. You could have traded him in the offseason. You already knew that he's not a great blocker. You knew all these things, and you still kept him on the team even after the trade deadline. We could have got another O-line from the Cleveland Browns or an O-line from the Carolina Panthers or other teams. We wasted an asset.
Damn, they traded Kevin Durant to the Suns, baby. Let's go.
Wow. He was supposed to come to the Heat. I heard the Heat was trying to get him.
That's real for real?
Yeah,
Nah,
I
they
just
talking
looked.
about
It was
building this
the
real
news
super
broke.
team.
The news
How much
broke 3
people did they
minutes
give
ago.
up without giving up Booker?
For real, I'm about
That's
to go see it.
insane.
Fucking crazy.
And
Devin Booker.
the Brooklyn team,
They just broke the
has
news three
exploded.
minutes ago. There was reports coming out. Yeah,
Traded
they're
Kyrie and now
finalizing the deal
Oh,
right
so I
now.
know what's his name is about to go crazy on R-rated
Bro, you're
sports.
gonna have
My man Mookie.
yeah, Devin Booker, and then
Kevin Durant.
don't they have
They got Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant's going to be there, and then
Right.
what's his name? What's his name? DeAndre Ayton or something?
Yeah. From the Bahamas.
DeAndre Ayton
from
probably
Nassau,
got
Bahamas.
part of the deal.
So what the Nets doing? They rebuilding?
Yeah, they are.
From
It's a
Nassau,
total
Bahamas.
rebuild.
I've been wanting
in
the
the house.
Suns to win one.
It's official. They got rid of Kyrie Irving and Durant all in the span of 1 week. So that means they're done. They doing what the Jazz did. Total rebuild. They blew it up. The Jazz got 12 first-round picks in the next 5 years. So they're that's what the Nets are trying to do now. They're trying to do the same thing the Jazz did with Danny Ainge. They just getting rid of everybody now.
Well, Brooklyn 1.0 has been a failure.
Go out to LA with the Lakers.
Yeah. The
Lakers
Lakers,
going to the Lakers.
And LeBron James saga is about to continue when his son get in the league. He's going to play with his son.
Yeah.
Which means he's going to Houston, Utah, or either freaking Oklahoma. That's the team with all the picks.
That Lakers trade was very good. That's a great fucking trade.
Well, getting rid of
Westbrook is not there. Westbrook.
It's just crazy, bro. It's crazy that they traded like Kyrie Irving's one of my favorites, but they traded
Kyrie going to go to Dallas is insane.
Yeah, he's going to be. Yep. And then you got Kevin Durant left, which I don't know how Kevin Durant I don't know how many years he's gonna have, but I think the Suns could be a hell of a team.
Kyrie Irving
bro, I'm gonna tell you too. Like I've been waiting for the Trailblazers man, because Dame Lillard's probably like one of my favorite players. I mean,
yeah, waiting for them to finally deal him and get him out of there to get him a championship.
I don't think, I'm honestly telling you, I don't think
nowhere.
he'll leave. He's already said, bro, he's got all his
Yeah.
family in his house, everything in Portland. He does not
Everybody's
want to
there.
leave.
No, he
Yeah,
signed a big
exactly.
contract, bro. You don't care about winning championship. He signed a big contract.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably don't. Yeah, he probably settled in.
He could have went to another team.
He said they were built. Yeah.
No, but that's
They
what
were
I'm
built
saying,
around
though,
him by
is
now.
Dame Lillard does not want to leave. But again, I would have kept, bro, you got rid of CJ McCollum. I would have liked them both to stay.
At
Suns,
that point, that's when they should have just went full out rebuild. Once they get rid of McCollum.
Yeah. Yeah.
the Suns, the Bulls, and then the Raptors
Mm-hmm.
and the Trailblazers are like, it's
Mm-hmm.
weird, right? Because every other sport, bro, I'm a one team fan when it comes to like the NFL and college and stuff. But with NBA, I have like my 4 teams, and it's always been the Suns, the Bulls,
Mm-hmm.
the Raptors,
Right.
and then the Trailblazers.
Exactly.
But I'm a big Dame Lillard fan too. But like, he deserves one, man. But they're always going like they need to. They're not willing. Again, they're almost like the Miami Dolphins of the NBA, bro. They don't want to put the fucking, the capital into bringing people in to help, and they always just think that everything's got to rest on, Dame Lillard's shoulders, and it's not going to take him all the way. He's had health problems.
That's a
He's
GM.
had no help. CJ McCollum left.
That's a GM that just want to make money. That's not a GM that's trying to win championship. Damian Lillard is gonna sell tickets. He don't care.
Yeah, it's a Stephen Ross.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I thought we were looking like the Lakers because everybody's like, why the Lakers didn't make a move for Kyrie Irving? What the hell? Like, Kyrie Irving.
I thought that's where he was going to go, bro. I thought that's what he was going to. Yeah, that's what I thought they were going to do.
Exactly. There was rumors that Kyrie Irving was going to go to the Lakers next year. So I'm like, what's going on here? What the hell are the Lakers doing? But they did come out and show out. They got
so, is that Anthony Davis, LeBron James beef real?
It might be.
Ooh, they beefing?
It might be.
It was reported that,
he
when
wasn't
they're celebrating LeBron, AD wasn't happy and stayed sitting.
Yeah,
exactly.
Stood up and celebrated.
That's exactly right, Amicus. He said Dame Lillard is the Josh Allen of the NBA. Everything on his shoulders. Exactly. That's what they're doing, bro. Just like Brian just said. They're not willing to do anything to bring him some serious help to make them an actual contention team. They always fall short, and they don't care.
Is that because Portland's considered a small market team?
It could be.
Yeah, they
I don't
are.
know. I know they've got a large
part
fan
of
base.
it. That's part of the equation, KP. That's what the Seattle's when Oklahoma City before they move out of Seattle were.
But
they was
here's
doing
the
that
problem.
same
Here's
market.
the problem, though. When we lost the Supersonics, the Trailblazers is the closest for like everywhere. So for the Seattle area, all over Washington, all the way to Oregon and Portland area, that's the nearest professional basketball team we have. So that's what we all root for. So you would think it's a bigger market than it actually is.
Right. I hear you.
You know what I mean?
And Westbrook going to his nemesis. What teams the way he's going to Utah? That's crazy.
Oh, man,
but he's probably gonna get dealt again.
That old Terry Porter team, Terry Porter, Clyde Drexler, those guys, Duckworth. That was like
Duckworth,
Jerome
Kersey.
Yeah, man, that was like
Buck Williams. You know what? Everybody except Drexler has passed away.
There's rumors. There's been rumors, bro, that
Yeah.
Kevin Durant was trying to buy in. Apparently, he's
Duckworth
trying to
passed away. Williams gone.
to bring the Supersonics back.
Cliff Robinson is passed away. It's like 6 people on that Blazer team. Yeah.
Cliff Robinson? Really?
Yep.
I thought,
It's like 6 people on that team passed away.
From the weed business or something like that.
Did you hear me, Crypto?
Yeah. What was that, DTA?
Kevin Durant, bro. There was rumors circulating for quite a while. He was trying to find a couple partners or whatever, or financial backers. He wants to buy the Supersonics and bring them back. And now, obviously, they wouldn't be able to because they're their own team. They became Oklahoma or whatever, but they would just add. I don't know how would that work though, don't you? Because you have to do it in twos, don't you? You wouldn't be able to add. Could you just add
It all
one?
depends if you have enough. partners to be able to get you to whatever
Yeah, it'd
percent.
have to be an expansion of the league, like they
But
did
that's
back
what
in
I
the late
mean. If you do
'80s.
an
Yeah.
expansion, when you do an
Well, that's where the
expansion,
Miami Heat
KP,
came
do
in.
you have to do it in pairs, or
Yeah,
can they
well,
do?
yeah, it has to be balanced on both the West, on both the on all the conferences. That's what they did. I think they brought in like 4 teams then with the Heat, Charlotte, Orlando, and there was one more team. There was 4 teams that came in with that expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be able to just bring the Supersonics back. It'd have to be, they'd have to
they'd have to
find
bring
a
at
buyer to
least
create a
another team.
team.
Yeah, to balance it out, and maybe
Yeah.
even 4 teams or something like that. Or if you got
Right.
another team in a city that in the area, like maybe Charlotte or something, that isn't as successful, then I don't know.
Yeah, because before the Miami Heat, my team used to be the Philadelphia 76ers. Was even the Miami Heat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Moses Malone.
Yep, Julius Erving, Dr. J.
People don't understand how much of a force Chuck Barkley was as a rookie,
Right.
man. His first couple of years, Chuck was a phenomenon, man. Now he's just
I'm
an old
trying to.
funny fat guy.
Who was the guy who started the NBA to put the shatterproof backboards up?
Moses
He was with
Malone,
the
Chocolate
Philadelphia.
Thunder.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Chocolate Thunder. Yeah, man.
Yep.
I remember
Yeah,
James,
4
that
first.
Smoke
Ultimately,
Cheeks,
the
Bobby
Nets are getting
Jones,
4 first-round picks for that trade. They're getting 4
Andrew
players.
Toney, right?
Yeah, Andrew Toney. Yeah, he was with them because we would call him Peanut Head.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was a hell of a team, man. But then they
Mikal
ran up
Bridges,
against
Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 first-round picks. So 7
Man.
players.
that team
Man.
ran up against the Boston Celtics in their ascension,
Yeah.
though. That Celtics
Yeah.
team was tough, man. I used to hate
Man,
them, but
are
they
you
were
kidding
good,
me?
man.
I couldn't
They-
stand us playing Philadelphia playing them, man. I couldn't stand because I knew what we were up against.
Larry Bird was the man. McHale, ML Carr.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, good grief. Green, I think that guy last name Green. I'm not too sure. I think.
Yeah.
Man, good.
I forget they had a good power for you. Cedric, was it Maxwell? Cedric Maxwell. He kind of gave way to McHale and Parrish when they came in, but that Boston team was really good. Man.
Yeah, it was good.
They played
And don't forget the Lakers too. Because they had
Lakers,
Magic Johnson and some of them other guys.
Byron Scott, James Worthy.
Yep, there you go.
Vlade Divac later on. AC Green with the Jerry curl.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember that too. Yes, sir.
Yeah, those were the days.
Right. Yeah.
And then Detroit. Well, I'm trying to remember who Detroit had back in the
Microwave Vinnie Johnson.
Vinnie Johnson, the microwave. Yep.
Isaiah Joe Dumars. Then you had Rodman, Lambert, Bahorn.
Mm-hmm.
They would just Mark Aguirre.
Yeah.
Those were the days, man. You had to be a man to play basketball
yeah, Mark
back then.
McGuire was something else.
Yeah.
Yep. Joe Dumars.
And
Bill Lambert.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. You just said to keep.
What was that
and
6
then,
man they had coming off the bench? That big center.
Actually, the basketball. They have the basketball Mark McGuire, the basketball version of Mark McGuire. There's a baseball Mark McGuire, but the Detroit had the basketball one.
Mark McGuire. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And then Atlanta had a nice team back in the day too.
Oh hell yeah! What was it?
Oh, they had a good team. Yeah,
Kevin Willis.
That's when
Willis.
Doc Rivers was on that team.
Yeah. Doc Rivers, Kevin Willis.
Kevin Willis. They had a nice little squad. They had, I think one year they had Craig Elo before he was traded, right?
Did they have Mookie Blaylock or Mookie Blaylock came later?
For 1 year, he came. I think he played a couple of years with Meek. I want to say. Yeah.
That was my favorite era, man. Listen, my favorite.
Yeah, that was the true era.
My favorite player to make it a documentary on him on Showtime, man. Chris Jackson. Mahmoud Abdul.
Oh yeah, Mahmoud Abdul Rauf.
I used to have
Yeah.
an Abdul Rauf jersey.
Remember his little free? Remember his little free throw ritual?
Yeah.
He used to get out there. Yeah. And that was back in the day where everybody had a free throw ritual. Karl Malone started it with the talking to himself. Yeah, Alonzo Mourning with the headband, wristband, freaking swipe. I mean, Jeff Hornacek with the face swipe when he's talking to his kids. I mean,
Yeah,
they've all
yeah.
done it. You know,
Oh,
somebody had a ritual. You know, the free throw rituals.
and don't forget, Houston had the Twin Towers back in the day.
Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, King Olajuwon, man.
Hakeem
Hey,
the
Ralph
Dream.
Sampson had some good years too,
Now
man.
he was one of my
before
favorite
caught up.
centers, though. Even though I didn't grow up liking the Rockets, but he was one of my favorite centers.
A lot of people forgot about Otis
Hakeem
Thorpe
the
too. Remember
Dream.
Otis Thorpe?
Yeah, Otis Thorpe.
Power forward.
Then he got no, maybe I'm screwing him. I thought he went to jail. No, which one of them got in trouble, went to jail? Was it Thorpe? Or was that Vernon Maxwell?
What was Vernon Maxwell, man? Vernon Maxwell was a psycho, man.
Okay, Mad Max, okay.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
one of them got in trouble. You know, he used to always get in trouble, getting in fights, going into the stands, fighting people. And it's just he just couldn't control his temper, man. He was just one of those players.
It was another good basketball player who came out the Navy. Good grief, what's that guy name?
David Robinson.
Right,
Come on,
right,
David
right,
Robinson,
right.
David Robinson,
The Admiral, David
They
Robinson.
called him the
Yeah,
Admiral.
yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Tim Duncan was the Twin Towers for a little bit.
Oh,
The new
man,
Twin
Tim
Towers.
Duncan. Oh, I almost forgot about Tim Duncan. Good.
Tim, yep.
Yeah, but see,
And
a lot of people. Go ahead.
he had that growth spurt, remember? Because they said he was 5'9" going into his senior year at academy. He had like an 11-inch growth spurt in less than like a year.
That's crazy.
It's like some ridiculous. Where he grew over 7 feet from under 6 feet, all in the matter of freaking 18 months. It was a ridiculous growth spurt he had. You know, like what? Yeah.
Hey, you remember that Denver team from back in them days was like the highest scoring team in the league with Fat Lever, Michael Adams.
Yep.
And then there was
With Michael Adams. That was a
another
real
guard.
good team. I love the Michael Adams. Yep.
Yeah, they
Fat
would
Lever,
score some points. Yeah,
That was back when Dan Issel was playing.
yeah.
When back, before the pre-Nuggets, when they was scoring all these points like they doing nowadays as of lately.
Hey man, I got my old man wake up call last week, man. They said Milt Wag, they said the first grandfather, father, and son combo to ever play in the high school All-American basketball game. I said, what? They said the grandfather was Milt Wagner. The grandfather was Milt Wagner, who was a backup shooting guard for Dallas back in the 80s. I said, I remember him playing. His son was DeJuan Wagner, who played with LeBron in Cleveland. And then the grandson was just in the high school All-American game. I said, God damn it, I know I'm old now, boy.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
When you got all their kids now are playing, when you got Patrick Surtain kids are playing when you were in high school, that their dad was playing when you were getting out of high school and going into college. I'm like, man, now their kids are playing freaking professional sports. It definitely make you seem old. It definitely make me seem old. I'm like, damn. I remember when his dad, Tim Hardaway, was playing.
Oh man!
And now his son is playing.
Yeah. Well, hey, get this. I used to play basketball with his son at the LA Fitness down here. His son used to play right at the LA Fitness gym right down here in Perrine area. You probably know where that is, Crazy Dolphin.
Yeah,
right on 160 in US 1.
Yeah, that's not far from me.
Because he was a star player for Palmetto High School for many,
So Tim Hardaway's son was down there.
And went to public high school at Palmetto High and was the star for them before going to college wherever he went. Yeah.
And now he's playing professional with the same thing his dad did. Wow.
Let me tell you, that gym, a lot of guys used to come through that gym. Sean Taylor used to come to that gym. Antrell Roll used to come to that gym. A lot of guys come through that gym, man. Yeah.
Man.
We had a little hot spot down there for athletes.
Athletes come down there.
Richmond Heights, Perrine, Homestead area. A lot of great
back in the day, it was the old YMCAs that held all the tournaments back in my neighborhood in Chicago.
Yeah.
They used to have citywide tournaments at the YMCAs or the park districts.
Right.
That they would have the outdoor. Then if we go indoors, it was inside of the same park districts, but we would be indoor. We won't be playing outdoors on the regular courts outside.
A lot of guys
we'll just be playing indoors on the YMCA. Because the YMCA was pretty big back then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what organized all the big leagues back in the day before all
Yeah.
private gyms started to get involved and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
A lot
The
of people don't know, man.
YMCA's.
Alec A-Rod used to come in there. A-Rod used to be a good basketball player, man. Alex
Mhm.
Rodriguez, man. Before he went on and did what he did in baseball, you know?
And you know, I ran into Robert Bell. Not Robert Bell. Albert Bell. He played for the White Sox in Cleveland. He
Okay.
was walking down the street, just casually walking down the street shopping. You know,
Big
just a
power
regular
hitter.
old street in Chicago, right? It was kind of
Yeah.
like on the Gold Coast area though, but it's
Yeah.
in the area where I used to go shopping at. You know, grocery shopping from time to
Sure.
time. And he was just walking casually down the street, like, was that Albert Bell? And it's slow enough it was. Just walking down the street. You know,
Old
just
school
a
power
casual
hitter, yeah,
guy.
man.
Yeah, just a
Power hitter.
casual walk down the street. I'm like, this guy with the stature that he is and who he is in baseball, I thought he would have like an entourage. It was
Right.
nothing but just him, you
Regular
know,
dude.
just
Yeah.
walking down the street. And I'm like, damn, here's Albert Bell, you know.
I'm gonna tell you somebody who was good in basketball you wouldn't believe. He didn't make it to the pros enough, but Prince, they say Prince, who passed away, he used to be a very good
Oh,
basketball
the
player.
R&B guy, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Dave Chappelle made that famous. Him and Charlie Murphy. Charlie Murphy's story. Yeah.
Oh, Charlie Murphy too?
Well, no, Charlie Murphy, Eddie Murphy brother. He famously told the one of his most famous comedic sketches was recalling the day when, or a time when, Prince invited him and Eddie over to the mansion to play basketball.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle, but that's like made that into a legendary skit. One of the most iconic ones of Dave Chappelle's, whole catalog. And it basically launched Charlie Murphy's career. Nobody knew Charlie Murphy before that, you know.
That's for real. Well, what y'all think about the NBA back in the days with Dr. J and Larry Bird compared to today?
Oh man, today it's like this. It's an open invitation to the basket nowadays. I mean, people are scoring a combined 300 points on any given night now, but they just struggle to get 200 total.
I enjoyed that
It's
era more than
ridiculous.
any other, Mr. Paul. Like I said, the beauty of the game, then the balance of the game, in terms of everybody being involved, you know, and point guard. I'm a guy who loves pure point guard play. Like John
Yes, me
Stockton
too.
is a guy
The
I
Stocktons
love.
and yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's he was one of the reasons why I fell in love with the Jazz. You know,
Right.
and it's taboo for me being a black man to like the Utah Jazz. You
Right.
know,
No, you
with
had to
Stockton
respect
and
John
Malone.
Stockton. He might
Yeah.
have some wild political views now, but John
Right.
Stockton was the man on the court. He was a dog, man.
Exactly.
I enjoyed watching him play. But even an understated guy like Dennis Johnson, when he got to the Celtics, right? He put that team in great sets all the time.
Oh man,
I
are
played
you
point
kidding
guard,
me?
so I have a lot of respect now. The older guy reflecting on what a point guard does, and like I love
Adrian
Sherman
Dantley.
Douglas at Syracuse. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The
You
general.
remember Adrian Dantley?
Oh yeah,
and
low post
blew out
moves
with
at 6'4". Yeah, man.
yeah. Those were the days, boy. I tell you,
Adrian Dantley was a beast, man. And Alex English, remember Alex English?
Alex
I've
English
heard
was.
that. I haven't heard that.
Those guys were
Good
just
one.
pure shooters. They were the Currys, Steph Currys of their day.
Yep.
Guys like that. And Mahmoud had a good inside mid-range game. That's
Mahmoud
so
was explosive.
undervalued.
He was explosive, man. That dude could dunk like he was the
He
man.
was undervalued.
Yeah.
When he was Chris Jackson,
Yeah.
and before he did the whole evolution, the name change thing, he was just as efficient. You know, one of the best, constantly at the top of the league in free throw shooting, like Mark Price. You know, those guys were constantly 90, 92,
Oh, yeah,
93,
Mark Price.
94%.
Everybody forgets about Mark Price, man.
Mark
What
Price,
a
yep.
freaking deadly guy, man.
And you know, Larry Nance's son is playing today.
Yeah.
Larry Nance
yeah.
Jr. is still playing
Yeah, Larry Nance, man.
on that team. Yeah, his kid is playing right now.
Brad Doherty at center. A lot of people forgot about him too.
Yeah, Brad Doherty. I want to say, didn't one of his kids play? Was it No, it was Craig Elo and the other guy, because that's the guy, the memorable shot that Jordan hit over him. the game-winning jump shot that highlighted Jordan's career at the
that
time.
Cleveland team that year was built to win a championship. If they could have got
They should
past
have.
Chicago,
If they
were
should have
good
just
enough.
gotten past the Bulls, they were good enough. They were good enough.
And they had that guy who ended up playing for Chicago. He was their top scorer that year. The two guard, who later played for Chicago and helped them win a couple ships.
Yeah, they would have won
that
that.
guy who was a big time scorer back then.
I actually think that Cleveland team
what's
was
his name?
better than the LeBron Cleveland teams.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was. It was deep at every position, man. That Cleveland team was tough, man. They were really tough.
You know, LeBron was the standout, the clear standout in this year's Cleveland. This version of the Cleveland, but they was balanced. That Cleveland team was balanced. It took a Chicago team to beat them.
Right. Only greatness could have beat that team, man.
Yep. It took a Chicago team to beat them. Jordan, that was the thing about him. He kept a lot of franchises from hoisting that trophy.
Portland team. Speaking of Portland, that Portland Trailblazers team was a championship level
deep.
Crypto, I like that statement what you said, because just like Michael Jordan did that for the NBA, Tom Brady did that for the NFL.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair statement. He did that for the NFL.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
They kept. Yep. He kept a lot of franchises out of the Lombardi category.
I remember Tom Brady's rookie season when he took over, and he came down here. I was at the game to freaking Joe Robbie Stadium, and the game ended up going to overtime. Nobody knew who Tom Brady was at the time, and he went toe for toe with I think it was Dan Marino, and they ended up beating us in overtime, breaking our hearts.
Yeah. And Peyton Manning was just coming onto the scene.
That's when Tom Brady freaking arrived, dog. And I hated him from then. And he's fucking broken my heart.
They had the perfect mix of players that just had one extra thing that we didn't have. And I was like, that's just killer.
They won on a bomb. Tom Brady bombed us to win that game in overtime through like a 60-yard touchdown, something like that. Shit.
But what round pick was Tom Brady? Like a fifth round?
Fifth
round pick?
Six. No, he was he was a sixth round.
Fifth or sixth, yeah.
Yeah, he was a six.
He was next to the last pick. He was almost Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, because he replaced Bledsoe when Bledsoe got hurt.
Controversially so.
It's crazy how it's always a key injury that launches somebody's career. It was the Mo Lewis hit that launched the Brady's career. If Mo Lewis would have never made that hit, we would have never heard about Tom Brady.
That happened for Justin Herbert. He only started because the Tyler, whatever that name is.
got his lung punctured.
Exactly. Because it's always an injury that launches greatness for the next guy. Take him out. Brock Purdy. We did it. We launched the Brock Purdy era.
Yeah, by getting Garoppolo out of
by getting Garoppolo out. You know, it's always something. Key injury to somebody launches somebody's career.
So what? We launched Skylar Thompson's career because they took two out the game.
Well, see, that's if the Dolphins make the right football decision.
Oh, I'm just asking.
But they're not going to do that.
Right, launch him.
I'm just asking.
Two out. Triple down all day.
See, the thing is, Brian, Tua most likely took himself out. Nobody else did it.
Yeah.
So that's self-sabotage?
This guy got sabotaged.
Well, see, that is the perfect way to bring it back around, Brian, because listen, the Dolphins, if they make the right football move, they'll do that and give the opportunity to the young, talented guy.
But they'll let the Brady phenomenon happen.
We're the team that sticks with Drew Bledsoe.
We stick with Drew Bledsoe.
Hold on, this is another indictment on the scouting department. I love to triple fort down, whatever you want to say on the scouting department that is poor. We could have drafted Brock Purdy. Obviously,
he was on the table.
No, listen. No, that's not what I'm saying. We drafted a quarterback in the 7th round, right?
Yeah,
Purdy Purdy was obviously better than Skylar Thompson in college, but we decided to
right there, got to stop you. Obviously better.
Yes.
But was he?
Purdy was
what
better.
Did he do in the at Iowa that Skylar didn't do in Kansas?
Got to be fair though, Brian. I don't know about obviously better. Purdy did not register on anybody's scouting report in terms of intangibles.
7th rounder.
That means the scouting department. I guess Brian's saying the scouting department did enough research on him.
Right.
Those
Okay. I
guys
Exactly.
remember.
can be tapped into.
He's
McDaniel's
a
Yeah,
was
the
the
7
main
scouting
person
rounder.
that
department.
wanted to get Skylar Thompson.
If you draft a
He was the
quarterback
main
that
one.
late, though, it's always a gamble, though. Come on now.
Yeah,
But
but you
But
no,
want
he,
no,
you,
but
not
he
no,
seen something in him
not
though.
with the
you're not
49ers
gambling
is not.
right.
Because remember, KP, I brought this up in the spaces before. The 49ers are really the only franchise in the NFL to successfully bring in third string quarterbacks and be successful
Exactly.
with them.
Their scouting
That's the
department
only team
is
that's really
good.
done it. So their scouting department is on point. They've been successful with their third round
They don't only do that
quarterbacks
with
for the last
quarterbacks.
20 years.
They do it with
Right,
running backs too, Crypto. Every running
Yeah.
back, they make it successful.
right,
So
right.
another indictment on the scouting department because you went and got a quarterback and you could have get a better quarterback if you were going to go quarterback in 7th round.
I hear
Make
you.
the
I
most
hear
out of
you.
your pick.
But
And
not
don't
seven.
say we're gambling. Don't say it's gambling when we gambled wrong all night with Shannon Tyndall and Easy E.
Yeah,
And
Tyndall.
Chris
I don't
Greer
know
didn't
where that
even
pick. I'm
and Chris Greer
easy.
didn't even use those last picks he had to move up in the draft in the 5th round.
It's funny how both of those guys have the same excuse, not understanding the complexity of the NFL. Both of them say the same thing. That is, I
Yeah.
don't think that's coincidental. I
Yeah.
think
I
that
mean, but
speaks to
dude, who?
the
But
But
for some reason, I keep thinking that points back to coaching. I don't know.
exact.
right.
That's
Maybe
what
But
I'm
it's me.
Mr.
saying.
Polk,
That's what I'm
It's supposed to be
suggesting.
you
coach because
remember
Shannon
when Don
Tyndall.
Shula used to do the same thing with the off. Well, that he was damn good drafting and getting players on offense and defense. He switched it in the 70s. He used to constantly get guys, the linebackers. He was getting guys year in and year out, building Super Bowl teams. But then in the 80s, he flipped the switch. He couldn't do nothing on defense, but drafted all great offensive players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like a total switch, but it's the same person. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I'm
And
like,
again,
damn.
when he never won a Super Bowl in the '80s,
Yeah,
that's the thing.
no, because he trusted Avodati. He trusted his defense coordinator too long, and that was to his detriment. He had too much loyalty to his staff that he built from previous years, and he just never wanted to get rid of guys. He just one that kind of got it like a lot of turnover. He just had too much forgiveness in him,
One
and
day
that was to
somebody's
his
gonna break.
detriment.
One day somebody's gonna break that whole thing down and tell the story of what happened. Why Shula could not win in the '80s, man. And I think when that
He was too
evaluation is
loyal to
done,
Avodati.
no, I hear you. I
Mr.
hear you.
Polk can tell you that. Yeah, he
Yeah.
No,
was
I
too
hear he
loyal
was
to
loyal
him.
to Oliver Dottie, but I think, but why? But why? You know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah.
also he fell sway to the pressures that the NFL as an organization, changing America brought to
Right.
our franchise. When you look at Miami, when you look at, remember Air Coryell and that air attack offense, whatever they used to call it,
Yeah,
that was,
the change that was
yeah,
coming. He had to try to keep up with it.
or not even. I don't think he wanted to keep up with it. I think he was compelled to do so against his will. With a Joe Robbie Stadium trying
Yeah.
to make this franchise to accommodate this growing city, and I think that's
Yeah.
where the rot creeped into this organization. We
Right.
left the model that like the Pittsburgh Steelers are still on, and those older
Right.
franchises who have an identity on how to win, and we betrayed our soul at that point. We've not recovered it yet. But again, I'm not the guy
Yeah.
to write that story, but I think that's been the
But
problem.
remember, it was the no-name defense that was shutting people out in the
Oh yeah,
70s,
that
and
was a
even a little part of the 80s.
well. We had the Killer Bees. Remember, the Killer Bees
Yeah, the
were
Killer
the
Bees.
last
Yeah. Killer Bees, yeah.
echo of Shula doing
Of
Shula
Shula's
ball.
reign. Yeah,
Yeah,
and he literally had a reign in the 70s where they were the
right,
most dominant team in freaking football.
right.
But and then the Steelers had to grab it because they used Chuck Noll pretty much copied what Shula was
And
doing. To be
it's
honest
something
with
that
you,
they call a Faustian
he
bargain.
pretty much copied them
It's,
to
we made a
the T.
Right, we made a Faustian bargain. And in other
Yeah.
words, like we decided to roll with Burrito, right? And Burrito was obviously great. Burrito
Right.
was an old school
And he
gunslinger,
was forced to change. Yeah.
carrying balls in his head. You couldn't hit Burrito hard enough. He ain't gonna show you no emotion. He gonna come up. He's a stone cold killer at quarterback. So it wasn't Burrito wasn't the problem, but the deference we gave to Burrito in terms of caving in to his
Yeah.
pass first approach, I think is what killed this franchise. And we've never been able to recover because we always owe deference to the superstar, to the quarterback, to the guy that sells tickets,
what do you
and
mean?
not the right football guy. And I'm not saying Marino was not. Marino was all that and then some.
Wait, what do you mean we didn't recover? We got the best quarterback since Dan Marino too.
Yeah. See, they still sell, that's my point. They still selling that bullshit. The marketable guy, the guy everybody likes, the guy who they could sell, the guy they could sell, instead of pulling the trigger on the guy who's gonna win the fucking game.
Wait a minute. How many Minnesota Viking fan was in that building? It's like half the building, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How come the Dolphins fans are selling their tickets to other fan bases?
The real
That's a shame.
hardcore Dolphin fans.
They never did that crap in the 90s.
The real hardcore Dolphin fans stay home because
why would they be
selling
their tickets?
They can't afford the tickets to be there in the first place. In second place, they know it's bullshit.
Right. So, but there's people buying up 5 or 6 tickets and then the night before the game sell it to the other fans.
Yeah. Hey,
because they making money hand over fist.
Yeah,
not even realizing who they selling their tickets to.
Exactly, and
so every Dolphin home game is basically a road game.
No, they don't say no to customers.
That's true, and a lot of people not in the community won't realize this, but a lot of those tickets go to people from outside the country who fly in just to go to the game. There's
and it was a road game.
Brazilians who come in, every
I saw some Brazilians in that stadium when I was down there.
And they cut, so we got we probably got more of an international market than any other franchise.
Yeah,
and I think that's part of that's part of the planning. And when it hurts us on the football side of things, because you got to put an acceptable face.
How come when Green Bay won that game on Christmas Day, there was a lot of cheers in that stadium? It's like a Green Bay home. I thought there was a Lambeau Field out there.
Man, I was at the Minnesota game and the Pittsburgh game. Same thing, man.
You're delusional, Crypto. You're delusional.
What was that?
Just blame Boyer.
You delusional. It's Josh Boyer's fault that the people are not in the crowd because Josh Boyer is allowing Josh Allen to score points.
Yeah.
He's allowed them to score points.
Yeah.
Well, he only gave up 17 points, Brian.
I know Josh Allen score on every defense, but our defense, he's not supposed to score. Even though it's also he's not forgetting this is a team that always plays. Isn't that our rival? They know us best, like we know them best. That's why we play them tough.
Right. It's always a slugfest when it's between them. Low scoring slugfest or high scoring slugfest. There's always a one score game. Every game was a 3-point game. Right.
By like 3 points.
Yep, every single game was 3 points or less. And they want to say that our defense is the problem. Now, if our defense is the problem, that means we give up 51 and only score 11 because we ain't close. Right. You know?
If our defense is the problem, how come Buffalo has been blowing us out like everybody predicted they will?
You mean
the lies we tell ourselves? The lies we tell ourselves.
You mean like last year when they blew us out?
Yeah, last year, hell, we didn't even score a point. So I guess it was the defense fault in that one too, because we had a donut in that game. I don't even think we scored in that game.
We got
but it was the defense fault.
Yeah,
it was 35, but look how those 35 points were scored. We only gave them like 200 yards of offense.
How do you expect your defense to feel when you're just going 3 and out? And then now they're sitting on like what are these guys thinking? You really think these defensive players are not human? They don't have momentum.
Exactly.
And Buffalo was scoring on a short field because we was going for it on 4th down like 100 times, and they had the ball.
Well, Brian, you just said some key words there, bro. For a segment of the fan base, they do not recognize the humanity of these players. The fact that they can't do it like that all the damn time. But they only look at it from a fantasy football video game perspective. They think these guys aren't real people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I consistently try to inject that into my commentary out here on these boards.
Mm-hmm.
There's a human factor here.
Well, KP, they don't understand being a human.
They don't understand, and they never played football their goddamn self and don't know what it is.
Hey, KP, the best example of that is the 49ers in the Eagles game. When they saw Brock Purdy went down and they realized they didn't have a quarterback, game over. Game over.
Yeah, they was throwing all kind of sweeps. They was trying to do trick plays. Well, it's like this is like turned into gymnasium football. when the 49ers they had no quarterback. They was out there trying to make Christian McCaffrey throw passes, lining them up in the wishbone. Or
It
the
was
damn.
embarrassing.
It was embarrassing. They had him back there doing a wildcat. I was like, this is a joke.
What do you think your defense gonna? Of course, the defense gonna just let go. Didn't the defense let go in the Tennessee Titans game? Those guys weren't running the ball over us. Tannehill couldn't even throw past the ball. They had to go back to the run game because Tannehill was looking like shit.
Hey, gentlemen,
I don't throwing the ball over there.
I don't mean to be a party pooper, but I was gonna say let's get some last thoughts and we'll start. And that way we're hitting 4.5 hours now.
Okay,
about that time,
so,
yeah,
that's good. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
We got 8 more months.
You guys know me, bro. Normally I'll run it. I'll run this shit 8, 10, 12 hours, but I just with everything I got going on. But it's
that's cool.
You know,
that's just past my bedtime.
It's about 11 o'clock over here.
I was looking for my ankle to get off anyway, dude. So you got it.
It's mine.
I
my
appreciate
bedtime.
all you guys though, but I am gonna be, like I said, now that I kind of have things a little bit more steady and stuff with my pops and everything, and taking care of him. So, I'm gonna be going live. Me and Lewis. I know Batman. He'll still be doing the Twitter thing whenever he does the Twitter thing or whatever. But I'm not gonna be. I just felt like it kind of got hijacked, so I'm not putting my energy into that. I'm gonna be actually going live in the afternoon. So. If you guys want to join to anytime, I'm going to make it a daily thing. So we'll have, live panels and shows in the afternoon. And then eventually on top of that, you're going to have Kohler in the mornings, me in the afternoons every day. And then, Cap and Ali in the evenings. And then I'll also be doing an evening show too, once in a while. So, but yeah, man, if you guys want to get together tomorrow afternoon, talk some Fins. I'll be up here, man.
That's cool.
Sounds like
I'm open for any kind of Dolphins talk.
Absolutely.
Or hanging out with.
I don't be on every show, but hey, DTA, even if I'm not calling in, man. Even if I'm not calling in, man, I'm usually listening, man. Just to let you know, man.
100%,
I don't
bro.
always call in, but I'm always like, my ears out there listening, what everybody's saying and everything. So.
Absolutely, KP. Yep. I really appreciate you, bro. You've always shown support and love, and I've seen you around, even in the chat. So 100%, my brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate all you guys, man. Mountie, I don't know if you're sleeping, Mountie, but I saw him write. He wrote something in the private chat earlier, so I was like, "Shit, is he awake?"
He took his melatonin and passed out.
Yep. Had his milk and tea.
Milk and magnesium.
Man, y'all need to stop, man.
But yeah, man, I appreciate all you guys, especially, Crypto,
or you Game of
Mr.
Thrones
Paul.
fans. Milk of the poppy. Milk of the poppy.
Exactly.
Yep.
Hey, man, we all brothers here.
Absolutely, man. And I can't stress that enough. Like, I really do appreciate you guys, like more than I could probably articulate, more than you guys know. I really do, guys. I really appreciate you guys, and you guys are my brothers. And I love talking to all you guys. I love, engaging in Dolphins talk and just talk outside the Dolphins. It's not like we just talk about Dolphins football. It's not all we talk about.
That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. Like, I didn't even know about that whole thing with the guy you were talking about earlier. I've had my run-ins with him, but that was regrettable. I was just sitting back and listening.
Yeah, it needed to be said, man. Because again, people can
air it out.
And then you have dumbass Jay-Zan, and I'm gonna have to bring that up with El Capitan because again, we don't block nobody on this channel, bro, and none of us have that power. But I didn't have no choice. This is like the fucking 30th time that I've dealt with Jay-Zan coming in, and then he'll get warnings, and then he'll get timed out for like 200 seconds. You know what I mean? Where you get timed out for like 5 minutes or whatever. Like repeatedly, like over and over and over and over, bro. But the dude just doesn't shut his crybaby, whiny, bitch ass mouth and stop calling me a fucking racist. And he was down in the chat saying that me and CT are the racists of this community and we need to be taken out and all that shit. Bro, go suck CB83's dick some more and stay the fuck off our channel.
DTA, man. Hey, trolling, it comes with success, man. They wouldn't be doing it if you weren't listening to you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I just get sick of like, bro,
part of it.
there really be there really be racist people out there, and then this motherfucker, you're gonna, throw me in like that with this with this umbrella statement. You know what I mean? Just pissed me
Yeah,
off.
throwing
And
you
I've
out
given
at the
him
same time,
Well,
lumping
well,
you in
warning
with
after warning, bro. Like
unfairly
I'm
but
lumping you in.
here's the thing, DT, because I said this before and I said it again. I was in the chat room, and you didn't really know me at the time, but you spoke up for me because somebody had made a comment towards a comment I made, and you didn't like it, and you jumped on that person from the panel room. You jumped on that person. That showed me right then and there. I said, that you, like I said, you cool, man. So all this stuff about you being racist, man, that is going in one ear and out the other. I don't believe none of it.
I
And I was
appreciate
there
that.
when you got it when you got into it with CB83, and there was nothing racist about what was going on with your guys. I was there.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. That's why I was just trying to there was no intent like that behind that. CB83 knows what he did. I still apologize, but he knows what he did. He grabbed, he saw low hanging fruit, and he saw a moment to seize to be able to spin it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He presented me.
CB83 is a character, man. He likes to fight. He likes to argue, and he likes to push people's buttons.
Similar to
So
Pete.
it
And
is what
Pete's
it
cool
is.
too.
Yeah,
It is what it
I like
is.
Pete,
But
Pete is cool.
He's a great character. He's funny.
Yeah, it's funny, man.
I don't got no problems with the guy personally. I just, like I said, that whole
he
thing. But
definitely is a
again, it's just people got to learn. And Jay-Zan's dumbass. To be honest, it's kind of
He's
ironic.
just poking the bear. Jason's trying to poke the
Y'all
bear.
can call it what you want, right? But it's kind of ironic that Jay-Zan is again one of those other people, because back before I was even a TFTG member, I used to sit down there, bro, and I was the one that I never let shit slide when people were trying to bully other people in the chat. And Jay-Zan's dumbass, I got in it with him, and I put him in a blender in front of everybody. And Q ended up having to fucking what was it? Hide some shit he said because he went all ballistic from me. I was basically just used my brain to piss him off. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he got all mad and upset about it or whatever. But after that, Jason's never liked me. So then when that thing happened with CB83, oh, what a perfect gift wrapped excuse for him to just come talk more shit about me. Because he got, timed out by Q because of some shit he said back to me when he started taking it in a
haters
bad
come with
place.
success, man. Haters come with success, bro.
Yeah,
It's just
just
the good with the bad,
and
bro.
I can take all that shit, bro. I can take all that shit. That's just the one thing, call me whatever, man. But I'm not a racist. I love everybody, bro. I'm the type of dude, you guys know me. I'm a stand-up guy. I tell it how it is. I wear everything on my sleeve. Everyone is pervy to all the information. I'm an open book. I try to support everybody, and I go to great lengths to support everyone in any of their endeavors. I try to lift people up because I believe in lifting the ground up beneath me so that everybody rises with me rather than just lift myself up. And it's just the type of individual that I am, and I have, class and pride, and I'm just not the type of dude I am, but it's the fact that I was wrong. It is what it is. And I don't want to go into it again with CB83.
It was not your
I've
intent.
already,
It was not your intent, man.
right.
Listen, we live in an era where there's racism without racists. Nobody's racist, yet racism persists. Without getting too deep, man, we all fall into these traps because racism is part of our national fabric. And it don't matter what color or background you come from, if you are an American at this date and time, you are using and coming up with and speaking with terms that have been entered into our culture through the establishment of racism and race in this country. It's something we got to undo, and it's got to be done purposely. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if we're not ready to do that yet. So, when people drop the N-word casually, right? For instance, doesn't necessarily mean the person is a racist per se, but they are using racist language, right? And that triggers other things, right? And sometimes it gets useful for somebody who wants to label somebody a racist to then say, oh, well, they use that catchphrase, they use that word, and now I'm going to go all in on them. That's just the state of where it is right now. You know what I'm saying? But people who know and value what they're participating in know the difference. So touche,
Absolutely. I
touche.
agree with
Let it
that
slide. Let it
100%.
slide off
And
your back, bro.
yeah, and you guys know, you know who I am. You guys know the real me. And so, I don't really try to paint any mind stuff. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I'll take that up with El Cap. He can make the decision if he wants to bring Jay-Zan back. But I got sick of listening to it. But as far as CT, man, again, I didn't want that to be like the highlight of tonight. I didn't want it to take up all of the time. I still wanted to
No, you
segue
had
into
to though. People's
Dolphins and have a
feelings
good
were hurt,
time.
man.
But yeah, but
Iceman, Irv,
And
their feelings were hurt. Lewis was attacked. You had to deal with it.
we had to do it. And here's the thing: is I'm not,
crossed the
and we
line.
did it, and we had to use the platform to do it because, bro, we don't want to leave it. We don't want to leave it open for him to be able to keep
Continue
doing it.
doing
If
what
you
he was
expose
doing.
them, you shut it down initially. You know what I'm saying? Or essentially, you shut it down by exposing them. And that's the thing. The dude was attacking, bro. I'm not going to sit there and allow people to be bullied. Like, and look who we're talking about: MCJB, Irving, Iceman. This man was sitting there taking advantage of them for being younger, and he's just they're young and maybe a little naive, and that's just part of being young and learning still, and taking full advantage of that. Being my age that he is, and calling them bitches all the time and pussies and just degrading them, and the self-deprecation is just spread to them because then they're doing it to themselves and thinking that like Iceman thinks he's actually stupid and just a bitch and all this stuff. And I was like, bro, you gotta and that's why I was proud of him on tonight for taking back that self-control. Like, respect yourself enough to know that you would never let allow anyone to disrespect you. And that's all it is. And it had to be said. I don't give a fuck what CT does, but he's also attacking my dude Lewis, attacked EM behind EM's back, attacking Kohler, attacking this channel. It's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna stand by idly and just allow that shit and the narratives, because again, he has never, according to his claims, we all talk shit about him and all this stuff. And according to his claim, bro, when have you guys ever heard us mention CT other than tonight?
Me personally, I have challenged CT on a number of occasions, right? On his so-called expertise. And he tends to always back down once somebody challenges him. But on the other hand, he gets to drinking and then his mouth keeps running. And sometimes hosts let him keep on going. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's a bad, terrible guy either. But the alcohol sometimes gets the best of him. And what they say, alcohol
absolutely.
makes the truth come out. Makes the truth come out sometimes. So people really say what's in their heart when they're on that thing, on that liquor. So
absolutely, and maybe that's something I think maybe he needs to deal with that. It's just you gotta you can't come in with that hate and start attacking people and trying to bully people and taking advantage of people. Some of us aren't going to sit back and allow it to happen. And again, it's not like Lewis was looking to pick that fight either, because Lewis was sitting on mute the whole time, bro. Like he held his tongue several times over of CT saying things until he finally poked the bear for the last time. Like, again, and I'll leave it at that. But you guys,
I gotta go back and listen to Lewis, because I like it when Lewis goes off.
That's good entertainment. So it all happened backstage. So I'll tell you guys now, you won't be able to hear what happened.
Okay.
But if you go to the start of this show, you can hear Lewis's response.
Okay.
So if you play it from the beginning, you'll hear Lewis and me talk about it. But when it all went down, that shit was last night backstage. It was me, Ali, Lewis, Crypto, Iceman, CT, and I think that was it. I think that was it. But
wait, I thought the highlight of tonight is when the guy said that the offense carried us.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, right.
But again,
that was the funniest thing I heard.
it's
right.
Again, it just had to be said. But again, bro, I don't want to. I'm not trying to make this channel or my show about drama. But again, some things have to be said. And that's just handling shit like an adult. But again, we're gonna keep it Dolphins. We're gonna keep having fun, man. I want to keep doing these shows, having you guys up, no drama, just be able to actually shoot the shit, because that's the best thing about this, bro. And that's the best thing about the Dolphins debrief is everyone is welcome up here. And all of you guys have different opinions. There's things that we agree on, things we disagree on. And me and Crypto just talked about this last night. Matter of fact, in that same time frame backstage when all that shit was happening is we can even disagree, but we'll shake hands afterward. Like you know what I mean? We're actually friends outside of this.
Yeah.
A lot of us actually text each other and talk outside of this shit. It's not like for some image or something, you know?
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good. No
So,
explanations,
There you
man.
go.
hey, but I love you guys. Honestly, I appreciate all you. And yeah, man, we'll carry this on tomorrow and talk some more Fins. I wanna kind of dive deep into I just want, like, tomorrow I think I want to dive deep into kind of like what your guys' opinions on what we should do in the draft, what we need to address. I'm gonna try to look and see, because I think the cap changed, like where we're projected to be at with cap space and cap room, and then see, I don't know, going on next year. It may not seem like a big deal, but if we're gonna stick with Tua again, this is why I was saying this all tonight. I've been saying this for a long time. Like, I feel like at that point, when you commit to doing that and you're committing to Tua, then you also have to commit to having a, marquee backup that you're going to have to pay a premium for.
Wait, you said we're going to be talking about the draft tomorrow?
No, not the draft in particular, but just players that are out there.
Like, do we have to bring our brains or logic for that, or like? Because it doesn't look like Chris Gear used that in the draft. So I mean, what else?
He never does.
That's true. I just want to go over some of the prospects.
He never does.
Brains optional, Brian. Brains optional.
It still make a good discussion.
Make sure you bring the mouth, the vocal cords, but
leave the brain leave it somewhere
it's
else.
Optional. It's optional, man.
Yeah, it's optional.
Is it the same place where Easy brain at and my bad?
Hey, Walt, that's a good discussion too, Walt. We can talk about free agency and talk about who's out there. I'm down with that too. Let's talk about that shit tomorrow. We hit a little free agency, talk about the team, see the direction that we're going to be headed in. I don't know. You're asking if you want I'm telling you guys right now, and I'll say it. You guys probably, I don't know if you feel like I feel, but Crypto knows this. My early prediction for next season is we're going to be lucky if we see 7 and 10, and I'm calling it now. Maybe 6 and 11. I'm telling you, bro.
That's where I'm at.
I mean, worst case scenario, 9 and 8, but not 7 and 10.
No.
Worst case scenario is 3 and 14.
Bro, what do you mean, Brian? 9 and 8 has always been our best case scenario.
Yeah, right. Where you getting the hope from, Brian? Where you getting your hope from?
That's the best case scenario. It's 9 and 9.
Hold on. I know we didn't fire Josh Boyer. That was the problem. And then we also fired the O-line coach, was also the problem. And you guys think we don't get 12 wins for Vic Fangio and whatever that O-line coach is?
No.
Stop
the trolling.
I'll tell you what, DTA, we need to have a conversation, and somebody's got to do a show on accountability, man, because folks got to be responsible for their bad takes.
Got to be accountable.
A lot of people had the worst takes last year. They're the ones out here preaching about what we should do this year. Like, why should we believe you, dude?
Bro, check this out.
The folks
who
were
right. It's funny
right.
you say that. Me and Kohler are actually going to be working on a annual thing. So we're going to put together like a compilation. We're going to try to do it in like a short amount of time, but a compilation of like takes and stuff over the year. And then we're going to like do, you know what I'm saying? We'll have that be like a video we can play, and then it'll like segue into a segment or whatever. But I like that idea, but yeah.
Expose some of these guys, man. Come on, man. You got other content creators out there talking shit like they're the authority. Then I got to debate some morons and tell them, look, you know who you're listening to, dude?
100%, yeah, man. And again, like I said, I know Brian's trolling. I know Brian's trolling, but I'll explain myself before I go. The reason I say that is there's a couple different factors. I think people have the wrong idea that because Fangio's coming, that he's going to come in wearing a cape and he's going to instantly turn us into a top 3 defense and we're going to be a top 3 team. Look, bro, he's got a good scheme, but the man has been in the league for a long time. Everybody knows, and especially the people in our division, are going to be
It's a lot of tape
very
out there.
doing their due diligence to look at how to shut down his defense, knowing that he's going to be running a scheme down Miami. So I don't expect him. Like, yeah, it's going to definitely improve our defense.
You're going to need a learning curve too. You got to factor that in.
Yeah,
They
said the same thing. They said the same thing for McDaniel. He had a learning year.
Exactly.
Remember, they had a learning curve, and then all of a sudden, they figured it out in December, and then they're going to figure it out.
Tell Channing Tindall you get ready to be confused again, Channing Tindall.
Wait. So you're saying that the defense is going to be the problem even more? Like, they're not going to be the top defense I heard a while ago that we needed?
No, it's going to take time for the fans.
It's going to take time for them to learn this complicated scheme that we about to give them, Brian.
Oh, I thought we hired Vic Fangio so the offense don't carry us. So now you're telling me that there's a learning curve and guys got to learn the playbook, and the defense is still going to be the problem?
Not just that, Brian, but the
that means the defense is going to be even worse. They're going to be giving up 35 points a game.
The personnel has to slightly change too, Brian. And here's the other thing that people didn't take into consideration. Last year, we were about middle of the pack. We ranked 19th in strength of schedule last year. You guys know that we're second. We are ranked second hardest schedule.
That's bad news
in the
right
league
there.
this coming
year.
We got Kansas City. What other teams we play? AC. We got what?
Everybody in the Eagles division.
Yep. So if the best
and everybody in the division make the playoffs just about. So
if the best we can do is 9-8 when we're ranked 19th for strength of schedule, what the fuck you guys think we're gonna do with the second hardest schedule with a quarterback with a quarterback who's not consistent when he plays elite? It's not consistent.
Our ceiling may be 2 games.
One
Brian.
concussion away from
that's our ceiling.
What do you mean we're gonna make the first round exit?
No, our ceiling is 2 victories next season, Brian. That's our ceiling.
Stop the nonsense.
Damn.
We got
but I looked at the schedule though. I dead ass think it's we'll be somewhere.
Carolina
we're gonna end somewhere around 6-11, 7-10.
That's it.
What are you talking about? Our special team is gonna do what the Buffalo Bills did: score a touchdown.
Y'all guys are pessimists. Y'all are pessimists.
Yeah, that's true.
If we win the division, we'll be all right.
If we win, but we might win the division and win only 8 games like like Tampa Bay did. You mean like that? Win the division?
Hold on.
Yeah, it's gonna be something like that. It's gonna be something like that.
Tampa Bay won 8 games and won it.
Hold on. Can we not forget that the Jets had a top 5 defense and the Jets might get a quarterback this offseason?
But that's my point. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
That's why everybody in the division gonna win 8 games.
Our division is. There's no way we're gonna be fucking taking the division. That's what I'm telling you. You got the Jets to worry about. Patriots, they could wake up again and
they
be a tough team.
They drafting a wide receiver. They about to get loaded a wide receiver.
That's why I said y'all need to be concerned with what the Jets are doing, because if they're a quarterback away from whooping our ass right into 3rd or 4th place in the division. You got the Bills are going to be the Bills. The Jets could be better with the quarterback, and the Patriots could be better too. Again, playing tough. And
but DTA,
you can feed me all that shit and say, well,
that's within our own
against
division.
The Patriots. I don't give a fuck about all that. I'm telling you, next year.
Patriot defense.
But hold on. We're not only talking about the quarterback league. People have forgotten Breece Hall. As soon as he went down, the whole offense.
Yeah, he did went down.
Yes,
week 11,
exactly,
he went down.
Exactly, I agree with you.
They fell off the rails. They lost.
But here's the thing, Brian. Here's the thing, Brian. You have these fucking pom-pom fans. And again, I'm not knocking you for being a homer. If you're a homer and you're listening out there, seriously, I'm not knocking you. That's your prerogative. And look, I love my Miami Dolphins and I want them to win too, but I'm also realist. Yeah. You got some of these guys who have never, not one time during, and I'm telling you because I've asked some of them in crypto, KP, you guys have been around when I've done it on panels. Some of these people every single week, like on Batman shows and our shows, we'll ask, we'll be going over score predictions, and not once have they ever predicted a loss. Every game's a win. And you have the same people saying, oh, well, next year we're going all the way to the Super Bowl. We're going all the way to Super Bowl, baby. We're championship team. It's the same pom-pom waving bullshit.
Not with this quarterback.
But I'm going to hold you there.
Undefeated.
I'm going to hold you there. Isn't it not the job of the GM to always think about Super Bowls?
It is.
That's why he kept trying to trade Tua.
It's not the fan fault for having a false perception of the GM not doing his job.
But that's dead on. That's dead on, though, Brian. That's dead on. That's the job.
See, Brian,
and again, this is. Let me tell you guys something. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna hip y'all. I'm gonna hip y'all to some free game. And y'all already probably know this, but that's the fact of the matter is every team's job. And for all you guys that, and not us up on the panel, for all you in the chat that sit there and cheer for victory and be like, well, we made it to the playoffs. Really? You're not happy? We made it to the playoffs and you're not happy? All you people saying that shit in the chat. Every goddamn team, they don't get moral victories. They don't get pats on the back and then the participation awards. The end game, the fucking goal for every team in the league is the Super Bowl, a Lombardi.
To be playing next weekend.
And here's
no, DTA, all you have to do is just tell them this. Is the Dolphins playing next weekend? That'll shut that nonsense up right away.
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
Just ask them if the Dolphins playing next weekend.
And here's the other thing. Again, I'll put you all on some free game. You have different types of ownership. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, you got guys like Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross is into money. That's why he's running it back with Tua, as they're saying. He's going to run it back with Tua because Tua is so much in jersey sales and he's polarizing and he brings in a lot of attention and garners a lot of money for him. Stephen Ross cares about that, not a Super Bowl. It's not guys like, if you look at guys like Jerry Jones, if you look at guys like Jerry Jones or the Robert Krafts, those type of owners care about championships.
Yeah.
But you look at Stephen Ross, those type of owners like Stephen Ross, they only care about the money.
Can I debunk that?
You only care about the money.
Stephen Ross have shown he wants to win. He's shown. He have shown. He made efforts. He literally, the guy in my profile picture shows you Stephen Ross. Literally. If Brian Flores had stick to the dirty mission and Chris Greer stick to the dirty mission, we would have had Joe Burrow or Tom Brady.
Maybe so, Brian. Yeah, but if he really cared about winning, he wouldn't have risked
Actually, Greer would have stuck to the dirty plan and not put Fitzpatrick on the roster. It would have happened.
And that's fair. I'll give you that. That's fine. No, Brian. I'll give you that. That's fair. We can say that. That's fine. Aside from that, what has he done outside of that?
I agree. We could blame him.
And again,
yeah,
he could have done it the right way. Am I wrong?
No,
he did it, and he cost us draft capital.
But that's not okay. But I could give you the fact that if you're gonna fire Brian Flores, you should have fired Chris Greer, because the reason why our coaching job was
you're not going to get an argument out of me for that.
Because of Chris Greer, you don't think the head coach probably wanted a different GM? So if you're gonna clean house, you should clean house all the way.
Bro, yeah, we all said that though. That we're all in agreement.
Yeah,
you
should have cleaned house correctly. Yeah,
Greer should have gone. Yeah, for
GM
sure.
should have been gone too.
In my opinion, they should have fired Greer. I don't think Brian Flores should ever go. I like Brian Flores. I thought he was
because of anything. Chris Greer made it impossible for Brian Flores to really successfully tank by giving him the option to put Fitzpatrick in the game.
But
he would have put him on the roster. He would have never had the opportunity.
And Chris Greer should have never hired Brian Flores if they wanted to tank.
Yeah, if they really wanted to tank, you should have never hired him in the first place. Knowing he was going to figure out a way to win. Yeah, he gave him a Fitzpatrick and say, "Oh,
wasn't we one game? Wasn't we one game from having the number one overall pick?"
Yeah, that Cincinnati game that we won in overtime.
Even cheat right. This organization can't even do crimes right. Every other team could do crimes, but not us.
Yeah,
we're pathetic.
We lost to the Bengals in overtime, and we would have.
Had we Tom Brady, we already lost a first round
pick. We beat him in overtime.
See,
had we lost to him, we would have got the number one pick.
I want to debunk this real quick because CCRR says winning the AFC and not the Super Bowl and finishing 0-17 is the same thing. That's where I disagree. I understand what you're saying based off what I just said about every team's goals to get to the championship and win Lombardi, right? But here's what's wrong. If the Miami Dolphins won the AFC championship, that would not be a failure season. If they won the AFC championship and lost in the Super Bowl, we would all be sitting here fucking proud.
They're one of the finalists. Yeah.
You look at the Patriots. The Patriots didn't win every year. The Patriots, there's a lot of years they didn't win the Super Bowl, but they made it there, or they won. You know what I'm saying? They were still a successful team.
Yeah, right.
We are not.
Yeah, every time they say stuff like that, we remind them of the Jaguars. Nobody in their right mind thought the Jaguars were going to make it past the first round.
Right. not even pass the first, let alone make the playoffs.
And I want to know why. I want to know. I want to know what caused that. Maybe elite quarterback.
Just maybe.
Yeah.
Just maybe.
Maybe
They rebuild the right way, getting their guy first and then building around them second.
And Crypto, have you noticed that people been trying to shit on Jalen Hurts? Like Michael Parsons did that nonsense talking about the reason why Jalen Hurts is who he is because of the team. Obviously, every quarterback needs weapons and need a better situation. That's obvious.
Yeah.
But what about those quarterbacks that maximize those weapons and take advantage of it?
Take advantage of who
Didn't
he got
Baker
around them, right?
had the best O line, and he had OBJ, and didn't he have a rushing attack, Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt?
Chubb and Hunt, yeah.
Have we lost our minds? He had Jarvis Landry, literally one of the best wide receivers the Dolphins had. Have we lost our minds?
Yeah, he had everything. He was stacked just as much as Hurts was stacked and did nothing with it.
Isn't that why the 49ers traded their assets to get Trey Lance to get a more mobile quarterback to put him over the head? But they had Jimmy G and they always were like in the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship.
Yeah. Yep. They still moved off the quarterback. They still traded us to get a higher pick to go get a mobile guy. Yeah.
Well,
they still moved off Jimmy G.
We could go on and on all night
we gotta end this.
about all this. Let's do you guys want to do final thoughts real quick? And
yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Oh man. Oh, it's a good one. Good show. Good way to air everything out between Iceman and and whatever needed to be said. So that was pretty good.
100%.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed everything. It was pretty good. We got 9 more months of this. Well, actually, no, we got 12 more months because it's going to be Groundhog Day again. We'll be repeating the same thing in 2024. So we got another 12 months of this. Hashtag Chicago Cubs 2.0.
That's what they mean, running back. Same thing all over again.
Running back, right.
That's what running back means.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Running
back, right.
Oh, yeah, we're going to sign Jacoby Brissett?
Might as well.
Yeah, we're signing him for a 4-year extension.
Yeah.
We're going to give Brissett a 4-year extension.
That would be our next discussion.
Right.
CCR. That's where you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying. He said DTA. You can't say making the playoffs and losing game 1 isn't the goal, but winning a couple playoff games is a successful year. You're misunderstanding you're misunderstanding what I'm telling you when I say that. Making the playoffs and losing game 1 is not successful. Again, when you add all the pieces that you did and you built the roster the way we have, you should go. Our team should have had no problem going in and getting past the first round. Mind you, if we would have handled our business in Buffalo and Tua would have won the fucking game, if Tua was capable of putting that game on his back like other quarterbacks and won us that game in the second time we played Buffalo in Buffalo, we would have already had it sealed. We didn't even control our own destiny. So
on the Jets
what you're referring to is a far stretch from what I'm saying. But you can't sit here and say that going 0-17 is the same thing as if our team made the AFC Championship every year but did not win a Super Bowl. We would still be proud of them to an extent. It would only last that long. Now, if they made it to the AFC Championship every single year for 10 years but never won a Super Bowl, yeah, by then we're going to say, okay, there's a hump you guys are not getting over, and that's not a
you
success.
talking about the Buffalo Bills, DTA? That never got over the hump?
Yeah, constantly going to the divisional round or even the championship.
Right. But nobody considers them as a failure. They still are a winning team, a successful team.
Yeah,
are they not?
For the hump, they're starting to become a failure because everybody already expects them to
because they're doing it so because they're doing that so long. That's what I'm saying. If we did that and we just kept doing it over and over and over every year but never winning the big game, then that would be a failure. But that's what I'm saying. If you say just making it to the playoffs and losing in game 1, that is not success to me. Like other people that have been saying it in chat and blasting us.
Yeah, that's not success at all. Because history shows us that we're not making the playoffs the following year. Like 2016, when we made it, we were feeling good about ourselves. And then all of a sudden, we got destroyed the following 4 seasons.
David said it best right here. Said, I would rather have almost $1 million than being broke as fuck. Let that sink in. I would rather have almost $1 million as opposed to being broke as fuck.
Well, Tua won't be broke
Okay,
this
but what's have
offseason.
to do with it?
You get what he's saying, right?
Tua's gonna be breaking the
No,
bank.
that was
I
just
would
another
rather make it. I would rather make it to the Super
DTA.
Bowl and lose than be 0-17.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. But he's saying that he would rather be constantly disappointed by not getting over the hump versus just being
To
flat
an
out
extent,
0
though.
and
But
17.
to an extent, that's where I say, if you're
Or
making it to that point, if you're making it to that point, but that's what I'm saying, Crypto. If you make it to that point, then that's where your clock starts. You
That's
can't
the
just
worst
continue to
position.
do that over like year after year.
Yeah,
like the
you have
Bills
to
did.
do something different. But
That's
you have
the
to.
worst
But the
position.
thing is, that's the worst feeling. But you got to realize he can also be saying in a slick way that he's only satisfied with us just making the playoffs and losing it versus not making the playoffs at all. He also
You
could be
say he has
meaning
a
that.
loser mentality? You say he has a loser mentality?
So that's what I'm saying. I'm just looking at it in a more deeper analytical way.
Oh
He can
God, the
also be
mediocre
saying,
lovers are here.
I'm satisfied with just going to the playoffs, losing one game, making
I
it
got you,
equivalent
CC.
to being almost a millionaire than just not making the playoffs and being dirt poor. He could be also making that equivalency too.
Well, I hope he's not. I thought we were trying to.
That's what he said. I'm just digging deep beneath what he's really trying to get at, but trying to say it in a more slick way.
Bullshit,
Yeah, you know how they
man.
operate crypto. They're very smart.
Does anybody else got anything else they want to say or add?
You know, when the Great Depression hit back in 1929, the people who did the best were the people who were already at the bottom. Why? Because it didn't mean much to them. The whole stock market crash meant zero to them. They were already poor. I
love that. I love that, KP.
I have no idea why I said that.
Right.
But good night, everyone.
Right.
That's very deep, KP.
Right,
well,
KP.
With that being said, I appreciate everybody. You guys make sure to catch us tomorrow. We'll be here around afternoon. Come join the show. Come up on the panel if you haven't. We invite everybody. Everyone's welcome to come up. Check out all the shows. Be sure to check out El Capitan every other day of the week. Kohler either Tuesdays or Thursday evenings, and then also in the mornings. Now that he's moved in, he's going to be doing that. You got Rabid Dolphin. You catch Lewis all the time, making appearances, doing his show. Myself in the afternoons and evenings. Dolphins Debrief, and then, of course, Ollie on Saturday nights, man. We appreciate all of you guys over here. And with that being said, thank you so much, and fins up.
All right. See y'all later.